to, yeah, I need to definitely tell Orange Ray that I've started streaming. You hear that? Can I capitalize someone's name when I type that? I have started. Do not come back at noon and wonder where I've been. Okay. What is this? A mass drop link? I've seen keyboards like this before. I don't know if I started to use it, how long would it take for me to get good at it? And then would I ever be able to use another keyboard again? Because if you look at the, for example, the Space Invaders button on it, when I go to play Space Invaders, I currently use my pinky, and now I'd have to use my thumb. So I think it'd be hard to get used to. And the arrow keys are in weird spots, and yeah, I don't know. And tiny, yeah, no, I don't think I could do it. Hey, Musa and Water. All right, so today we're going to be playing To-Do List Simulator. I am going to edit this. Now playing To-Do List Simulator till about 10 a.m. All right, let's see if that worked. All right, good. Yeah, so here's the issue. From here until like here is the issue. So we got to go clean that up. I wrote this down. Monday morning, need to spend probably 45 minutes just filing notes and cleaning up this list. So let's say when I started this. Started cleaning up to-do list. Started then. There. So let's see how long this actually takes. So put uptime on the wiki. Adam Boland. Hey, Nasimica. Okay. Television producer and director, Adam Boland. All right. Commands. And you know what? I'm gonna try to recruit Wouter here. Oh, it's already here. Aha! Done. So much for that. This highlight, I mostly just want to show people. Made a highlight. Get rid of Get XML button. Yeah, so I need to start making the next to-do list. So this is week of 1/11/16. Do I have that written here? Yes. So then we need another one. Roadmap to do. Week of 1/18/16. Right? Yeah, Walter? Oh, maybe you heard me say your name and then, oops, I didn't turn on my lights. Nothing, never mind. I said something and then realized it was already done. All right, there. Lights are on now. Hey, Forever Legit. Anaro says, does your wife watch your stream? Not frequently. She's one of the people who gets like in-depth updates about what happened during the day. So I usually tell her all of the highlights. She'll be here every once in a while. But I'm not saying who she is. So, roadmap to do. We're going to put this up here. Or down here, rather. Get rid of Get XML button. Yeah. And I should say, these are the MISC tasks. Yeah, just miscellaneous tasks. Good. There. Making our way down here. Make non-wipe accounts for artists. Yeah, this is something else. Alright, well, I'll describe this once I get to it. There's that. Describe combinable and non-combinable hardware online somewhere. Yeah, I want to do this. I need to think, let's see, put on my site the kinds of hardware. Okay, that's totally different. So right now we have things like, hey, Loner. In fact, let me go modify this. Phantom help today. Adam is cleaning up the to-do list for right now. Last updated. No. Okay, there. So in case anyone is curious, that's what I'm working on right now. I know, it's Void Dreamer. She fills the empty void in your heart. Void Dreamers never identify as male or female. and is silent most of the time. You got me. You've uncovered the secret. Amazing, amazing, Wouter. Great detective skills. Describe. So, do I want to put this in the BotBase page? BotBase. Because I have this. I have some stuff here right now. I said, what's the hardware loadout? Yeah, I think I want to put this here. Adam, why is there no donate button? I mentioned this before. I want people to just enjoy the stream, spread the word about Botland if you feel like it. But I'd feel like a tiny bit of a sellout if I put a donate button there. A tiny bit. I mean, it's not a lot because I'd be like selling out to the people who want to give me money with nothing in return. I think selling out is mostly if you have some secondary agenda. But anyway, I'm not going to do that yet, I think. All right, I think I'm going to add this here. So let's go into Botland. Where did I put this? Docs, pre-beta, BotBase. Yeah, here. So let's take this. Where do I want to put this stuff? I want to say, well, how hardware works. So what is a hardware loadout? Yeah. And then this stuff, two kinds of hardware. Do I want to call it combinable or scalable? I'll just say combinable for now. Combinable hardware. All right, so let's see what the best way to explain this is. Some hardware. I'll say most hardware will be, and how do I make something bold? Did I already do this? Research Bay. I made Research Bay bold. So let's go figure out how. 2 stars. Okay. This is like mild Thai food. Most hardware will be combinable hardware, meaning it will only ever be dropped as a level 1 item and can be scaled up to level 3 by simply adding more of the item to your BotPay. For example, lasers works this way. To get lasers 3, you need to have 3 lasers items on your bot, on your bay, I guess. If I disconnect all of a sudden, then I've done something wrong. Digging in my case to see if I have the resources. Wait, what? Wouter, you should probably, I mean, if you're just going to look at your motherboard, that's fine. But if you're actually going to touch anything, you should definitely turn your computer off. Don't touch a running computer. Most hardware will be combinable hardware, meaning it will only ever be dropped as a level 1 item and can be scaled up to level 3 by simply adding more of the item to your bot bay. For example, lasers works this way. To get lasers 3, you need to have 3 lasers items on your bay. Okay, great. Now, non-combinable hardware only ever drops as either level 2 or level 3. It cannot be, I'll say scalable. I think scalable makes more sense. And we've been using both interchangeably in our design meetings. Yeah, just looking at the motherboard, okay. 2 ladies already electrocuted. Alright, only ever drops as level 2 or level 3. It cannot be combined with other identical items to make a higher level. For example, teleport works this way. It is only ever dropped as teleport level 2. The reason there is a distinction is because certain hardware is what should I say here? Is valuable due to its utility, not its damage or due to its utility. Say so, lasers Let me see this. For example, teleporting is something that you may only do once or twice during the lifetime of your bot. So having level 3 of it probably wouldn't ever make sense. So if it were scalable, having level 3 of it probably wouldn't ever make sense. On the other hand, something like lasers could make sense as a small offensive weapon for support bots. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. And it's not that this is a complex thing, it's that I think it's worth explaining somewhere. Oh yeah, inventory is another reason for this. So utility and making you manage slots yourself, and also some things don't scale that easily. Yeah, I think this mostly covers it. Okay, so let's close out of this. The glorious movie of Adam's chair, yeah. Alright, so I built this. Now, one of the other things I want to look into briefly today is why did my Git extension stop working? Look briefly into why my Git extension stopped working in Sublime. Alright, so let's see. Current page of BotBase is this. I'm about to update it. Let's do that. Alright, I just gotta get to public HTML, botland, and then we take, wait, what? Where is this thing running from? Oh, whoops, I wanted it from here. Yeah, botbase.html. So I gotta put this in share with others. Alright, let's take a look. So now when I refresh this, we should see the new stuff. Yeah, most hardware will be scalable hardware, meaning it will only ever be dropped as a level 1 item and can be scaled up to level 3 by simply adding more of the item to your bay. I'll say more of that item. For example, lasers works this way. To get lasers 3, you need to have 3 lasers items on your bay. Non-scalable hardware only ever drops as either level 2 or level 3. It cannot be combined with other identical items to make a higher level. For example, teleport works this way. It is only ever dropped as teleport level 2. Yeah. There is no way to obtain a teleport level 1, teleport level 1, or level 3. Hey everyone, hey Skynet. Okay. The reason there's a distinction is because certain hardware is valuable due to its utility. For example, teleporting is something that you may only do once or twice during the lifetime of your bot. So if it were scalable, having level 3 of it probably wouldn't ever make sense. Probably, I shouldn't say wouldn't ever make sense. I should say probably wouldn't make sense. On the other hand, something like lasers could make sense as a small offensive weapon for support bots. Great, cool. So let's just rebuild this, re-upload this, and then be done. So I just want to make sure this looks good. Yeah, cool, it updated. Yeah. Hey, Roving Eye. You're getting closer and closer to me in the world, huh? So there's the page I just linked in. If you guys want to read through what I just wrote and not have it be on stream, then that's there for you. The next thing I've got to add is this thing. I wanted to add this quote. I don't think I need to paste bin this. Let's figure out how to massage this into a correct quote. Adam looks at server log. Finds the tips. It's tempting to use an expired token from days earlier. Use a long since expired token. I'll just say that. Yeah. But I wonder if I can have new lines in quotes. Or if I should just paste bin this. I'm gonna paste bin this. All right, let's do this. Dibs quote.txt. Hey, Tembra. Yeah, I think Vancouver's a couple of hours away. I'm not actually sure. I haven't been there. Where is the quote I just added? Dibs, here it is. Okay, so let me go put this in the quotes folder. Dibs quote. Done. Capillara, what's the news? I want to know. So let's do this. This is the dibs quote. Not found. Oh, it's in the quotes folder now. Okay, cool. Add quote. Cool, got it. If you give me the drive time, I could move somewhere else and slowly triangulate you. No thanks. It has actually been going much faster than I expected, but there still is at least probably 20 more minutes of stuff to do. So these were instructions on how to make bot bays. I want to put this on its own page. All right, let's do this. Let's reopen this thing and save this as bot bay help. No, what do I call this? So what I'm trying to do here, oh, I can't run this. I need to do run. Capillara says, so I've been doing programming since I was around 10 years old, and now 8 years later I'm doing a programming education. I've noticed from the start I'm far ahead of any other people in the first year, so they're putting me in second year now, starting next week. Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, that saves you a lot. I think that there would probably still have been some valuable information in those classes, but it's nothing you can't learn by just doing things yourself. Anyway, what I was talking about for bot bays is this. So when people play the game right now, because there's no UI, they have no idea how to edit this. I mean, they could follow the pattern, but how do you know what you have other than lasers, landmines, missiles, and cloaking? So I'm going to put some help link online for just bot bay format, botbayformat.mdown. How to make bot bays with no real UI. Now I should have a picture here for this. Well, I'll just say this. Until Adam makes UI for bot bays, this page will help you format them into a text field. So here's where I put the different kinds of hardware that you have. So format is, it's hardware colon level semicolon. Well, if I were to make a grammar out of this, it'd be, I don't think people would understand it. So I'll just put examples, I think. Well, that's really good, Capillara. So wait, is this college? Is this college that you're in, or is it some other kind of school? I know different parts of the world do schooling differently, and I don't actually remember where you live. But if it's college, what I wonder is, if you were doing a 4-year degree, did they just cut a year off of your degree, or did they just push you up to a higher computer science level? Because cutting a year off your degree might actually be a bad thing. I don't know. It depends. Anyway, not format. We'll just say hardware list. And here we'll put all this stuff. And finally, just put space star. Cool. So there's the hardware list. Now we'll say non-combinable hardware. teleport, always level 2. For more information, see more information on what non-combinable means. See this page. HTTP botlan.net/share-with-others/botbase.html. And actually, I can link directly to this. Yeah, copy link address. I should have just done that. Okay, so there's that. And then I think we just need examples. Oh, then the rules. Okay, yeah. Rules. Teleport can only be level 2. Everything else can be level 1 through 3. So I'll say combinable hardware. These can be anywhere from level 1 to level 3. Non-combinable hardware. So I'll say, for more information on what do I want to say here? See this page for more info. Yeah, I'll just do that. So let's put this. This is going to be a mess of brackets and parentheses. There. These are always either level 2 or level 3. There we go. Cool. Got it. And then we got the rules up here. Yep. Oh, see you, Watcher. Hey, Dodge Whale. Yeah, this is the new game of 2016. It all takes place in Sublime. I think people are gonna love it. I live in the Netherlands. It's a college indeed. The reason this could happen is because it's basically a general education where you come into, and there are 7 different paths you can go in: media development, media design, game development, game art, audio, visual, video, photography. Wait, what is your major called? Is it like a game design major? Nah, he said, bro. All right, so non-combinable. Then the other thing are just examples. I think that's all that I need after that. So examples. Lasers 3, missiles 2, cloaking 2. You could put something like 7 of these things. So let's just copy paste 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, let's just take 7 of these, all level 1, semicolon, join, backspace. Yeah. So there, this would be valid. You could say something like teleport to harvesting. Oh, harvesting is stupid. Landmines 3, thrusters 2. Something like that. There are some examples, basically. And I'll take that off. Yeah, actually gaming. Oh, it's called Media Technologic and Shaping. Okay. We'll just put a shield 3 on here. Although this is a bad idea since you're not fully making use of all 7 levels. Alright. Yeah, I think that's that. Let's go take a look at what this page looks like. BotBay format.html. So until Adam makes UI for BotBays, this page will help you format them into a text field. Rules: you can only have 7 levels max, no repeated hardware allowed. So combinable hardware, these can be anywhere from level 1 to level 3. See this page, which should link exactly to this. Good. And I really shouldn't use the word combinable since I didn't on the other page. Scalable. There. So let's go take a look at this now. So scalable hardware is all of these things. Non-scalable hardware, these are always either level 2 or level 3. And then examples. Yeah, cool. So then the only other thing I'm going to say is, note, harvesting has no use in the game right now. Surprise! Okay, I think that's that. I think we can upload this page. So I will upload it. Botbay format.html. This goes into here. So now it should be an accessible page. So if I go into botbay format.html, yeah. And actually, can I go to bot.land/share with others? Apparently I can. Oh, cool. Hey, Adam McAdamson. First year, you get the basics of every path. And before I joined the education, I already knew I was going to do media development or media design. Okay, cool. What will harvesting do? Harvesting will eventually be rethemed as reclaiming. And, oh man, none of these bots are shooting each other. Oh, here we go. They actually are. Okay, so take a look. When a bot oh man, come on, just kill another bot. When a bot dies, there we go. When a bot dies, it drops resources. You see these here? These resources can be reclaimed, and depending on what you have for reclaiming, like that bot was presumably trying to pick it up, it'll do different things. So we have reclaim damage, let's say. This will do every time you reclaim a bot's resources, you get plus 5% damage dealt, stacks up to 5 times, lasts until bot dies. So that's how something like this will work, and that's reclaim damage. There might also be something like reclaim speed. Every time you reclaim a bot's resources, you get plus 2% haste, stacks up to 5 times, lasts until bot dies. And yeah, Capillara, I think I get it. It makes sense. It's like a talent tree almost. So this is what harvesting will eventually be, but we're not there yet. I just haven't coded it. It's not like there's anything stopping me from doing it. Shouldn't the percent be based on the bot that died, its stats? No, I don't think so, because a bot doesn't actually really have stats for this stuff. So all bots are going to have the same damage dealt or the same haste. It's the hardware that changes damage for a particular thing. So we'll probably leave it like this. The other thing is that if it was based on the bot that died, how would you figure out whether you want this pile on top or this pile on bottom? You'd have to say, all right, I want to examine what I'm going to get from this and then go seek out the best one for me. So this way it makes it a little bit simpler. And if we decide that we don't like that, we could always change the game design behind it. Hey, Pro Sam. Anyway, there's that. So now we need to make this findable in here. So I have botbays. Let's do something like botbay format. And all this is going to do is link to this page. Yeah. So until Adam makes the UI for botbays, read this to find out how to construct the botbay strings, e.g. lasers 2, missiles 3. And that's here. Cool. So now we can type botbay format. And you can see here, until Adam makes the UI for botbays, find out how to do this. We click this link, it brings us to the right page. Yeah, cool. Yep, that's that. Now, people are not going to remember this, the name of this, so I'm going to try to make a couple of other format, and then maybe botbays format or bay format. I'm just going to make a bunch of these so that people can type basically anything. And let's do bot format as well. So there we go. Now there's a bunch of different commands people could type. So that part's done, as far as I'm concerned. Next birthday, Oscro. Yeah, we'll put this. Actually, this doesn't really come into play until. Oh, it's not even on a day that I'm streaming. I am gonna remove this from the list for now, and I'll put this here. Yeah. Right now, if you're on a game server, then you leave to modify a bot bay, either by updating the research bay or by deleting and committing a static bay, and then rejoin. You will not see your modified bays. This is intentional. That's not even true anymore. I fixed that. It will be true eventually, because I'm going to unfix it for release. But yeah, that's not the case right now. This is done. This needs to be fixed, but that goes on to just the to-do list. All right. Salvage pack generation. Why did I write this down? Bug, can you save and load bots anymore? I think you can. Salvage pack generation. What is this doing here? This is like the simplest possible. I'm not saving this. All right, so then I know it seems like, oh, we're almost done, but then I just got to clean up the roadmap stuff and then archive the rest of this. So basically anything that, wow, there was a lot that got done last week. Yeah, so anything from here, I need to pull out of this. So this stuff, for example, we're going to need to file this again. Let's just put this here for now. And then design inventory, did that have any tasks remaining? Is there any white text here? No, there isn't. So then I'm pretty much good. So mark that as done, mark that as done. And then we Control Shift O, and nope, nope, that's very bad. No, that screwed up. Why did that screw up? I was left with the letter S. All right, that means that the to-do archive is now borked. Wait, it didn't even make it in here? Or does it go toward the end of the list? This is super confusing. Week of 1/18/16? What? How did that happen? It's archived the wrong thing. I think I can just get rid of this. Oh, that's when I archived it. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. So let's just fix this. I'll just copy paste all this directly into that list. Although that's the whole point of plain tasks, is it should do this for me. Oh, it's because there was a random S here. That's what screwed everything up. Oh, well, okay, fine. I could probably fix this then. Let's take a look. Get rid of that random S. Sorry, I know this is really annoying to watch, and it's probably not even shown clearly on stream. All right, there. Now I should be able to get rid of it. In fact, when I collapse this, yeah, good. All right, yep, there it goes. So now we just have this. Done. Whew. All right. So now we got to clean up these things too. So there's miscellaneous tasks. What I want to get to is inventory UI, salvage packs, and then if possible, the like pseudo money system. And that should be on here. So Bappe's UI and testing, that's done, that's done, that's done. And then inventory it's been started. So let's change the roadmap for this week to be inventory UI, salvage packs, and pseudo money system, which is all of this. This is going to be great. So inventory UI, I guess it's actually buying / selling, salvage packs, pseudo money system. So we're done with the Bappe part here. Remember, my main deadline was February 8th. This and this is done, and this is done. Buying and selling is not finished yet. And then we're on to salvage, opening, account credits, account types. Account types are not going to be part of this. That's the next part. And then that's it. Then Botland is a much more complete game. So now I just need to format this stuff. So look into whether has item should take in the item and item. Test how long it takes. Write tests for the combination of bots and having inventory. Show UI for the inventory. Yeah, so the UI, this stuff is going to go here. All right. Yep, that's done. Remove slot cost from item data.json. So make REST API for buying and selling item. I don't like messing around with to-do lists in bulk. It's not a fun thing. So these fit into the miscellaneous tasks, I guess. So maybe we won't even, and this is what's annoying about Mondays also, we won't even really start the interesting stuff until I get done with this list. Add this to the licenses, yeah. Remove slot cost from item data. This is something like I should do eventually, but I don't know if I want to do that yet. So we can just put this here. Inventory tasks. All right. Show bot coin on the inventory list. Just make a list of things. Good. Client changes. Change the client deploy so they can copy paste the entire staging. Yeah. All right, what else? Show UI for the store where you can buy items. This fits into here. Buying / selling. A list of things you can buy. Make a REST API for this stuff. Make sure creating a bot pay consumes items from your inventory. Inventory needs to be checked in a database layer. Yeah, looks good. When you attempt to join a game and don't have any bot pays, we should provide an error. Yeah, we should eventually. Put this here. What else do we have? Make it so that making a bot pay actually consumes items. Done. Only tier 1 of each item is allowed? What? What did this even mean? Make it so that only tier 1 of each item is allowed. No idea what that was supposed to mean. Weird. Send that to the central server. I'm currently checking to make sure that either the name of the config is set. I'll put this down here somewhere. This is not something I want to do right now. The game server's arena create bot has name validation code that shouldn't even exist anymore now that it's in the central server. I'll just put this here too. Change setup options route so that it's specific to individual routes. Maybe I should parameterize. This will put in the REST tasks that I had remaining. Alright, what do we have left here? Bot bay test. Make sure you can't delete your floating bay. Make sure the is floating part of the bot bays table in the migration script works correctly. What? I don't think this matters. So then this is just the remaining test, and this goes into the REST test. And then that's it. I think to-do simulator, I think we've beaten it. That was the final boss. And here's our roadmap for this week. So if I mark this as done, this took 35 minutes to do. Organization can pay off, but it also does have a cost to it. So let's get rid of this to-do list simulator note. Alright, now I gotta start on the miscellaneous tasks. So yeah. Time to do it. Looking at why Git stopped working. So when I go into something like client main and I say something here and I say git diff, git duff, it says no output. I don't know why it started doing that all of a sudden, and that's not good. So git settings user, that has nothing in it. Git settings default. I don't even know what's wrong here. Like, none of this looks wrong. Maybe the package itself is screwed up. Sublime package git. Is it this? This is not it. Although this looks pretty interesting. Actually, this does look pretty interesting. Let's take a look at the one that I have though. Just see what happened here. Where is their GitHub? Here it is. And issues 132. Unable to use all of a sudden. Well, that's me too. Now I'm unable to use any part of this extension with any project repo. Recent changes rearranged some files into submodules, and this bit implies you're still in the old paradigm. Well, that's it. 3 days ago, someone else said, yeah, it's not working for me either. So I guess I just get rid of this plugin entirely, or wait for it to get fixed. I'll just wait. I don't really need it that much. I use TortoiseGit anyway. So yeah, let's just close this. Just delete this. Press Control. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, there are errors. Environment can only contain strings. Actually, tons of errors. And I don't really care about looking into this right now. I think I'll just wait for them to fix it. If they don't fix it, I'll switch to a new extension. But I think I'll just continue to use TortoiseGit for all this stuff. Speaking of which, I gotta commit this. Don't check in chickens. Updated some documentation. Not worth describing here. Okay, get rid of get XML button. This has been very annoying. So what this button is, let me close all the other ones here. This is this button, get XML. The only thing it does is if you have something like you've taken that, you put a Blockly block on the canvas, it prints out the XML of that workspace. There. So this is what that looks like. If will lasers hit in any direction, fire lasers in any direction. There is no reason, I don't even click this button, and there's no reason for you guys to click that button. So let's just get rid of it. Get XML. Where is this thing? Yeah, there it is. Just delete it. Button style 2 would no longer be needed if I do that, so let's delete that too. Now the actual get XML button, I don't know about deleting that. What happened here? It's print workspace XML. Print workspace XML. Yeah. So that's it. That should be done. Fixed blockly.js. Okay, yeah. Let's go refresh the page. Connect. Join game. Yeah, it's gone now. Which means that button should be moved. Yeah, okay, fine. Here's what I'll do. Go commit. Take button style 2. Yeah, so use this code. Just get rid of this code. Whoops, I got to delete from over here. And then set this to button style 2. Save that. And now that should fix this. So got rid of the get XML button in Blockly that I never ended up clicking anyway. Let's take one more look at this. This should look a little bit better now. Yeah, cool. So now we just have to deploy and edit as JS. Yeah, looks good. I do kind of want it. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Not going to get sidetracked. I think that's it. We're good. Got rid of the button. Just leave it like that. Great. So now, make non-wipe accounts. So here's a way things currently work. Every week, I should be deleting your accounts. Oh, man. Oh, sorry. Every week, I should be deleting your accounts. Well, the artist for this game would then have to recreate an account, and it's tedious. So I will probably just make accounts that cannot be wiped out for artists. Yeah, but how do I want to do this? I guess there are multiple solutions. Solution number 1, just set is valid equals true after wiping all accounts. Solution number 2, don't check is valid if the account name is a test account. Just make a field in database and run SQL against that. Yeah. Solution number 3, make a new column that represents a non-wipe account. Oh, I see what you're saying. just don't wipe out those accounts. Oh yeah, okay. So solution 3, I was interpreting original. Never mind. It doesn't matter how I was interpreting it. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look. So if I make, so there's is valid here. We'll say is immune, or is always valid maybe? Is always valid. Funky says, hello brothers, I've made assets for this game, I'm pretty famous. Hey again, Funky. You can't say I've made assets, you can say I've made asset. Is immune, I'll just say that. It's default to false. If this is true, then is valid won't be reset to false. Thank you, Frankie. Frankie made the check mark for this game. Frankie made this thing. Your code looks good. You see that? That check mark, that's Frankie's work. And if you have an error, then you don't see Frankie's work. So Frankie's work is associated with happiness. Alright, so is immune, default to true. Then in database wrapper, when we say what? Invalidate, reset. What did I? Is valid. Set all users is valid. So dot where is immune equals 0. Say user is valid. Yeah, this should work. Thanks for the advice. Now I believe Grimanja was the first, so let's give Grimanja a point. Okay. Next, I'm going to test this out. So this is in the central server. Let's go do this. Now, I don't have any isImmune accounts. In fact, I don't even have isImmune in the database right now. So let's just wipe the database, which is going to break something else here. Whoops, -p, password. Use, let's say, drop database botlan. Now blce run db. This thing is going to fail with regenerator runtime errors, and I don't know why it's going to do that. That's another thing I got to fix. Database wrapper 125 regenerator runtime. Oh, I know why. I need to import this from something. There's populate database. Yeah, this. So the very first thing I need to do here is this. But then this is not ES6. What does run db do? Setup db. Require init database and then populate database. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's definitely not good. Oh man, how am I gonna fix this? The database wrapper needs the polyfill in it? That's what that means? Alright, I guess. So this needs to be the first line up here. This is because we use co and setup scripts directly invoke the transpiled version of this code. So it's this code that needs the polyfill. And it, oh yeah. Alright, let's try running that. Which means I gotta drop the database again. Maybe that'll fix it. Rank 1 on points and contributed with asset. Yosef, you get 1 point every 10 minutes. Hey, Zonk Zebra. Get wrecked. It's not get wrecked. That's mean. Undefined is not a function. Validate inventory function. Oh, great. This is never passed in, so this can't work. No. Alright. Then when we call create bot bay, I've got to pass in a function here that returns. I guess let's make function validate inventory. What does this even take in? Validate inventory. It takes in an item template. Seriously? I need an item template depot here? No, I don't. Not gonna do it. Serialized inventory. Serialize old hardware config. Serialize new hardware config. Return serialized inventory. So this isn't even worth commenting. There, great. Let's just pass that function in, and then maybe this will work. Let's try this out. What is the point of points? The point of points is this. Yeah, so you got all the information you need now. YouTube video, points help. All right, check it out. This worked. So that was only super hacky. This is a fake function that will never check or remove items from your inventory. So this is a string and it returns a string. The parameters have to match. They have to match what? Did I ever even write this? God, I never put any comment here. How terrible. Yeah, so see wherever else I use this. Create bot bay. For comments. I need my weekly performance review on my body. Let's change it to an hourly performance review, and we'll conduct it on stream. You've done a good job. So there we go. Yosef says, is anyone here a Unity developer? I'm not, but I've worked on it for a month or two, and I uploaded all my notes online. So if you ever want to look at my notes, there they are. How truly wonderful. What an age we live in. A function that takes 3 parameters. Serialized inventory. Well, I don't know how I want to say this. Validates you have enough items in your inventory. So I'm going to say, look at validateinventory.js. This function takes in all of the same parameters except for the item template depot. I did a good job. See you in an hour. Hey, Pentahelix. Welcome back. Yosef, what is this guy doing? So, I don't know if you saw the video or not. I'll just tag you in it. Yeah. There. So, watch that video, and that'll tell you about the game that I'm making. Oh, and as for what I'm doing right now, let me go update that. Phantom help today. Adam is going to be working on, well, Adam is fixing some miscellaneous tasks from last week. So last updated is now 9:50. Cool. Frankie. Frankie, you actually are buying it multiple times. You can see that you're now going to be on the list for today, tomorrow, and the next day. Why? Why chat? Why you do this? Shout out me. Yep. All right. So look at validate inventory.js. This takes in all the same parameters except for the item template depot. All right. Cool. All right, Frunky, if you want, just tell me how many times you'd like to buy it, and I'll just subtract the points from you and add you to the list that many times. That way you don't have to type it another 10 times if you want to do that. Joseph, thank you for that. All of them? Okay, fine. Points take Frunky 250. And now I add you 10 times to lunch BRB. I'll just write it on my to-do list. Add Frunky to lunch BRB 10 times. I took 250 points. Does this mean I get my name 13 times on the screen? No, it means that for 13 different days, yeah, one time, no, not one time per day. The way it looks is like this. So if I say, just testing something, and then I say, 5M, and I said Adam13531. The way that it works, is, see, there's a shout out string up here. So now, if this thing loads, yeah, see, thanks for the support, Adam13531. Thanks for the support, Adam13531. So you get your name multiple times, and this is something that shows up for the duration of my lunch break, which is usually about half an hour to 40 minutes. So yeah, your name's gonna be seen a lot. Just amazing. Just amazing. The parameters have to match yeah. I'll just say this. All right, let's check this in. So the migration script now is immune. That actually doesn't matter right now. What matters is that I fixed this. No, I can't just fix that. Oh goodness. Fine. Database wrapper. Forget this. So we save this off here. We go and delete every other line. There. So now the only thing that changed is the polyfill. We go check just that in. Fix 2 bugs with the populate database script. One was that Babel polyfill was not being imported. It actually couldn't be imported from populate database.js, despite that it would make the most sense because populate database is ES5 code. Maybe I could require it somehow. Actually, probably could. I should try that out. BLCE node modules. Where is the Babel polyfill? It's not here. C node modules. Babel polyfill. There it is. Maybe I can just require that. Why is that file not ES6? So it needs a hack. That file is just a thing for setting up the database, and it's only ever meant to be used by me. And it's only ever meant to be used on development machines. So I didn't think it was worth making a build system or anything for it. I figured I'd just use ES5. You should add controller support. I don't know how you'd control a game like this with a controller. I mean, it'd be possible. It'd just be not the most fun. Can I just require this? There's no index.js. Oh, there it is. Well, there's something. I don't know. Let's just try this out. Let's just get rid of this. In populate database, let's say, I don't know if this is going to work, require Babel polyfill. Will this do anything? Now we drop the database and we try running this again. No, but in that case, you could use Babel node or require Babel register. Oh. Actually, this worked too. Oh, cool. Well, I don't need to do anything then. Yeah, Zonk Zebra, yeah, I'm aware of that. The problem that I have is this. So I wrote something called inventory.cmd. So if you take a look in the database, and this is where I just have an issue with how this stuff works. So let's do use botland select star from users. So I have this inventory, and the string looks like that. Now watch this. I'm going to run inventory with that string. All this does is something that takes maybe a millisecond. But for some reason, just by having Babel register, it takes like 14 seconds before anything starts up. So that's the reason why I don't want to use Babel register. Because look, this thing still has not outputted anything. And wait, it will actually do it pretty soon. Wow, this is actually taking a very long time. There we go. So that's why this script is terrible. Let me show you what's going on. It's running main.js. It's actually probably running run.cmd. I don't know. Yeah, and this runs main. Main.js has exactly two things in it. Require Babel core register, and then require my inventory deserializer. My inventory deserializer, if I deleted all of this code and I just said console.log hello world, look at how long this still takes to run. See, all I have is hello world in there. Why does this take so long? And that's why I don't want to use Babel core register. It'll eventually print hello world. God, it just takes so long. Yeah, there it goes. Hello world. So that's it. I had a 3-line program. Register, require my other file. My other file has hello world in it. That took like 15 seconds to run. So that's what I don't like about this. And that's why I try to avoid ES6 whenever I can for just random scripts. It's pretty annoying. All right, well now the database wrapper actually doesn't have to change, which is nice. Populate database. So I'll say this is here because the database, maybe it should go in the database wrapper. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. And was that a Quadra follow? I saw 2 people followed, which thank you very much. You should get a link to control my lights in the next minute. I think the bot is screwing up, to be honest. Not sure the best way to structure this. This is here because the database wrapper needs it. It really should just be in the database wrapper then, I guess. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Fine. I'll put this back to where it was. This is because we use co. So I'll say this is needed because we use co. All right. I could have done require Babel polyfill from populate database.js, but I think it makes more sense for the database wrapper to have that. And then the second bug that I fixed was I wasn't passing a validate inventory function into the database wrapper. Phantom bot. Yeah. Yeah, I have similar issues with some of my test suites. It's a one-time cost and can be worked around. You use Babel 5. I've got a few workarounds for Babel 6. I do use Babel 6. At least I should be. BLCL more package.json. Babelify is 7.2. Babel Core is 6.1. Gulp Babel is 6.1. Yeah, I've never had this thing working great. Joseph says, what's wrong with your lights? Oh, is that you who's doing that? No. Yeah, it was you actually. And then Matavid123 is attempting to use the lights, but can't. Not really a big deal because you're transpiling the production code, right? Yeah, I am. Yeah. I hate Q. All right. Yeah, so now this script works. So I close that. Then I paste in all of the other stuff here. So from const on downward. And that should have fixed this next bug. Well, which is really just commenting, I guess. Oh, and the isImmune part. Why is this not working? There we go. All right, yeah, so let's check it out. If I go into the database, select star from users, there should be an isImmune field now. Yeah, there it is. So let's do update users set isImmune equal 1 where ID equals 1. So now Adam should be immune to deletion. Good. Now I load up Postman and I try deleting, well, invalidating all of the accounts. Let's try it out. Alright, so get super token, send. Oh, did I close the server? I closed the server. Alright, let's try that again. So now I hit send. Good, there's our token. So we use this token to patch all users, setting isValid to false. I hit send. So good, we got a status 200 okay. And now, before we saw isValid 1111, we should see 1000. And we do. Good. So now the only accounts that can be wiped out are the ones that are not immune. Now let's just double check that by doing one extra thing here. We say patch user. So let's just patch user 1 to set invalid to false. We hit save send and we get status 200 okay, but actually that did fail. But whatever, it's okay. Joseph says, hey man, how'd you learn all those skills? It was a long time. I was just messing around with things and being curious about stuff. All of the lights code that you saw, first of all, the lights just out of the box do a lot of the things that you see them doing. So color loop is not something I coded. Them being able to change color is not something I coded. But hooking it up so that people could get tokens when they follow, that is something that I worked on. Hey, Wheatley. So this works. I'm going to write in the migration script that this needs to be deleted. To do after pre-beta is done, remove this field and any references to it entirely. Yeah. Hey, Snipe. Snipe, your name is very similar to mine. 13051. All right. What's up next then? Yeah, so added an isImmune field in the database. When this is set to true, I'll say this. This needs to be set to 1 manually, but when it is set to 1, isValid won't be resettable. This means that I can make permanent accounts that won't be wiped out when I wipe all pre-beta accounts. This code should be removed eventually. Alright, so there's that. Now I need to make the immune account. I gotta make passwords for them too. What's the best way to do this? I'll do this after the stream. Make the non-wipe accounts. I actually can't do this without deploying and then altering the table manually. Email contractors about the account. Alright, good. So that's done too. Look into whether has items should take in an item instead of a template and a quantity. This is something I thought of. I don't know if I want to do it, so I'll take a look. It may be that it's a good idea, and it may not be a good idea. So let's find out where it's using the code. Also, I just wanted to make sure, what is my CPU looking like right now? Not too bad. I like when it's hovering around about 40%, because once it's at 60, that's when things start screwing up. So has item is called from a few locations. It would be a little bit tedious to make an item just in order to do this. But it's also tedious to just fetch things from the item when you don't have to. So here's what I could do. I could go to inventory and I could do this. I could say if is function id.getQuantity, then you passed in an item. So quantity equals id.getQuantity, id equals id.getID. So that's kind of strange. What I could do here is I could say let id equals null, and then here I say item or id. I'm gonna see if I like this. Item or id. Else d equals item or id. Yeah, so this would allow you to pass in an item here. So I could say something like number or item. Well, I should say it that way, I guess. If this is an item, then the quantity will be pulled. Then the id/quantity will be pulled from the item directly. If it's an id, so it returns true if you have at least quantity of the given item in your inventory. If you don't have an item in your inventory and you specify a quantity of 0, this will return false. This is because, yeah, okay, great. So this is an item, then the ID and quantity will, if it's an ID, then quantity is pulled from the passed in parameter. Hey, Digite. Just want to let you know I look up to you for some oddly weird reason. Well, I'm not sure about the oddly weird reason part, but I like the first part of that sentence. Hey, spin off. So now this becomes an optional quantity, which, I don't know, I think this just complicates the API. I don't know how frequently I'm going to be doing has item to check to see if an inventory has an item in it. Where do I do this now? I do this here. Validate inventory. Make sure that the inventory has the item you wanted in it. No, I don't think this is worth doing. I don't. Like, I can write the function this way, but just it increases how much I have to test. It doesn't really save a whole lot of time. When are the graphics coming for this game? We've been talking to the artists. We're getting closer and closer to having sort of a blueprint for how the production art will work, but we don't have that yet. And until we get to that point, we'll just have concept art. And so some new concept art has been flowing in a bit, but it hasn't been a whole lot of it, so I haven't made a new video about it. But I think it's going to start happening probably in toward the end of February. I bet we'll get the production art, some of it, a very small amount of it. Yeah. I decided against this for now. Yagni and all. Yeah, so let me revert the code. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to keeping that. All right, test how long it takes to go from a string representing a bay to a full inventory. It should be very quick since this will happen relatively frequently. Right, test for the combination of configuring bots. So I think this should go into here. And let me do this quick task first. So add this to the licenses. So this is the fetch license. What WG fetch? It's not what WG. Wait, what? What? What am I using? Client main fetch? It's what WG fetch. Where is that? Oh, it's all, what? Okay, sorry, let me take a look at this. Yeah, the name of this is what WG fetch. Okay, I was being stupid here. So then we just got to include this license. Permissions hereby granted free of charge any person. This permission notice shall be included in all copies. Yeah. So let's take this license and let's go do this. So what WG fetch MIT license, and then I need to put the license in somewhere. Where should this go? So let's save this as what WG fetch license.txt. Cool. All right, so now if I were to deploy a new copy of the client, it should automatically get the license in it. Added the license for what WG fetch. Oh, see you, Joseph. All right, that's done. And then somewhere in the next deploy, I'll just write this in a to-do list item. Make sure the what WG fetch license made it into the client code. Yeah. Hey, Original Pepper. It's going pretty well. I'm really happy with all the stuff I got done last week. And there is the recap video here. I think it was just a solid set out to do something, pretty much get it done, and it was an important part of the game. So this week I want to continue with that momentum and get done with sort of, well, inventory UI is going to be a really basic UI, so I don't think that'll be too bad. Buying and selling, we'll be using that basic UI, and the APIs themselves are pretty simple. Then salvage packs, again, basic UI should be pretty simple on the back end too. Then the pseudo money system, that'll take a little bit more design, I think. But yeah, I think this stuff might all be doable this week. And if it is all doable, then that was everything I wanted to get done by February 8th. So I'd actually be like 2 weeks ahead of schedule, which is great because there's a lot left to do. Discord and Strike says, hey Adam, what keyboard do you use and what is your opinion on vertical mice? So the keyboard that I use is this. Vertical mice I have never used. Part of the reason why is because the mice that I use are all like crazy number of buttons on it. So I've used Cyborg MMO7. So I used this mouse several years ago, tons of buttons, but they're mostly accessed with your pointer and middle fingers. And then I used this mouse about a year ago. So again, tons of buttons, now more with your thumb. And now I'm using a Logitech G600, which I'm very happy with, other than a couple of glitches. And yeah, so vertical mice typically don't have these, and this is what lets me be as productive as I am sometimes. There is a highlight if you want to see where my mouse has screwed me over. I just highlighted this yesterday. I think it happened on Friday. I think. Anyway, I think it's funny. So If you watch it, let me know what you think. It's only 45 seconds long. Oh yeah, and by the way, other news, I got to 100 YouTube subscribers and 25 Reddit subscribers, and that's all thanks to you guys. Possibly not exactly you guys, because I'm not sure if you've subscribed to Reddit or YouTube. But yeah, you can find all the links through bot.land. YouTube now has about 100, I think, and Reddit has about 25. And Twitter is working its way up there. Twitter's at like 74. So not bad. It's Twitch that I cared about the most. Twitch has like 1,400 or something. By the way, about your mouse sticking on enter, is that bind set to toggle? I had similar occur, just change the bind type. I don't think so. I use it all the time, and I only rarely have issues with it. Where's bind type? It's just set to a keystroke, enter. I think bind types are only if you're using the computer managed profiles. So if I click this button, I think I get bind types. Whoa, no, I don't want to do this. Is there a bind type in here? Repeat options. Yeah, I don't even have that option because I'm using the onboard memory. Yeah, and that's why it's weird that it happens every, once a day? Once every 2 days? Very strange. All right, so write tests for the combination of configuring bots and having an inventory. So basically, what I want to test here is this? Does that even make sense? I guess I want to test the validate inventory function, because that's the only thing that makes sense here. If you make teleport 2 out of your floating bay, you should be given exactly 1 teleport item. Yeah. So this is write test for this. That was rather hilarious. Thanks for sharing. I'm glad you liked it, Original Pepper. Take teleport 2 out of floating bay. If you only have lasers 1 in your inventory, but lasers 2 in your research bay. Yeah, so this goes into the inventory test. Let's go into test main as well. Get rid of all the other ones. And then in inventory test, how will I do this? I need validate inventory. And that's easy to get. Central server.js. There it is, validate inventory. So we need this, and we need to put this in here. Good. And now I need to test this function. Should validate inventory correctly. So let's get an inventory. We've got some items here. The problem is, this is actually kind of a big problem. If I wrote this in a generic way, then it'd be, I'll just write a specific test, I think. Otherwise, it's going to be really annoying to do. Anyway, we have a left inventory. When we call validate inventory, we need an item template depot. And we need a serialized inventory, serialized old hardware config, serialized new hardware config. Yeah, so they're going to have to be a lot of different tests. The important thing is that we hit all of the different lines of code here. So let's try making something that we don't have in our inventory. So how do I even do this? This would be really, really hard. The reason this would be so hard is because I need to have real items here. Like, these can't just be valid items. They need to be hardware items. Did I do this anywhere? Hardware. I did it in hardware slot config. Combinable. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, this will be annoying. So then here's what I need. I need one piece of combinable hardware, one piece of non-combinable hardware, and then one piece of any other kind of hardware that is distinct from the first two. Okay, can I get clever about this? What if item template depot has get item by hardware constant? So I could do const lasers item template equals item template depot dot get hardware constants dot IDs dot lasers. So now I need to include that. Include star as hardware constants from hardware constants. Is that how this is done elsewhere? Yeah. All right, so I have the item template depot. I have the lasers item template. I guess I need to make sure that this thing is exactly what I expect it to be. Or make a new item out of it first. Const lasers item equals new item template depot. So I'll give myself 3 lasers, let's say. 2 lasers? I don't know. 2 lasers. Now I need to assert dot equal lasers item dot get quantity is 2. And I need to assert that it is combinable. Hey Orange Ray, do you get my messages from earlier? Alright, now let's add the item to the inventory. Wait, what am I doing? What? Oh, add item takes in an item template and a number? Oh man. I did things a little bit weirdly. No, wait, no, I didn't. Never mind. Add item just takes in an item. No, I didn't do things strangely at all. So that's fine. So there's get a piece of combinable hardware. Rather than do this in a generic way, it's much easier to just manually specify to hard code the choice of scalable hardware. There. Oh, no, it wasn't like private messages. It was just at the very beginning of chat. I can't scroll up that far anymore, so I can't tell you what it was. I was basically just saying, "Hey, Oren, did you hear I started streaming?" I made sure to say that I started in text. All right, so we got that. Next, we need const teleport item template equals item template depot dot get by hardware constants dot IDs dot teleport. Great, so we got that. Now const teleport item equals new item teleport item template, comma 2. Now, I don't know if this is possible. So if we go into item data.json, teleport has a slot cost of 2, which is stupid. It's just stupid. I'm later going to get rid of this entirely. So let's plan for getting rid of it by saying util.exist teleport item template dot slot cost is, yeah, that's actually it. Teleport slot cost. And then let's assert that it's equal to 2. Kids home from school today, so a little chaotic. Oh, I see. Exists and amount. All right. Just checking to see if it equals 2 is going to be fine enough for later. I'll say We check if it exists because I will probably do away with this field entirely in the future. Now we check to make sure that it's combinable. And yeah, that's it. We check to make sure it's combinable. Or not combinable. Man, I keep screwing that up. Alright, teleport item template to teleport item is combinable is false, teleport combinable. Alright, so now we have that. So we add this to the inventory as well. And now there has to be some other third entirely different kind of thing. So missiles item template equals item template depot get item template. Hardware constants IDs missiles. Great. We can do this stuff too. So make sure that we have two of them and that they're combinable. Up is down says, is this server code? This is test code right now. So I wrote a function called validate inventory. And validate inventory is an incredibly important function in the game because almost every game that's ever existed to any popular capacity has had item duplication problems where someone found a way to turn sword into sword times 99 and then sell it, get a bunch of money, or distribute it or something like that. And it's actually ruined the economies of some games. So I need to make sure that this is an unbreakable function essentially. So I'm writing a test for it. And then Protogen says, hey Adam, what kind of game are you developing? So everyone has linked in the video and that'll describe it. It's an online strategy game with automation as its core gameplay mechanic. Up and down says, saw REST API, so it's a multiplayer game, I guess. Yep, it is. Yeah. So testing this function is not the easiest because the way that this works, validate inventory takes in a serialized inventory. So that might look something like this, 0, 2, 3, 5, which means you have 2 of item 0 and 5 of item 3. So it's not very straightforward. You can deserialize this. Actually, item 0 doesn't exist. You can deserialize this by, well, I've written a program that'll do this. This takes some time. So while that's working, I'll go over here. So the first argument is your inventory. The second argument is a bot bay that you've already configured. So something like lasers 2. Then the third argument is what you're changing it to. So lasers 3, for example. Now, what this means altogether is I had lasers 2 and I want lasers 3. That means there's a difference of lasers 1. So check my inventory to make sure that I have it. And we can see over on the left side, I do indeed have at least one of them. So then take it from my inventory and return to me the new inventory string. So if I were to call it with exactly these arguments, what I would get back is this string, indicating that I have, whoops, no. Indicating that I only have 1 laser now and then 5 artillery. So that's what I'm going to write a test for. It's not the most straightforward because of how these items and how the inventories are formed, but it's not unreachable, I guess. Not so far-fetched that I can't do it. All right. So let's go back to here. So now one test that I want to do, I want to add these items to the inventory. Then I guess we'll assert dot equal left inventory. It shouldn't be called left inventory. There's no left inventory, just inventory. So assert that the inventory dot get distinct items is 2. Distinct items. Because we added 2 things to it. So now we're going to do validate inventory. We'll do serialized inventory equals inventory.serialized. And then we need serialized old hardware equals, I don't know, let's just say lasers 1 here. And then serialized new hardware is going to be lasers 2. So this should take 1 laser from your inventory. Serialized new hardware. Let serialized new inventory equals null. Save this off and then deserialize it. So let deserialized inventory equals null. Let's just put this here. And then I'll say that this equals inventory.deserialize. It takes in that, and then it also takes in the item template depot. All right. Now I've got this. Now what we need to do is we need to make sure that this contains exactly what I expect it to. So assert dot equal deserialized inventory dot get distinct items has to still be 2. And I'll say that this is the old inv. This is the new inv num distinct items. And that the quantities need to be dead on what I expect them to be. So we're going to say inventory dot, how do I do this? Get item dot get quantity. Yeah. So inventory dot get item, and inventory's get item works with an ID. This is an item ID. This is really annoying. Really, really annoying. We need to say, let me look at item template depot. This ID comes from item data.json. So it's the template's ID. Okay, yeah, see, this is why this test is going to be so annoying. So get item lasers item dot get ID. So we had one laser. We're trying to put 2 lasers on, so we need to take 1 from our inventory. Well, we had 2 in our inventory, so now we should have 1 remaining. 1. Oops. 1. Lasers. Then we also had teleport in our inventory, but we didn't do anything with that, so we should still have 1 of those. New inv num teleport. Why does it take so long to deserialize a depot? It actually doesn't take very long to do that. This part here is practically instantaneous. The part here that's taking a long time is the transpilation. So I coded it in ES6, and to just convert it in ES5 is what's taking a long time. Once I already have that code, in fact, I could probably prove this. Let me try this out. Where does this code get saved? Shared? No, it doesn't get saved there. Central server, dist, staging, shared, client and game server items, validate inventory. Yeah, so here is, how would I prove this? Let's go into VLC. We'll go into this path. And then I enter node and I say let's just do this. Require validate inventory. Can't find, I gotta do /. I got a function from it. So var d equals this dot validate inventory. Or is it dot default dot validate inventory? No. What is this? Dot default? What? Yeah, that worked. Okay, so validate inventory. And now if I call exactly this test that I had here, it says undefined is not a function. Function dot deserialize. How does any of this work? Undefined is not a function. Oh, I need an item template depot in there. Oh, I don't have that. Okay, well, anyway, the function itself runs pretty quickly. These are non-equipped items. Yeah, so the way, I don't really have good UI for this. The best way to describe how this works is to look at this page. This page is relatively short. It talks about bot bays. So in Botland, I'll show this off on screen for a little bit right now. In Botland, before you even enter a game, you make your bot bays, and your bot bays dictate what you're allowed to use in the game. So I have lasers 3, I have lasers, missiles, cloaking, and I can have something like landmines 3, let's say. I commit this. I don't own landmines 3. I only own landmines 1. Anyway, this UI is going to be changed eventually so that you actually have an idea what you're doing here. Once I join the game, I can only now use the bots that I had configured. So now I have a landmines bot. So this bot, if I deploy it with landmines, will actually use the landmines that I gave it. So I deploy that, and you can see this bot is moving around using landmines. But if I were to deploy my lasers bot, which does not have landmines, and I hit the deploy button, this one's just moving around. It's not laying landmines. So that's this concept of the inventory is where you end up pulling these items from, and you make bot bays, and then you deploy from your bot bays. And I don't know if you watched the up is down. I don't know if you watched that Botland video from before, but there is a recap video that I did this last week of what took place the last week. Actually, I recorded this yesterday. It might be interesting. I don't know how much of it is going to sound like jargon, but I'm happy to explain anything that you'd like clarification on. Anyway, the inventory test, we should check this out. So what happens if I just run this right now? If I said run the test. Wait, oh, if you said totally new, then don't watch that video. Watch this video. That's the best video for an intro into the game. Item data JSON is not defined. Where's that coming from? Inventory test line 96. It's not an accurate line number because it's coming from a different file. So I need to run this. Never mind, I'm not going to explain this. I just need to be able to click this as a link, so I don't need to copy paste it awkwardly. So there we go. So it's saying item data JSON. Yeah, that's an issue. This should have been item template depot. Oh yeah, no, I figured you're not new to programming based on the REST server thing, but the project, yeah. Protogen says, Adam, are you from Belgium? No, I am not. I've actually never heard that before. No one's ever guessed Belgium for me. Cannot read property convert to inventory of null. This means that it couldn't deserialize the config. Oh, that's a big problem. Oh, that's why. I never passed in the inventory. Duh. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, so then I expect this to work. I think I should have fixed everything at this point. New inv num lasers. Where's the expected and the actual? It didn't print any of that stuff. What? New inv num lasers. Get item. Oh, it's get item.get quantity. And same thing here. But it didn't say undefined and expecting something else. That was weird. It was the link to your YouTube vid. Oh, .be. Oh. I thought this was a joke and I just kept trying to... Okay, never mind. Alright, new num teleport. We expected 1 and we got 2. That's because I actually added 2. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to add 1 of it. Yeah. Yeah, got it. No. That's just how YouTube shortens links. Okay, perfect. So this part is fine, but then I'm probably not testing everything here. And in order to make sure that I'm testing everything, we need to turn on code coverage. So I'm going to go back and turn on Istanbul. So this needs to be turned on. We just do that. Yep. And then this needs to be on. And then if I run this again, I should have code coverage of that function. And I need to make sure I've tested every line of that function. So however hard this is to do, that's what I need to do right now. And then I think we're ready to move on to new ground. All right, what's our code coverage for this? Where's the HTML file? It's somewhere in here. Test, coverage, lcov report, index. All right, that opened up over here. So let me try to combine this into this browser. Good, delete all those things. So it's under here and it's validate inventory. So we have not tested only 2 things here. One is where the inventory doesn't contain what you want, and the other is where you gained items. Yeah. So let's go try those things. So inventory test. One is where the inventory does not have what you want. So let's say we tried doing, let me change all of these into lets. And then I kind of want them all to just be there like this. There. That way now I no longer need the let's here. I can put that here. All right, so that's one test. Now another test will be this. We're gonna say that we had teleport to. We need to be really careful about how that thing works. So we're gonna say const slot cost of teleport equals 2. This is what we expect to happen here. And that way, when we get over here, we say teleport plus slot cost of teleport. Actually, let's make this an interpolated string and do it this way. All right, and then what we want is no. This is stupid. We should test this differently. This should just go down here, and I'll get back to that later. So this test case is going to be you have nothing, and you want missiles 1 on your Bape. So now this should fail. And so we just need to say assert not util.exist deserialized inventory. Deserialized inventory exists, but should not because missiles is not available. So we delete those things. So now let's run that. Now the tests passed before, but they should still pass, and now we should have a little bit more coverage than we had. Let's see if that's the case. All right, good. So now when I refresh this, we should see this change from red. Yeah, good. Perfect. Okay, so then we just need to test this. Add items to your inventory since they're no longer on the hardware. So let's copy paste all of this stuff again, put this up here. So you had teleport, and now you're not going to have anything on there. Or rather, no, let's make it take all of the lasers that you have. So by the end of this, we should be able to call this. You should now have in your inventory exactly 1 item. Lasers should not exist. Has item, laser item template. How do we do this? Has item takes in an ID. So I guess we say laser item template dot get ID. No, lasers item dot get ID. Yeah. And that just should not exist. So false. Do you feel confident that a single test of each situation is enough proof that no one can dupe items? No, I don't. I think there would have to be other things. There had to be other tests here too. So I'm testing I'm testing all of the inventory code and all of the validated inventory code. And then afterward, I would need to test many other areas. So the only thing I'm going to get confidence from here is that the API won't let you do this. But there are race conditions that can occur. There are plenty of other things. So I still need to harden the code there. So new inv has lasers, and then teleport we should have 1. No, wait, no, we should have 2. This is why we tested a non-combinable item. Teleport is level 2, but that is formed using only 1 item. Like race conditions from spamming the API, yeah. Yeah, and right now that is an issue. And I know it's an issue. I just haven't worked at the transaction isolation levels yet. I'm going to do that eventually. That's some of the whole stabilize the code task that I have to do after this. Oh, hey, Raptor. I'm learning Lua and C++ too. Oh, nice. Yeah, so now you've interacted with Java, Python, Lua, C++. I think that's good. Hopefully you feel like you've been learning a lot. All right, let's try this out. This should cover all of the lines of code in validate inventory. There's actually a couple other little issues here. For example, if the configs couldn't deserialize, then I need to quit out of this. So I'm going to write tests for that too. Let's try this out. Yep, good. So all of this has been tested now. Now there are a few other things I want to do. So validate inventory actually has a problem right now. And that is here. If not util.exists old config, then do we even have a logger here? We don't. No, we do. we can say logger.error could not deserialize old config. Alright, return null. We do the exact same thing for this, but with the new config. There. Convert to inventory, we should probably check that too. So hardware slot configuration, convert to inventory. This could potentially not return an inventory. Could not convert old config to inventory. Old config dot convert to inventory. I don't know what to print here, probably just this. Then the same thing goes here. So we change old to new in all those places. So cannot convert new config to inventory. Good. So now I need to write 4 more tests for those things. And then diffing the inventory. Diffing can't actually fail. And all of this is trusted. It's a trusted code path anyway, since this is done from the server. But these other things have, we know that we have the item up here, so now we know we can remove it. We know we can add the item here. Yeah, this should all be fine. So we just need to write those test cases. That should actually be relatively simple. We need to say, so we have a config that won't, what are the cases? Old config won't deserialize and new config won't deserialize. Let's just start with those. So old config won't deserialize is like made up 9999. And we say assert not util.exists serialize new inventory. Invalid old config. Now there's invalid new config. So all we do is we just serialize new hardware. That's just an empty string. So now we just put this down here, and this turns into an empty string. A silver match. So this is invalid new config. Now there are only 2 other things, which is this: convert to inventory didn't work. I don't think this is even possible. Like this is, yeah, I don't think this is possible. And I don't know how we'd test it. It'd be really, really hard to test. The only way for this to work is if I somehow made a hardware slot configuration that was valid, but then did not consist of valid items. So then convert to inventory failed. I'll just write here, this shouldn't really be possible. It would indicate that there is a valid hardware slot configuration that does not consist of known items. The only situation where I could see this arising is if I screwed up the IDs for inventory items. Yeah, I don't really think that can happen. But anyway, if we run the test, we at least have those things. So yeah, let this work, and then we'll see that we had previously been testing 100% of the lines, 100% of the functions, and 84.44% of statements. This percentage is going to drop a little bit, so now it's 80.7, because yeah, I don't know how we can test these things. But they're good to have in case there is a situation where that could happen. I don't even know how we set this up though. Oh, I actually know. We could delete something from our item template depot. Okay, well, anyway, that's something to do when I get back from the bathroom. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Protogen says, nice to see the work done in real time. I'll check the game out when I'm on my computer. Currently on phone. Thanks for the stream. Yes. Well, that is good to hear. And yeah, let me first check to see if you're even in chat so that I know I'm talking to you. Nope, you're gone. Okay. Well, that's fine. All right. So I think we can make this up. We can say, oh no, we can't modify the item template depot though. We need to make a copy of it. This is not a good idea. I don't think we're going to test that code. Oh well. So then I think this is good for now. Did I have all the tests I wanted? If you take teleport 2 out of your floating bay, you should be given exactly 1 teleport item. Yep. If you have only lasers 1 in your inventory, lasers 2 in your research bay, you should be able to put lasers 3 into your research bay. Yeah, that's... Wait, did I test that? If you have lasers 1, lasers... Yeah, I kind of tested it. Should probably test it with lasers 3. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So at the end of this, you should not have lasers at all. Non-distinct items should be 1. Then I just need to comment these things. Hey Wraithy, Kairos. Test. Ensure that you can use both your research bay and your inventory to make... I don't know. It's not really a distinct test. Yeah, and the code coverage doesn't change, of course, but I want to add this here. This is a test that's going to be something I've got to maintain because it's going to get screwed up in the future. Anyway, so ensure that... No, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm just going to change it into this. Ensure that you can use both your inventory and your research bay to use items from both your inventory and research bay. That's it. Yep. Good. All right. So now try to make a bot bay using an item you don't have. And then this is take an item off of your research bay and put it into your inventory at the same time that you're adding all of the lasers that you have. Okay, good. Then here is try making an invalid old hardware config, and this is try making an invalid new hardware config. Okay, I'm happy with that. So what did I change in order to do this? Yeah, added some null checks in validate inventory. And the gulp file was code coverage stuff. We can get rid of that. We want inventory tests still. Good. And then we want test main to be the way it used to be. enoent test main.js. That is not correct. Added tests for validate inventory. All right, let's go check out this and figure out what just happened there. That was super weird. And then run it. And that would be that. That would be all of the miscellaneous tasks from last week. So we can just close that thing out. And now we're going to be working on the inventory UI. Just got to make sure that I can close these things. All of our tests have passed. 348 of them. And if I were to run gulp rest test, this should work too. Although those haven't totally been fleshed out yet. This deletes a database, sets up a new one, and then runs through a whole set of tests on the REST server. It can't even connect. That's not a good sign. Oh man. Yeah, this is bad. This means I need to go check the PM2 logs. What is this? PM2 is being killed via kill method. This is not good. This means it couldn't start up. It couldn't start up the server. I bet it's because I added an environment variable that I forgot to. Wait, what? Yeah, here we go. This is going to complain about an environment variable, I bet. No such file or directory, item data.json. Oh, this is even more annoying than that, isn't it? I was trying to find it from desktop. Dot. That's not good. What's happening here? So I think I know what's going on. In mvars we have path to item data JSON, and we need to make sure that it's set. It apparently is set. That doesn't make any sense. Path to what is set? What set this? No. I know what's going on then. Gulp rest test. This is not set. It needs to be set by. It needs to be set here. Gulp file test. I don't set them here though. I try to set them. Here. Env dot. Yeah, this. Path to item data JSON. Yeah, so now this is going to fail with the error saying that it wasn't even specified. Perfect. Okay, that's much better. Now I just need to figure out where this should be. And for me to know that, I need to know where this thing starts. Central server startup script. Const path to item data JSON equals path.join. I don't know what to say for this. It's, I guess, in central server dist staging shared data. Yeah, so we can just do this. Dist staging shared data item data.json. There. This can't. There's no way this will go wrong. All right, let's try this out again. So again, in here, path to item data JSON is not set. We run the test again. This time, I think it should work. So let's just keep an eye on this. Okay, it started. We should see logs pretty soon. Oh, perfect. Yeah, nice. That worked. So let's see. Should be able to run through all scenario APIs. So we got an actual 500 when we expected 200. This is just a test error at this point. So this isn't so bad. Let's go open up this file and go to line 583. Patch bot bay. Patch bot bay. So passing in a token, hardware config to, oh right. The only way we can do this now is if we have this in our inventory, which we don't have because this is not in our starting inventory. So this is it's not a real bug, it's a test bug. How would I even fix this? How much, what are you given in your inventory? What? Yeah. Select, no. Show, hey Judge Bacon. Show databases. Use botlan rest test DB. Select star from users. Users. There's no one in here. That's not good. Because it drops all the tables after it's done with this stuff. How do I create a user? Create user. So I call into the REST server. REST server knows how to create a user. Create user. What's the inventory we give them? Starter inventory. All right, so then the starter inventory looks the same as it does in this, which is this database. So what is cloaking? Cloaking is ID 4. We only have 2 cloaking. Wait, 2 cloaking is all we need though. Yeah, something's wrong here. What do I not have the inventory to do? Bot bay is not editable. Oh, that's the problem. Whoops. Okay. Expected bay ID. Yeah, we can't do that. We need to take editable bay ID. That's it. There we go. This had nothing to do with inventory. Judge Bacon, it's going really well. I'm happy for my progress from last week. This week, so far, I spent 35 minutes working on my to-do list and then an hour and a half working on the miscellaneous tasks from last week that I had to clean up. And now I'm on the very last thing. So if this passes, then we're good. We're good. Great. Now I'm on to the next thing, which is new stuff. So this should be much better. Fixed 2 bugs in the REST test. Path to item data JSON was not being specified in the environment, and I was trying to edit a non-research bay. Yeah. All right, so new stuff. Let's close out of all this. Close, 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 close. Yeah, good. So inventory UI. Show Botcoin on the inventory list. Just make it a list of things that you own. No filters or anything yet. Table with 2 columns. So basically, here's what I'm planning on for the inventory. Are you ready for this excellent drawing? Inventory. Botcoin. However many Botcoin you have. And then it's going to say name quantity. So it'll be like lasers. You got 3 of those. Missiles. You got 3 of those. Artillery. You got 1 of those. And that's it. That's what this thing might show. And then we can cram all of this into, well, let me duplicate this whole thing. We can cram all of this into a scroll pane. So it would look something like this. Yeah. There, that's it. Oh yeah, I gotta update that today thing. Phantom today. So Adam is, what am I doing right now? Inventory UI, then buying and selling. So Adam is working on a basic inventory UI. Then after that, item acquisition. Buying / selling. Last updated 11:05. There. Cool. So here's the new today. Basic inventory UI after that, item acquisition. So since this is how I want my UI to look, I need to think of how I want Redux to be able to show this stuff or save this stuff. So Redux would need array of objects with ID, name, quantity. Is that what I would want to do here though? Because I do something like this in leaderboard. So let's go look at users temp leaderboard initial state. The rows are an object with keys or IDs. So I could do that. Object keys would be item template IDs. Values would be ID, name, quantity. I think that's it. I think eventually I'd want a description and everything in there, but that's about it for right now. So there's that. This is an object for items. Then there's an int of bot coins or string or whatever. It doesn't matter. And that's it. That's all that needs to be stored in Redux. And I have all of that information, but then it needs to get updated. So it's just a matter of coding it now. Think about this. So that's what's in your inventory. Yeah. So first, make reducer. Next, make basic UI. Next is make sure the inventory gets updated correctly. So when you modify, e.g. committing a bot bay should take items out and then update the UI. What will the items do? Items are going to be used for your bot bays. So bot bays are described there. I'll show you briefly. Actually, you know what? If you want, you could also watch this recap video, which probably won't matter too much after I show you this, but I'm not going to be explaining this too much more after this, so I probably will link future people to just that video. Anyway, these are what items are used for. So when you make a bot, you make it from this template. The template is your bot bay, and that's what's got hardware on it. So if these are my bots, let's say I change this one to artillery 3. I hit update here. Yeah, oh, okay, so there we see it right now. I actually don't own artillery 3, so I can't add it to my bot. Previously in Botland, you could just add whatever you wanted to. There was no concept of an inventory where items were taken from it. So yeah, that's the first indication of inventory. So yeah, when I think I have artillery 1, yeah, so that worked. So now when I join the game, I have my artillery 1 bot, and I could use this to shoot artillery. But now none of my other, I don't have any more artillery to apply to my other bots. And yeah, the UI that I'm going to make it won't replace this text. So right now, imagine, here's what this is going to look like right now. Imagine if Notepad was just part of the browser, and this showed you something like lasers 3, artillery 1, so that would be gone. Artillery 1, and cloaking 2. So this is your inventory. So I'd be able to see what can I put in this bay. And since these are the only things that I have, I could go make a lasers 3, artillery 1, and cloaking 2. I could put that in. And then by hitting update, now I'd see my inventory get deleted because I just used everything that I have. So that's what I'm going to be working on right now, is the display for this and just making sure that the user knows what they're doing. So in order for that to work, we need to do this. So this is going to be inventory, initial state. They're going to be, yeah, I guess I'll just call this rows. Rows of the inventory, but not in sorted order. The render function is what sorts them. We don't even want to. There's rows of the inventory. So keys are going to be item template IDs, and then value an object with ID, name, quantity. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to make this really simple for right now. So there's that, and then finally we're going to have how much bot coin you have, which, yeah, let's start as null. It doesn't really matter. And that's it. That's all this UI needs to be able to display for right now. Just this. And it'll look something like this. So I can zoom in on that. Oops, let me move this a little bit. Yeah, so this is what this is going to look like. Original Pepper says, are you just going to make a call to retrieve a string pre-formatted with the available options? I'm not totally sure. Okay, so it may sound like I'm not answering your question, but I hopefully am. Here's what I plan on doing. So right now, when you connect to the server, you get this. Where is this? Bot base. Here we go. So when you connect to the server for the first time, let's check this out. You get a DB user. And DB user has in it inventory. Inventory is this thing, which I have the code already to convert this into a human readable inventory. So that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing right now. I don't think I ever called deserialize in the client. Deserialize. No, I only call it on other objects. Cipro says, why does pre-beta last a week only? So it actually lasts more than a week sometimes, but ideally, yeah, it would only last a week. And the reason why is so that it costs a loyalty point so that people actually watch the game be developed. So the inventory is like a stockpile of parts for a bot then. Yeah, it is. So there are only really two things that'll ever go in your inventory. One is functional items, so hardware, that's things like lasers and missiles, and then aesthetic items, which are things like a dragon head or, shiny armor. Eventually, we might have one or two other special kinds of things, and those things might be things like paint, where you could paint your bot a different color, or anyway, I'm not going to talk about the other thing. But yeah, it's mostly just functional and aesthetic items. So you won't get things like various lengths of wire in this game, for example. That's not going to be an item that then you need to craft into like a battery with a battery and then make lasers. You don't do that. You just get lasers. And then there's other items like, vampiric lasers. You just find vampiric lasers. It's like gambling. You get hooked on the thrill of watching and spend all your points to join in just to realize that you have nothing left at the end of the week. That's why I tried to price it such that people would have more than enough points. And that's proven true so far, that people have more than enough points. But there hasn't been much new to the game yet. And at the end of this week, or maybe next week, I'm not sure how long all this stuff is going to take. At the end of these couple of weeks, it will be a vastly different game from what it was at the end of November. Because at the end of November is when I had started to work on the back end a lot more. Hey, Tupper box. All right, so make the reducer. This is what I was starting on here. So this is going to be the inventory reducer. And it takes in the inventory initial state. Makes sense. And then there are going to be some actions here. So let's go into actions. And we will figure out what the actions are going to be. And there needs to be something like set bot coin. That's going to happen. Set bot coin. And probably... I don't know if rows are going to be updated. I think it's just going to be like set inventory rows. Set inventory rows. So there are two actions. Let's make some really simple functions for them. Like action creators, I should say. Set bot coin, set bot coin, bot coin. Done. And then the same thing for like leaderboard rows. This is change leaderboard row and set leaderboard column. 8 p.m. in Germany, and I think I won't sleep before 2 a.m. because of you. Well, maybe I'll end the stream at your bedtime then. No, so one of the things last week, I tried to stream an extra, well, I was aiming for an hour. I think over the course of the week, I probably ended up streaming for an extra 2 hours, which is not a whole lot. But today, I'm going to be ending almost promptly at 5, I bet, and same thing tomorrow and the next day. Which is what I advertise in my streams are. They're 8-hour streams, so I'm not ripping anybody off. It's not like you paid money anyway, so there's not too much to worry about. Columns. Let's do this near set bot coin. I accidentally copied something, which is why I need to copy this again. So this is going to be set inventory rows. Values. I'll just say rows. Set in rows. Great. So yeah, I need to import these things now. So this is going to be set botcoin, set inventory rows. And then in the inventory reducer, I need to make use of these things. So we have set botcoin. This is an incredibly simple one that just does state botcoin action.botcoin. Oh, and then there's probably going to be an is showing as well. I can fix that later. But next up we have set inventory rows. So these, I think that's fine. We can just say rows here are action.rows. Okay, I think that's it. So I think the reducer should be done. Now we need to call into it. So we need these two functions, and we take them into client main. We put them, let's say, here. Good. And then when you get your DB user, so one of the things that we see in here is DB user .botcoin. So we will emit store.dispatch set botcoin db user.botcoin. There's that. And then the inventory. So store.dispatch set inventory rows. Now here's where I'm going to make a function for this. Update inventory in Redux. This is going to be serialized inventory, I guess. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. This dot update inventory, user dot inventory. All right, so let's deserialize the inventory. Inventory equals inventory dot deserialized, serialized inventory. Now I don't know for sure. Whoop! I just gotta do this. Good. I don't know for sure if I even have inventory pulled in yet. I actually do. Wow, nice. All right, great. Why though? I don't ever use it. I don't. Okay, well that was a mistake, but I need it now. Huh. So once we have the inventory rows, well, we got to say something like this. Rows equals this for, got to iterate over every item in the inventory, which I don't think I have a way of doing that right now. There's no get all items. Yeah, there isn't. Well, what I could say here is, I could say serialize as Redux or something like that, but only the client needs that. So maybe I just iterate over the items here. Yeah, that might be fine. For let item ID in inventory.items. We're gonna say const item redux item equals ID. Oh wait, we need to get the item. Const item equals inventory.items item ID. We could actually even say get item ID. So this will be item.getID. Then there's a name, which I think items also have a name. Get name, yes they do. Get item.get name. And then there's a quantity. Good. Rows.push redux item. Nope, wait, no, it doesn't work that way. Rows item.getID equals redux item. Yes, and then we set that there. Good. All right. So then Redux should be finished. Let's test this out, make sure that it works. Typo and quantity. Oh, whoop. Yeah, you're right. There's no way that would have worked. So we got to resave this. Did I make any other typos here? No. No, I think the rest of this is fine. Thank you, Tupperbox. Okay, so let's take a look. This finished. Let's try it out. So first of all, that breakpoint is probably in a random spot. It is. Well, whatever. So we need to put a breakpoint in set inventory. What did I call this? Update inventory. Update inventory. This right here. So let's put a breakpoint there. That should get hit as soon as I hit connect here. It did get hit. I did type inventory wrong. I don't know how I'm screwing all of this up. That was really dumb. How will inventory save when your week ends? Would you lose it? So I'm planning on there being soft resets and hard resets. A soft reset would just be you need to spend points again and then everything's exactly how you left it. A hard reset would be you need to spend points again and then it's like you made a brand new account. And there's a reason for this. I want people to have persistence for some time, but then I also want people to test what it's like to start from scratch. I need a lot of testing help, and that's where you guys come in, and hopefully you have fun playing the game. I'm not trying to, like you have to test this or like whatever you want to try, just try out. And if that means, oh, I really like using missiles and lasers, then maybe test using artillery that week because you've tested missiles and lasers a lot the weeks before, something like that. Just small things that'll get more code coverage. 7 hours. 5 hours to 7. I don't follow what's happening in chat right now. Alright, so here we go. We have the inventory. This should work. Did it? No. Oh my god. Okay, what broke here? I didn't even get an error thing printed. Weird. Is the serialized inventory even correct? We hit connect. Serialized inventory is, yeah, that's valid. And inventory exists, right? Inventory is not defined. Alright, well that explains that. Wait, what? Inventory is not defined? How is inventory not defined? Oh, no, it exists. Okay, so, oh, I forgot the item template depot. That's what. Oops. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Alright, that should fix this. We're getting there. I mean, Redux was basically done other than a typo and a forgotten argument. Alright, so let's see now. What does this look like? Oh, I gotta hit connect. Connect. Should break in. Good. It broke in. This should deserialize. Good. So now if we say inventory.toString, we should have everything that was in here. Yep. Lasers, missiles, artillery, blah, blah, blah. Don't care about any of that. So now when I hit the play button here, let's go take a look. Store.get, debug, main.debug, store.get state.lead, inventory reducer. This actually won't work. It doesn't have anything in it. I forgot to use the reducer. Ah ha 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 ha. Alright, let's go fix this. Inventory reducer. So this shouldn't take very long to build. It's like the smallest file. It still takes a long time. Who cares? Alright. Connect. Take 78. We hit play. We do inventory reducer. And we get this Botcoin 500. Perfect. And rows should be, what do we have? 11 things? I don't remember. But what do these have in it? 6 lasers, 6 missiles, 1 artillery. Yeah, this looks fine. 3 melee. So if the reducer is done, the only thing is making the UI. So the reducer is finished. I think I can check just this in on its own, but I'd prefer to make the UI as well. And the UI, I think I'm just going to make it a basic table, probably similar to how I did leaderboards. Leaderboards are pretty basic. Yeah, so I'll save this as inventory.js. I just got to make sure that yeah, all right, well, And then there's going to be an inventory entry. It's kind of stupid. I could just make this a table. I mean, that's what this thing was. Table, T-head. I think I don't need a special object for this. Oh, you need to be able to sell things in your inventory, though. I forgot to put that there. Well, I guess we'll have to do that later. Is there a nice small game out there to play in some free time? I made a small game you can play. Here you go. You can play this game. This will take you about 2 or 3 hours to beat, I think. My only tip is that you read the books in the game. They're very short. Alright, so how's this going to work? Get values from row. What did this even do? Given a row, we will return an array of values that are in the correct order based on the columns. Yeah, we don't need that. So rendering a bunch of stuff. What we need in here is the inventory state. That's inventory reducer. My player, what was that here for? ID. Oh yeah, don't care. All right, Tupperbox. Let me know what you think of it. Inventory width. Window width minus padding times 2. I don't think that's going to be the case. Let's just make the width like 400. And inventory height. Again, I don't really plan on figuring out what this should be. Let's say 600. So div style, background color sounds fine. Width, height. Yeah, we don't need these PX markers here. Opacity. It's 1. I don't think it needs it. Okay, so positioning. The positioning actually matters. The positioning has to be to the left of this stuff or beneath it. Either one of those is fine. So let's just say that it's beneath it for right now. So let's figure out what pixel value that would have to be at. Remember, this is not final UI. So that's why I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. This is roughly 200 pixels down. So we'll just say 200. And the left is going to be 5. Sure. Or what we could do is put it all the way over to here, which is like 400 pixels over. That might be a better idea. 400, 100. Yeah, 400, 100. Let's do that. Overflow auto. Sounds good. Height reserved for top bar. Don't care. Don't care about padding. Don't really even care about these things. We need a deep clone so we can inject the rank property. We don't need to do that, do we? I don't think so. So let's say const rows equals this dot props dot inventory state dot rows. So these are all the inventory rows, and each one looks something like this. ID, for, name, lasers, quantity, 3. So div style, class name, inventory table. Where did I even define this? Well, I might want a class at some point, but figure this out. I'll just say that for right now. So we map column names. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to do this. I want to say th name quantity. Yeah, great. Then in here, I actually do want to map the rows to something. So let's do this row. Each row is just going to be a tr td row dot name. Well, this needs a key. Key equals row dot id. Row dot name, row dot quantity slash tr. Whoops, I needed that last line. Okay. I think that's it. no such thing as an inventory entry. Save that. That won't trigger any new builds. So I guess let's terminate this, rewatch. And then all we need to do is set this up. So it should just be including it, and then it should automatically get any data that it needs. So if we go into client main, we need to, or where do we put this? Botland app. Yeah, let's put this here. So leaderboard, we want this to be inventory. And also, did I screw up any imports here? No. And I need to lint code at some point. So we have the inventory. I want the inventory to show when the bot bays are showing. Workbench state is showing. So when that's showing, let's just show the inventory as well. Inventory. Yeah, cool. Also, I'll be right back. I need to just grab some chapstick. So once this finally finishes building, that's why I want to kick that off as soon as possible. Because this first one takes about 2 minutes, then every other one takes only about 10 seconds, which is still too long. And I want to fix that. Once that's done, I got to save this file, and then we'll see the other build kick off. Oh man. I wonder how long it took the first time this ran. It took 1 minute then. Now it's taking definitely longer. Maybe too much is happening. There, it finished. It took 2 minutes. So I've got to save this now. And then that should be it. All the data should just flow through the app, and it should be fine. It won't get updated yet, but that's not, I haven't tackled that to-do item, so I'm not expecting that. There we go. All right, let's run this. So when I hit connect, darn, I screwed up. What did I screw up though? Or what did I screw up? What was that? The account server appears to be offline. I do not believe this. I think this is me doing something wrong. Or this actually did shut down. No, it didn't. No, it's working. So that means that the problem is coming from... Oh man. Here, set bot bays is showing. I bet that's the issue. So I bet we are getting this back. And then it's screwing up because it doesn't know how to display this new UI, which shouldn't be the case, but that's why I'm going to debug this. We'll figure out what's going wrong here. Yeah, so this part does work. And then inventory.js, render should be getting hit. It is. So something in here is failing? Does this exist? There are no rows. Okay, fine. That's okay. And this failed or passed or what? Error thrown, close all. What was the error? I didn't get an error. Yeah, something failed in here. Oh, maybe it's because this class doesn't exist. Okay, let's just delete that. Because I don't think any of this other stuff can fail. Certainly not just raw HTML. This thing could maybe, if I didn't have rows here and then I tried calling a function on something that's not defined, but rows does exist. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It would have to be that the class couldn't be found, and then React knows enough to say, no, that's an error. Did this work? Please tell me this worked. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, what do I do at this point? And how do I figure out what this error is? How about, this must be a caught exception, so let's just do this. I have an idea for how to catch this at least. And connect, wait for the first one to break in. Now hit pause on caught exceptions, and then it should break in somewhere. Ah, right here. Wait, does it say rows is not defined? Rows does exist. Rows.map, undefined. How does that know? Oh, because it's not an array. Oh, well, that answers that. Yeah. Each value is an object. Yeah, this should work. All right, test this out. I just want to see this inventory display on the screen. Then I gotta worry about whether it scrolls or not and all this other stuff. This is just, don't care about any of this. Delete, remove all, play. There it is, cool. Take a look. We have the inventory data printing out. So now what if I made this a much smaller table? So height is set to that. What if we just shrunk this? Ah, it does let it scroll. So then that part's fine. So we just need to change some coloring. The coloring could just be made white. Yeah, so let's change that just right here, EEE. There we go. So there's your inventory. Now, how does it compute the size of these columns? Did I do that? I must have to do that in CSS somewhere, style.css. Yeah, leaderboard row, width, yeah, okay, good. So I need to do this. I don't really want to do this because I don't think this is very important. I think as long as you can read what's in your inventory, that's what matters. So I'm kind of just going to leave this as is. So let's just figure out what the width of this is. Again, none of this is final UI. So 150, that sounds fine. Hey, Void Dreamer. What's the OMG finally for? So now it should be blatantly obvious what items you're using. They're just not getting updated. So here's your inventory. We can see that I have 1 artillery. So if I tried putting 2 artillery on the spot and I had update, oh, whoops, no, it's 3 that would have worked because I had 1. So adding 1 would have been fine, but 3 doesn't work. And then it becomes invalid. There we go. Yeah, 3 doesn't work. Void Dreamer has been so busy today. Yeah, so finally you see the inventory. Also, the inventory should probably say that it's the inventory. So let's just put that up here. H1 inventory. All right, next I want it to be updated. All right, this doesn't usually happen, but I have to use the path again so soon after using it the first time. So I'll be right back again. So let's see this thing work. I hit connect. Yeah, now it says in very large text, "Hello, I am your inventory." So we need to tone that down a little bit, but let's just take it out of an H1 tag. I don't really need that to happen. And like I said, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time making this look good. It just does not matter. So make basic UI, that's fine. Then make sure the inventory gets updated correctly. So every time you do an action, yeah, you need to get your inventory back. Fortunately, took it to mean that you get, in a really deep voice, inventory. Inventory. Twitch makes games. Here's what I need to do next. There's the whole thing about on update op bay. Yeah, update bay. So there's update bay, and this is also for committing them. Well, you call update bot bay, and then you need to get what your inventory is. I guess it needs to just be two different calls. Like I need to make a get inventory call. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got to do that. Okay, well that's going to be a different commit. Make get inventory on the server. JavaScript Blockly leaderboard. Hey, Panda. I know my back's not too bad right now. It's been getting consistently better and better. By the way, I want to link in this highlight for anyone who hasn't seen it. This is how many seconds long? I want to write down how many seconds exactly. I said approximately 50, but it's still loading for me. Man, Twitch takes a long time to load stuff. It's still not done. Look at this. 47 seconds. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so let me check in what I have now. Then I'll get it to update your inventory as you change things. And then finally we'll have some just usable inventory. It won't be good. Client main update inventory. Updates your inventory by dispatching a state and action to Redux. So this is a string, your serialized inventory, and it returns nothing. So we deserialize it, we go through and just construct our ID name quantity tuple out of this essentially. Dispatch it, looks good. Yeah, there we go. All right, next up, temp.js. Added some actions. Looks good except for one line at the bottom there actually. Let's delete one of those. There. Then here we show the inventory. Looks good. And by the way, when I connect to a game, that inventory should go away. It did. All right. Here I'm using the reducer. Here I made the reducer. I just need to comment on what Botcoin is. How many Botcoin you have. How much money you have. Yeah, okay. Yep, and the rest of that's fine. And then the inventory. Yep, cool. That wasn't so bad. And as usual, just want to delete another line there. All right, great. So the inventory now shows in UI on the client. It never gets updated beyond the initial fetching of data, and there's still no way to buy/sell items yet, but better than nothing. So now we'll go work on that second part, which is the make sure the inventory gets updated correctly. So make get inventory on the server. Let's go take a look at server.js and figure out what we need to do. So I have /users/user ID /bot. So I think I'm going to do /users/user ID /inventory, and that'll get you a user's inventory. That seems to make the most sense to me. So yeah, let's set that up. These shouldn't all be just a mismatch of things here. Setup options route goes along with these. So let me do it this way. All right. So this, we change to, instead of bots, we change to inventory. This is where the naming convention of REST APIs gets kind of strange. So inventory describes a group of things, but it itself is not a plural word because inventories is the pluralized word. So REST APIs suggest that you say something like inventories, but I'm just going to call it inventory. Rules are meant to be broken. Verify token middleware, extract user ID, acquire normal token, and then call get inventory for user. Yeah, that's it. So we take this small function, paste it here, get rid of this, get rid of this. Fetches a user's inventory. So fetching inventory for user ID. Promise.resolve.then. Note, if you specify a user that doesn't exist, this will return an empty array. Don't know if that's even possible at this point. By the way, let's go into database wrapper. So there's get botbase for user. We're going to do get inventory for user. Get inventory for user. So this table is the users table. And then I believe we want to say dot select inventory. I don't know if that's valid connects, but we'll find out. Gets a user's inventory. So this we don't need. And then we set headers on this stuff directly? What? Yeah, I don't know what this is going to return. So let's figure this out. So I go start the central server again. And now this time I make a new Postman thing. So there's get bots for user. Let's duplicate this, drag this up to here, then edit it so that it is get inventory for user. Save. This is user/inventory. So save. So now we need a token. Let's create the token for user 1. There it is. Now get inventory for user. We hit send here. And we got an inventory string which contains, wait, what? What is this? This isn't the inventory. What? I was calling the wrong API there. All right, let's rerun this. So when I hit the send button again, it should give me the correct thing. Error. Select inventory from users where user ID equals 1. Bad field error. Unknown column user ID. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I screwed up a couple things here. There we go. All problems solved. Now, the only question I have is, what is this going to return? Is it an inventory? Yeah, so it's inventory with an array of inventory inside of it. I don't like that. Why did it return that way? Seems a little strange. But we want resp 0 inventory. So this just gets a string out of it. Or just resp0. No. Resp0 inventory, yeah. So once this is done, we do dot then resp return resp0 dot inventory, which we can't actually necessarily do that. We need to say underscore dot get resp0 inventory. Yeah, so there we have it. Now what we get here is the serialized inventory. And now everything should be working just fine. So I press send, and I get back just the inventory with all the stuff. And now we would know for sure that this is working by doing this, inventory that. Which actually this is probably almost exactly the same string. Yeah, it's more or less the same. There's no artillery in the new one. But yeah, looks good. So now that we have this function, I wonder, are these things needed? Check if server.js needs in the Git. Yeah, it is posture, and actually I should make sure to have better posture. Let's run a basic giveaway while I'm just standing around here. Okay, now we just call the function. Whoop. What's going on? Why is the data not just passed as an attribute of the user object? It is, but then you can update things. So this is it being passed as part of the user, but then when you update this, let's say I got rid of cloaking and hit update, you just gained 2 cloaking. So now I need to fetch your inventory again from the server. And the client, I guess, could figure this out itself and not even need to contact the server. That's something I just thought of, but I don't think that's wise. Maybe it is. I don't know. So where do we have this? Update pay. So at the end of either of these, we need to fetch this. Won't the update return the modified value? It returns the modified bot bay, but this is just a bot bay. Your inventory is a separate table entirely, and most of the time when you update a bot bay, well, I guess as a client you'd want this, but if I ever do this in a different capacity on the server, let's say, I would not want to fetch the inventory. Up is down says, I believe it's preferable to have all the logic on the server so it can be manipulated with a custom client. Well, so if your aim is to have a custom client eventually, yes. In this particular case, I could save an entire trip to the server by just updating this myself. I don't plan on doing that right now. I plan on just going to the server for the data, but eventually maybe that'll be different. Let's take a look. So we have bot bay. I think the way we should do this is this. Let's say let promise equal null. So promise equal this, promise equal this. And then after either of those promises are done, we'll say return promise, sure. But promise.then, we get something back here. I don't really think we care what it is. So after that, let's fetch, let's do this. Turn this dot rest client dot fetch inventory. Now we don't have this function, so we need to get this function. I guess we call it, we have very few things in here actually. So fine, fetch inventory. Oh wait, whoops, that's why we have very few things. I wanted to get this one. This should have some fetch things in it, right? Yeah, fetch token, create bot bay, fetch user info. So we're gonna say fetch inventory. Fetches just your inventory. It's gonna be pretty similar to this. So it's users, user ID, inventory. So get it, pass your token in, and then the response is going to be the inventory, and we return it. And then error in fetch inventory. Yeah, it looks good. All right, so now that we have that function, we can call this fetch inventory. And then we do, how do I want to tab this in? I guess like that. Serialized inventory. Let's just do a console.log. Got serialized inventory. And then we put a .catch here for an error, window.alert problem in update bay fetch inventory. That shouldn't ever fail. There are ways it could fail. It could fail because the first one passes and then we try contacting the server again and the server went down, for example. So in that case, there's really nothing you can do about it. Function in what? Function is tupper proved? No typos in there? Oh, I see. As in you have proved it. Got it. All right, so now we just need to save this one more time and then wait for this to finish. In the meantime, I can close this. Look at how perfect this was compared to my mock-up. We got exactly what we wanted. And then what was this for? I can close this too. So now we're just waiting for this build to finish. Again, super tedious. Gonna switch to Webpack. That's some of the stuff. Wow, 26 seconds. Man, there's no reason for that. That's some of the stuff I'm gonna fix once I'm done with these features, which will probably be in a week or two. So hit connect. Now let's say I get rid of 2 cloaking from here. So we don't even have cloaking in the inventory. Oh wait, it's still not gonna update. I only printed it to the console. So I hit cloaking 1, let's say, and hit update. And I got an inventory back. I don't know what cloaking is, so presumably it's 4, because I do not see 4:1 in the past one. We can just go verify this without having to wait for this to finish. Cloaking is 4, yeah. So that worked. We got our inventory. Now the only thing we need to do, and this is going to be very easy, where it's a function that I wrote. I don't remember. Let's just write it. This dot update inventory in Redux serialized inventory. That's it. We're done. Let's see if this thing succeeded. Yeah, it did. 1 cloaking. Makes sense. So now the thing should completely update. Why is this the way that it is? Yeah, get rid of that. This finished building? Oh, of course not. Nothing ever finishes building. I need like a CPU triple the power of what I have right now. All right, here it comes, the real test. So if I were to take, let's say I just delete this bay, and now I say I want lasers 1 out of here, and I hit commit. We should see lasers go down to 5. Yeah, perfect, we do. So now if I were to delete all of this, lasers should go up to 8. Yeah, cool. And I got some new items in my inventory now. Nice, nice. So if I do melee 3, regen 3, teleport, no, teleport won't work. Just these 2. I should now no longer see these things in the inventory. Update. Yeah, they're gone. My custom client and a hacked client. Well, that's not, I mean, yeah. People could hack things, but it's not something I would want to support for a very long time, if at all. But yeah, we'll see how that stuff works too. So cool, this is all working. So if I took just one regen out of here, it goes into my inventory. There it is, 1 regen. I take 1 more out. It's 2 regen now. Take the last one out. 3 regen. Yeah, perfect. Inventory seems to be working. And now this goes to show you why the research bay is so powerful. I can edit this at will. I can update it. And now look, I got my 3 melee back. I cannot update these. So landmines 1, when I hit delete, my inventory did not just change. I just don't have landmines 1. And now I can't even use the bot that had landmines 1. So that's how Botland is going to work. Everything you want to test out, you have some crazy strategy where you're like, okay, artillery and teleport, that's an interesting strategy. Let's try that. Try it on your research bay. Then go into 100 different games. And when you're finally sure that you want this thing, then remove it from here and then commit it over here. And now this bot is, well, it's just like it was in your research bay, but now you can't edit it anymore. i7 5960. What do I even have? I don't know how to check that. Is 920 what I have? I guess. But yeah, cool. So this is pretty good. This is actually really nice. And it didn't take that long to do. Like, I'm halfway through the day and the inventory UI is good. There is no lag of resources. Pay for more research base? I don't know. We talked about whether you could have multiple or whether there was some downside for having a research bay. Part of what we're going to decide over the next month or two, hopefully, is does this system work? Are people happy with this? Because here is what I'm afraid of. You've got your bay Regen 1, let's say, so update that. Now you've got your other thing here, missiles 3, melee 1. So you've got your bays, and now you say to yourself, okay, this bay I've been using in every single game, it's been winning me stuff like crazy, lasers and missiles and regen, like this is overpowered. Okay, great, you're happy with it. But now you say, oh, but this bot I'm not happy with, but I really like every once in a while, teleport and artillery is exactly what I need. I only have 3 bays, what do I do? Well, there are a couple of things you could do at this point. One is you could buy a completely new committable bay. So you'll just get another text field down here. It won't be a text field eventually. You can buy another bay you can commit. And the only other option you have is to delete this bay. Or I guess use your research bay. So that might feel really bad when you've committed a bot and you're like, I totally configured this. It's time to update my strategy. Then, yeah. So we just got to be careful about that. And I should do a deploy after all of this. Lint code deploy. So I'm going to finish up these 3 things and then figure out what's going on for lunch. My wife has today off of work, so I'm going to try to get lunch whenever she does. And I don't know when that is, so I'm going to go need to check after this. So make get inventory on the server. That's done. Check if server needs this. I don't actually know. Let's just delete it and see. If it works, then I guess it didn't need it. And if it doesn't work, then I guess it needed it. Because I shouldn't need to set individual headers on this. Like this, for example. Let's just delete that one. Try this out again. I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not a fan of that system. I don't like the idea that I commit something and can't change it. Yeah, I'm not sure how we'll end. So the part of the game design reason for why we're doing that is because we need an item sync in the game. I think that if there was no item sync, that you would customize all the bots that you want, you'd never change them, and there'd be no pushing factor for you to try to change them. And you just keep collecting up more and more items. And we talked for many, many hours about this, by the way, Ian and I. And we've talked about what if lasers was really like lasers 500,000, and every time you shot a laser it went down by 1, and then it went down by 1, and then so on and so forth until you finally hit 0. Well, that system has, I think, a lot of flaws, and I can talk about them if you guys want. But that was one of the systems we talked about, where it was like degrading hardware. So this was system number 1, and I'm just numbering them in terms of just this document. It's not like we came up with these in this order or something. System number 2 was the whole research / committed bays. This is the current plan. This is, research bays are editable. Committed bays are not. Deleting them deletes your items. So system number 3 that we talked about. What else have we talked about here? I don't know. I'd have to look through our notes for this stuff. Who is Ian? Ian's the co-founder of the company. And he and I design the game together and then do everything else. like business stuff and whatever. But I'm the only coder for right now. So yeah, I don't know a system where we can still have an item sync, and what I see, for me to start talking about the design of this, I'd have to go look through my notes, and I don't want to show those notes on screen. But anyway, we needed an item sync, and there was one other major thing we wanted to accommodate here too. Hey Schlug. Yep, still making the game. Gonna be making the game for at least another year, I think. So I'm not sure how I'll be able to do this. Hey Smoggersu. Welcome to the stream. So let's try this out. I go to the central server, I close this, I hit run, and I update my bot pay. Update. Did that work? Or did it give me an error about access control? I didn't actually check. Let's just try regen 1 update. No, that worked. So we don't need this. And it makes sense that we don't need this because we have this set on the route itself, right? Options for route. Access control allow headers. Access control allow methods. I guess the origin is not set there, but the origin should be set to star anyway. So even this, I don't think we should need. Get inventory for user. Let's try that out now. So same thing, I just set regen to, let's get rid of this stuff. There, regen 1. So now I should see lasers and missiles go up. Yeah, perfect. So this does work. Or Chrome fetched the options route once and then cached the response from it. So let's do this. Lasers 3 update. No, I think this just works. I don't think I need to do this here. Rest.set header. And yeah, get bots for user is the only other one. So get bots for user, where is this called? This is called from user ID bots, which is probably here. Where is it? Fetch bays, user ID bots. Yeah, perfect. So fetch bays. So if I can still fetch bays, then we didn't need any of this. Well, let's find out. I'm going to refresh the client here. Could it be 5 versus 5, 3 versus 3, and 1 versus 1? It's probably going to be a 3 versus 3. I don't know if we'll do those other setups yet. 1 versus 1 will probably never work unless we change the rules of the game. Because you're expected to have a team. Here's the reason why 1 versus 1 is really flimsy. You can only have so many bot bays. So you have X bot bays. Let's say it's 3. So it's just like what I have here. So I have only, the inventory size I have is only this much. So now I join the game and I've got, lasers, missiles, and a lasers bot. Well, both of these bots can be countered pretty well by a reflect bot. And so in a normal game, I'd say, hey, teammates, that person has a reflect bot, go deploy melee and artillery and zapper and things that reflect it's not effective against. But I don't have those things. And in a team game, that's fine because my teammates likely will. And even if they don't, then fine, we lose a couple of games and then I go invest and reflect myself or do whatever I need to do. But in a 1 versus 1, it'd be frustrating if the other person has just the perfect counters to your things and you don't have those counters. Why this could be a tournament game? Yeah, so I'm not sure if you heard my explanation just then. But yeah, I think your limited bot bays is the biggest reason why. So yeah, this still works. We can update this if we want. Yeah, perfect. Okay, I don't think we needed those headers. So I can go check this in. Then we can move on. Good. That didn't work. Yeah, this stuff looks fine. There are some console logs I had somewhere. The client now fetches the user's inventory when it has been updated due to modifying bot base. Yeah, a 2 versus 2 I think could work, but I also think at first what we're aiming for, because imagine if there are only, let's say, 20 people playing Botland at first, you don't want to fragment that user base at all. So if there's one person who wants a 5 versus 5, and no one else does, that one person's just never going to play a game. So yeah, I think we'll just start with probably one mode. Have you ever seen Dev Wars? Just saw it on Twitch yesterday and immediately thought about something similar in Botland. Would be kind of cool. What is it? I have not seen it. Promise equal null. So client main, here are the console.logs. I didn't want that. Do I have any other one? Console.error, console. This doesn't need to exist. And what is this doing here? Slot configuration not validated. That should just be a logger call. But let's see. DB user. Here. So this doesn't need to be done. All right, and then promise here. After committing / updating a bay, fetch the inventory again so that we show the user the proper item counts. Good, good, good. Yeah, all this stuff is looking pretty good. Yeah, cool. Happy with this stuff. It's a tournament, 3v3 coders making a website within a set time limit. Would be really cool to see a stream of guys modifying their bots live against an opponent. Yeah, so here's what we've thought of. We thought of tons of different game modes, and then we realized, wait a second, we can't do any of this until we actually have a user base. So we have something like 9 game modes that we thought of, and one of them was a very coding heavy arena where, I don't know, every minute or something there's a new buff that you get to pick. So now imagine how crazy that game would get, and maybe all the buffs could be conditional ones where it's like, I'm not sure. We'd have to talk about this, we'd have to figure it out, we'd have to test it, we got to figure out, do people like it, does it work? Waiting for chess mode. The most boring way to play chess. Code your bots. Chess mode is not one of the 9 modes we talked about. The modes we talked about were actually, I think there were fun ideas. There was like a raid boss mode where it's everyone on the same team versus one enemy, and maybe there are different things you have to do. Like one character might have to go light the tail of the enemy on fire or something, and only then is it weak, and only to lasers in its eyes or who knows what. And so you figure out this strategy. Maybe there are little creep bots that you could go kill and they level you up, and then your lasers get stronger and you can do more damage, and there's a time limit for all this happening too. Something like that would be really, really fun. But is it something we put in at release? No, probably not. Alright, so I already wrote this, but then I accidentally closed Tortoise. So users can now, the inventory is now updated on the client. So users can see changes made when they've modified / committed bots. I want hardcore functions like sensors that you have to calculate the vector of the enemy before firing. So everyone is kidding, presumably, because of the Kappa face, but there are games where people do want that stuff. They want a much more coding-rich environment, and I don't want Botland to be that game in its standard mode. What we want is it to be a strategy game where, yes, there's automation, and yes, maybe coding gives you a bit of an edge, but you don't feel like you need to wade through pages of documentation to play the game. You just start, and within a couple of games, you're already doing something pretty effective. So now here's where I've got to turn off my camera, got to commit this, push, deploy. I'm going to do all this stuff. I'm also going to lint the code. So that is not needed. Now lint the code. So the inventory UI is done. Lint the code, BLCL pre-commit, BLCE pre-commit, and BLGA pre-commit. So while we're waiting for that to work, that's not what I meant to press there. Yeah, so lint code and deploy. And then I think I wrote, is there something else I needed to do after deploying? I don't remember. Did any of these finish? Ah, this one did. Found unexpected statement after a return. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so next is never actually called here. I could say this. Finally, next. That's actually not how this would work. Yeah, I'll just put that there. That's how things should work. All right, cool. So that one is fixed. Now we'll rerun that. This actually has a lot of issues. Wow. And then this one has a few issues too. Assert is defined but never used. Not anymore. Underscore is defined but never used. Also not anymore. Util is defined but never used. All right, there we go. Inventory. Assert. Don't care then. Missing semicolon. Yep, I was probably missing one in another spot. Where's this one? Yeah. What else? Stir rep is defined but never used. Yeah. Underscore is defined but never used. Yeah, this is the standard. I'm just making tons of stupid mistakes here. Same thing here. And rep val is defined but never used. Where's rep val? Oh, we would want to check to see if that worked. No, we don't check the return value on this because we already did has item on all of the items above. Unoccupied says, nope, you must SSH into your bot and code it using VI. For new mode, you can use Nano. Speaking of vectors, in my first year of robotics, I coded the autonomous mode entirely in vectors, and I made the bot go back at 300% speed instead of 30% speed. Oh, 30% forward. Now let's rerun this. I don't think I fixed everything. This I fixed everything, so 1 for 3. Now we just got to fix the rest of these. Logger is defined but never used. Wait a second, what? What? This should just be logger.info. Console. That's not used anywhere else. Are there anything? All right, what else? Unexpected console statement. I just fixed that. React is defined but never used. This is that thing where I got to do. Where do I import .star react? Bot config is defined but never used. Probably is. Yeah, that's the case. Oh, you guys. All right, pre-commit that. What else do we have here? So it's bot config, window width, window height. Yeah, I don't need that stuff. Which means I really don't even need the window size state. That's not needed. New base is defined but never used. Yep. Wait. Yeah, I guess that is true. Missing semicolons. All right, let's rerun this. Unmod everyone. And I'll just say here, fix linting issues. So far, there have been a lot of them. I should look through these one more time before committing this. I just gotta wait for this to finish again. It's probably gonna give me another like 7 or 8 errors maybe, because I did fix a decent amount of them. Oh, 2. React is defined but never used. Oh yeah, I have a find results page where I was gonna fix this right here. Yeah, so there are only 2 spots. 1, fixed, and 2, fixed. All right, so that's everything. Let's go take a look through all of the things that I changed. Make sure that they look good. This should be a very fast process. Yep. 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 Got rid of a console log, got rid of that warning that shows up. Unused variable. Unused variables, unused variables. That appears to be the biggest mistake I make in my code, which is not a huge issue. It's unnecessary, but a linter can find it very easily. So it's not a big deal. Yeah, okay, I think that's everything. Success. Yeah, done there. All right, so let's push this, and then I'm going to start the deploy process. Is that a crying Charizard? Gonna put out its own fire. All right, BL deploy, and then BLCE Gulp pre-deploy. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ask my wife when she wants to do lunch, so I'll be right back. Okay. Whoop! Judge Bacon just got hit with a ban hammer. Oh, too funny. Oh, this failed. E not empty. Directory not empty. Disk staging. This means I must have had it open when I tried to do this. And the very first thing failed there. Let's just close out of all of these files. Linting code is finished. So it's just the deploy. This thing hopefully won't screw up. Oh, and Judge Bacon, you can put like 3 or 4 emotes on each line. I don't mind that. So you have permission to spam emotes in that sense. All right, done processing. This time it worked. And then this thing is just going to take forever. It always does. I'm probably using like all 12 gigabytes of my RAM. No, but I'm using a lot. 8.2, 8.3. Man. It's pretty crazy. 70% capacity. All right, this thing finished, so let's deploy that. I need to also start Pageant. So I run gulp deploy rest. Yeah. And then what this is going to give me is some inventory functions. So I can commit this. I can say added some inventory functions and the is immune concept. Yeah, cool. So now I should be able to push this code. Yep. Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, routes, get inventory for user. Yeah, that stuff's all fine. And then this was the other stuff that it changed to. Nah, looks good. What a pleb number. No. All right, check that in. Then in Pageant, I gotta add a key. So I'll add my key here. Gotta type in the password for that. See, this is why I turned off my camera for all this stuff. Are you planning to implement rarity of item drops? Yes, that'll actually happen pretty soon. So buying and selling will actually need to use rarity. So yeah, that should be in the afternoon, I think. And then salvage packs are where you just get a set of items or bot coin, and that's where rarity will come into play as well. So this is processing all of this stuff. So now I need to do SSH Butler. Let's connect to the REST server. All right, let me run this off screen, because there's something that's going to print out that I don't want you guys seeing. Okay, and then I need to run SSH Butler one more time. Go to this, and then echo that away. Great, cool. So I'm on the servers now. Wow, 32 gigabytes of RAM. I've never needed more than 10. And granted, I don't do anything visual. The only thing I do is record those recap videos, and I don't think that uses a lot of RAM, really. So needing even more than 8 is pretty weird for me. But yeah, I could benefit from a faster computer. Just a better computer. Alright, so screen-RD. This is... Whoops. Okay, well, I shouldn't have shown that on screen. But let's act like I didn't show that on screen. Oh, man. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to wipe all the accounts out anyway. Alright, so let me do this somewhere where I actually can make use of this. So I need to do git pull. So check it out. I now have all of the different files on this machine, and now I can go restart the REST server. So I need to do this off screen too, I think. There, it's been restarted. Cool. So now let's go over to here, screen-RD, bash. We can't do a git pull yet until this thing is finished, and it should be done. Yeah, it's done. Alright, so now we commit and push this. Inventory management, no item acquisition yet. Adam, what program do you use to record videos? I use OBS to record them. And then to edit them, I use Windows Movie Maker. Not the world's best program. Alright, cool. So now I can pull this from over here. Git pull. And then, should be good. Cool. Now I just got to restart this stuff. Restart the client. Restart the server. And there. Let's see if it works now. Then maybe I'll run a giveaway or something. And then, yeah, figure out what's happening for lunch. So this is not play.bot.land. This is localhost. So connect. Oh, check it out. I got my inventory. Of course, these numbers are a lot larger. So let's say we got rid of these. Missiles and cloaking. So missiles should go up to 5003 and cloaking should go up as well. Yeah, it worked. 5003, 5003. Cool. And hopefully I can join a game. Let me customize a bot again. Missiles 3, cloaking 3, regen 1. Update. Join game. So now I should be able to deploy Ultra Killer bots. Nice, it all works. Perfect. So deploy is done. Now let's do giveaway. I'm also going to restart this since I probably totally screwed everything up here. Snipe says, the rarity of items will give bonus stats for sure. Do you plan to have a random bonus stats roll, or are they fixed? Fixed would suck for the grinding feeling, in my opinion. Snipe, so, wait, how long have you been in the channel for? 3 hours. Okay. The game doesn't really work that way. So I'll describe why grinding is still not needed. There are fixed stats. So lasers 1, just to make up a number here, will have like a range of 3 and damage of 200. Lasers 2 will have a range of 4 and damage. And again, I'm making up numbers here, but this illustrates what I'm talking about. So here are the different ways of how many lasers you need. So now there's vampiric lasers, let's say, which has range of 3, damage only 180, but steals 10% damage dealt as life, something like that. And I'm just gonna make up numbers here too. I don't know if this is balanced. I don't really care right now. This might be like 260, and this might be like 340. So this might be a higher rarity. Let's say this is rarity 2 and this is rarity 1. So do you have to grind for these items? I guess that depends on what your definition of grind is. What I think about is there's some monotonous task you have to just keep repeating. The way items work in Botland is you mostly get them as random drops, and there's no like grinding out the random drops. So if you get something that you don't like, for example, let's say you got bounce lasers and you don't want that, then go sell it for 50 bot coin. And now the buy price of this might be, I don't know, 500 bot coin. If you sell enough things, you'll eventually just be able to buy what it is that you need. So hopefully that makes sense. And hey, Mr. Martin. Or Markin, not sure. All right, so let's run a giveaway. So type botland in chat to enter the pre-beta giveaway. Yeah, and I think, whoa, how do I? Okay, well, I guess I have to do that this way. No, I can't do that this way. Where's, fine, I'll open up a new chat window. I just want to run a giveaway here, but I want to make sure that I'm doing this in the right way. All right, let's close out of this, and then, okay, yeah, so this should open up here. I'm going to do things this way. I hit this little gift button. Oh, why does everything take forever? Did this thing get kicked off, by the way? Yes, it did. All right, so here we go. This is going to be a keyword one, and the keyword is going to be botland. And I think that's all I have to do. So yeah, and then I'll be right back. Hang on a second. All right, cool. So now let's do a random number of how many people are going to win. So rand int, let's do a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 5. It generated 2. So I guess I'll just run the giveaway thing now. So let's do roll. So number 1 is Isaac M9. And number 2, whoops, no, that doesn't. Isaac did not win twice. And number 2 is Judge Bacon. And because I'm nice, I'm going to run a third one. There, Mr. Mark and QQ. Cool. So, congrats to the people who won. I will get you access to the game in just a sec. Let me close out of this stuff. All right, there we go. Now I'll run this over here. And then this. And then this. Okay, cool. Like I said, congrats. You should be able to just use your Twitch name and then the password that the bot gave you, and you'll be able to make an account. And then I don't know what your inventories are going to be. I don't think you're going to have 5,000 of each item. By the way, anyone who did get access to the game who hasn't played before, please watch this video. The video will explain a lot of things, and it only takes like 2 or 3 minutes, but it'll answer a lot of your questions. What's new that's not in that video is when you press connect, you will now see your inventory and your bot base. So this is something that was not explained in the video. In order to modify these, just ask me for help. I can paste the link into chat. In fact, I'll do that now. I just didn't want to spam everyone, but there you have it. So I'll join the game and I'll wait around for people. And let's do increased damage dealt by 15%. What do I already have? Decreased damage taken and increased damage dealt. Very powerful bots. Ooh. Yeah. So yeah, the inventory feature is brand new. And you will be, the people who just got access to the game will be the first people to try it out, because it did not exist as of 3 minutes ago, and now it does. So next up is buying and selling. A list of things you can buy and their prices, along with how many you currently have. This could even just be a scrollable table. Show item name, buy price, sell price, currently owned. Yeah, I don't know the best way for doing this. Like, selling items should probably just be from your inventory. Show UI for the store where you can buy and sell items. Make a REST API for buying an item, make a REST API for selling an item. Okay, I think making the APIs first is much easier than making the UI, because UI is based on the APIs. Has anyone joined yet? No, not yet. They're all dutifully watching the pre-beta video. And by the way, it only costs 50 points for today to get access to the game. And this weekend I probably will be deleting the database, because by the end of this week, we'll have enough systems in place where I can get a good idea for how the game gets started, how people end up playing it. We'll start to work on balance testing, and yeah. Oh, you can join with points for pre-beta. You just need 17 more, and everyone is apparently happy to give you them. It's very nice of you, everyone. Are they bought and sold to in-game merchants to help control the economy, or other players? Like in-game merchants. So, Zonk Zebra, did you watch the concept art video? Anyway, in the concept art video, we talked about that there's a corporation in-game that makes Botland. So, that corporation is where you're buying and selling from. Maybe. Okay. Well, anyway, if you wanted to watch the concept art video, it is there. It's relatively long, though. You could just skim through it if you want to see some sketches. So yeah, I'm just waiting for people to join. I'm waiting for people to join the server. Oh, Isaac is on the server now. Okay, and Isaac is on the blue team. And did get to choose buffs. And yeah, there is some lore for the game. I don't know how much of that will actually show through the game itself, but it's informing some of the decisions we've made. Wow, okay. No one's going to deploy bots. I'll just go fix up my bot then. So I had the Ultra Killer script. I'm going to change this a little bit. I'll say enemy dir equals left if can move enemy dir and percent chance 40 move enemy dir. Otherwise, just move randomly. So let's prettify that code. Get rid of this. Can cloaked laying mines. Just save that. Actually, I don't want this either. I'll just say deploy from JS. All right, there. So now let me kill my bots, redeploy from JavaScript. So now they'll mostly move to the left. So 40% of the time they'll move to the left, and then they have an additional 25% after that to move to the left. So they've got like a 50% chance to move left. Wait, these are sentient beings we're fighting for sport? That got dark quickly. What? Wait, what? No, they're not. That is not true. These are just robots. Alright. So I guess I'm just gonna leave the game. So much for playing. Maybe people will join in a bit. REST API for buying an item. So in order to do this, there need to be probably item rarities, so that there's a cost in it. Wait, do I have item rarities? I do. They're all set to 1, but I do have a rarity in here, so base item price on rarity. probably be in the item templates. Oh, they're already in the item templates. I already did all this stuff. There's a buy price in here, right? Buy cost and sell amount. Does item.js have that? Buy. Yeah, wow. All right. That's already done then. So buying an item. I guess when you want to buy an item, you say, maybe, no, how would you, what would a REST API be for buying an item? Yeah, maybe it's just /item/buy/ID. And then /item/sell ID. And based on what token you're using, it knows what user you are. Items buy ID, item sell ID. Yeah, I think that can work. You're telling me this doesn't look like some underground dogfight? Yeah, so this is the concept art, well, some of it. And these are very obviously robots. So yeah. Hey, hang on. All right. People are standing around betting. There's blood dripping from someone's face. No, that's not it at all. All right, REST server. Actually, yeah, just go to server.js. So I don't know if there's too much more to do here other than just what I have listed. All this needs to do is check your bot coin. If you have enough, subtract it, and add item to inventory. Yep, cool. So then this is check your inventory. If you have the item, delete it from the inventory and give bot coin. Inventory. Snipe says, directly found a problem. If I type in the password wrong, I can't go back to type it again. Need to refresh the page. Yeah, no, I totally agree. That is not great. It'll be fixed eventually, but it won't be fixed now. So that's been a problem since like day one, and it's just not important enough to fix yet. So the game is in a very early state, and there are a lot of bugs I know about that there are much higher priority things. So getting through all of the inventory systems, that's top priority right now. So there are even bigger bugs than that, like security bugs right now that I know about, I'm going to fix, but I'm not fixing yet. Zonk Zebra's version of Botland has a very rich and bloody lore. I highly advise that you stay away from Zonk Zebra in game. He's looking for not melee and missiles, but more like daggers and nukes. That is not Botland. It's not Botland. Hey, you're the turtle. All right, check your bot coin. If you have enough, subtract it, add it to the inventory. So we go into routes. We make a route for, actually, maybe we could do this. Users, user ID, inventory, buy, item ID. That's probably too much. Because you don't need to specify the user ID. Yeah, I think just item/buy. Let's do it. So items / item ID/buy. Yeah. Is the bot bay hardware comma separated? You'll find, so Judge Bacon, you'll find that here. It's semicolon separated. There are some examples toward the bottom. You can see like lasers, semicolon, missile, semicolon. So they're semicolon separated. All right, so buying something, verify the token, extract the user ID. This is from the token, right? If it's not, then there's a problem here. Rec.params. Oh man, yeah, this is not possible. Well, require normal token. What does this do? BL info. Yeah. Okay. So then So this needs to be changed to something like extract user ID from token, which is not a thing that can happen. Oh man. All right. I gotta think about this. Token payload, get BL info. So that means it was already saved. So require token, require normal token. No, extract token. What do I call this? Get the token, save the token payload. So the token payload contains the user ID. So this is actually really simple middleware because it's synchronous. Hey Andrew, long time no see. What are you working on? Are you finally done with the buff system? Got a better internet connection this time. I can now watch you without lags. Oh, nice. And Snipe says, is this multiplayer or can I play against bots? It's multiplayer. You used to be able to play against bots, but then I broke that, and I'm not going to be fixing it for a little while. So I'm sorry. Yeah, you'll have to play the multiplayer version. Andrew, what I'm working on now is the inventory system, and that's what I actually just got done about 5 minutes ago. So there are people on the server right now. Let me deploy some bots. Oops. Enemy dir is actually right there. All right, so let me show you what is now working as of just today. When you connect, what used to happen is connect used to put you directly into the game. That's no longer the case. It now puts you just onto the central server where you can then manage all of your inventory and your bot base. So your inventory shows up here for right now. You can see I've got a bunch of different like lasers and missiles. And what used to happen is you would use the UI to just say, oh, I want lasers 3. I'll just put that on my bot. It didn't matter whether you had it in your inventory because your inventory didn't exist. It didn't matter whether you'd already configured a bot or anything. So now you take your inventory and you use it to build up your bot base. So I might say, actually, I want this bot base. So let me do this. Let me put this here. Commit that. So you can see I committed a bot bay, and now I no longer have 5,000 missiles because I used 3 to put it on this bot. I used 3 cloaking. I used 1 regen. So, but if I were to update this, let's say to lasers 3, you'll see I'll actually get missiles back, and lasers will be subtracted. So now, yes, this is working correctly. And when you join the game, now the only bots that are usable are the ones you just configured. So I have the missiles, cloaking, regen bots still, although no one is deploying any bots. Sad day. Hey, Business Kitty. How's it going? You had a lot of viewers earlier. It was like 1,500. So congrats. Yeah, I remember. Okay, interesting. Yeah, and Andrew, just like always on bot.land, you can find any of the recap videos, and the latest one is actually also on Twitch right now too. I can paste that in the chat. So this is the very latest video from last week. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff happening here. And I also put that on YouTube. Oh, 34 views. It's going up. All right, so verify token middleware. This is the start of this. I have getting an item. We say verify token middleware, extract user ID from token. This is something I feel should probably be done automatically. Oh man, I don't know about this. I don't want to make this. These should be small composable bits of functionality here. Verify token middleware. This will actually pull the token out. Then extract user ID from token. Yeah, I'll do things that way, I guess, because there would be no parameter for this. So we have extract user ID. I want to take this and just say rec res next. We got to get the token payload. So we say this dot get BL info rec token payload, and then I get the user ID from that. Token payload dot user ID. I think that should exist. That's all tokens should contain. In fact, if I go take a look at the token here, where is what happened in the UI here? Okay, I don't. Nope, that was weird. All right, well anyway, this. So go to jwt.io. All right, and we put this here. So we can see user ID is set to 1. So that's what the payload gives me. It gives me this user ID. Now all I want to do is stuff this into the request. And that's that. So dead simple function. This does need to exist though, and if it doesn't, then we have a problem. So we say if not util.exist token payload. Actually, we can just do this down here. User ID, then logger.error. No user ID found in the token payload. Token payload. Return. Actually, no, I can do rest dot whatever. Yeah, rest dot send 400 error. No user ID found in token payload. Good, good, good. Nice. So now that we have this, require normal token should work automatically. Get the token payload, authorize that against the user ID. Oh, this is not right. Wait. This will always work. Oh, let me think about this. A user provides a token. We don't know for sure if it's theirs, but it doesn't matter because if they got someone else's, they might as well have just gotten their username and password. So this can't really be needed here. Where did I even put this? Right here. Require normal token. Like we would have already authorized them. We not only need to make sure it's a valid token, but that it's valid with our secret. Okay, then this should already do this. So we just need to pull the user ID out. We don't need to validate them any longer. Okay. So by verifying their token, we'll know that it was signed with the correct secret. So we know that the user is who they say they are. I don't know that for sure. Yeah, everyone, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it because they're your points. If moderators could like create points, I'd probably say no, but no, it's totally cool. Alright, so by verifying their token, we'll know that it was signed with the correct JWT secret. So we know the users who they say they are, and then this will pull the user ID out of the token. We don't need to run authorization since the token verification was essentially that step. It's a little bit complex, I think. Business case says, I know this is a side thing, but I'm curious about the color changing light in your room. Oh, that is... Yep. Kyra is also coming over there. Nice. Adam, if I delete a bot bay, the item should return, right? No, Judge Bacon. So that is the difference between research bays and committed bays. And that's something that may seem a little bit counterintuitive right now, but that's actually intentional. So I do talk about committing a bay. When you're finished making a bay, you can choose to commit it. By doing so, the bay becomes an inseparable unit, meaning you can no longer edit it. Should you ever need to change it, you can delete it and make a new one. By doing so, you lose all of the hardware you'd committed. And you will regain cosmetic items, but those don't exist in the game yet. So yeah, RIP my stuff. Judge Bacon, if you want, I can go edit the database to give you a ton of stuff. In fact, let me do that. I'll do this really fast. Let's see. I got to do this off screen though. Screen-rd MySQL. So select star from users where name equals Judge Bacon. You currently have an inventory that looks like this. Whoops. So that'll take some time, but I'm going to just update everyone's inventory right now. Actually, you know what? Select star from users. Everyone after Ginger Miner. So update users, set inventory equals. So yeah, here's what you have in your inventory right now. Some lasers, some missiles, some cloaking, not very much. Let's see if I can update this. Where would this be? I don't remember doing this. All right, I'll just let me see this. Update user set inventory equal, and I believe we have item data.json. We have what, 1 through 13. So let's go do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Select all those lines, give you 3,000 of an item, semicolon, join those, delete that. Great. So let's set that. Where ID is greater than 14. Let's see if that works. All right, so now if I select you, yeah, okay, cool. So Judge Bacon, if you refresh the page now, everything should be fine. And let me go find out if, yeah, Botland's working. So connect, join game. So I see my bots. Who asked about this? Snipe asked. Hey, Walshy. So Snipe, you gotta wait until the next match starts, and then there's a minute before the match starts where you can pick all of this stuff. So I'm gonna pick missile range, and I'm gonna go with my typical bot here, which says deploy from JavaScript, and I want missiles cloaking regen. Yeah, so I'm ready for this. So Snipe, once this 41 seconds is up, you'll be able to deploy, and then we should be able to see your bot base. It is you, me, and Andrew in the game right now. So I'm going to save this thing off somewhere. I guess I'll just save this here. Yeah. And then as far as buying and selling goes, I guess I can get back to this finally. So we're going to say buy item for user. Bind this. Good. So now this needs to change to item/item ID/buy. Okay, so get inventory for user. We're going to make a buy item for user, recres next. And we have the user ID. That is here. We have the item ID equals rec.params.item ID, I think. I'm not sure exactly how that works. Where do I do this? Rec.query.name. It might actually be that instead. Let me just look at the routes. Where do I use this? User ID. Yeah, here we go. Get user. Rec.query.name. Yeah, but that's not the right function. This is not right. No, what's going on here? That's because it's saved off from that. Okay, no, I know what it is. Extract user ID. Goodness. All right. So there we have it. Then we check to see if it's a real parse int. Also, this should have been parse int 10. Why am I being so sloppy with this stuff? Yeah, all of these things should have been changed. Yeah, there we go. All right, then I check to see if it's a number or not. Return if it's, so buy item for user. If not is not a number, or if it is a number, sorry. Item ID. Item ID is not a number. There we go. All right, but then if it is a number, then we need to do the rest of this stuff, which should all be taking place in the database wrapper. There's going to be actually moderately annoying. So how did I do this when I wanted to commit a bot bay? So patch bay was here. This should be a very simple database wrapper kind of thing. Yeah, it depended on what I patched it with. Then I got the bot bay at the end and I returned it. So when you buy an item, should I return your inventory? Yes, probably. All right. Return inventory at end. All right, let's call into the database wrapper. Yeah. Let me close this too. So buy item, we're going to call into the database wrapper. is dot database wrapper dot by item. So we need to pass in a few things: the user ID, the item ID. Actually, that's it. And I'll just say dot then resp.log finished with by item resp, and we can JSON.stringify that if we want, but I don't care right now. And then I need to write this function. So by item in the database wrapper. This is going to be another transactional thing that I've got to do, just like patching a BOP bay. Where did I do that? Set hardware config. Yeah, something like this. Takes in a user ID and an item ID. And we do something like this. This shouldn't be too bad. It's just going to be a very long function, and I want to later refactor these things. For now, I think this is fine though. So the first thing we need to do is check to see, do you have enough Botcoin? Which means we actually need to know the cost of the item. This is something that should be passed in, I believe. So let's just say const cost of item equals 100 to figure this out for real based on the rarity of the item specified. Oh, and also to make sure the item that they want is a valid one. E.g., they could pass 99999 right now, which doesn't exist since I only have 13. Alright, cost of items should probably also go in there. Or, I don't know, I gotta figure out how these arguments are gonna work. This is gonna need to change a bit. So the first thing is get the user ID. I get the user's response, users do not exist. Then I check to see do they have enough Botcoin. So const Botcoin equals dbuser.Botcoin. If Botcoin is less than the cost of the item, then we do not allow it. Throw new error, not enough Botcoin. So that was number one, and then that's it. We know that you're allowed to buy the item at that point. So then subtract that much Botcoin. So now we subtract it. How do I want to do this? Yield TRX users. I believe decrement can take in a number for the amount to decrement. Decrement. Column, comma, amount. So TRX accounts where user ID. I want the user ID part there too. Decrement. Column is going to be Botcoin. Amount is going to be cost of item. We don't care about the result of that. Next. So we've done the subtracted part. Now add the item to the inventory. This is the hard part. So let's get the inventory. dbuser.inventory. So yeah, there needs to be a function for this, and it needs to be different from this, that's for sure. So maybe I make a suite of inventory functions. Right now I have validate inventory, and this takes in all of this stuff. So let's say I made this. I said function add item to inventory, item template depot serialize inventory, and then the item to add, item ID quantity. So how would this work? Well, we take this code just like we had before. We figure out how to make the item. So that's something that we import item from item. Then I just construct it, I believe. Item template quantity. Const item template equals item template depot dot get item template with the item ID. Then we say item equals new item with the item template and the quantity. And we probably make sure that this stuff exists. So if not, util.exists item template. Return null. Probably put something like logger.error. Item template could not be found for ID equals item ID. And then if the item does exist, we should be able to do inventory.add item return inventory.serialize. I cannot type today for some reason. So that's how this would work. The problem is the way we're exporting things from here, it's just a default of validate inventory. And the way that this is named is not indicative that this should have other functions at all. So I either make a whole bunch of different functions in their own files, or I make a whole bunch of inventory util functions. I'm leaning toward the second option because these are all related and they would probably all want similar. Yeah, I'm going to do that. All right, I guess we do this. Validate inventory. Wait, I don't need to do this. I need to do this the same way I did this in util, just export function. Export. So then, yeah, that's that. Now whenever I use this file, now it's screwed up, and also the name should be changed. So I'm going to write this down too. Rename validate inventory to reflect what it's doing now. But until then, everywhere that I do use validate inventory, I need to update it. Which hopefully is not in very many places. Pudding says, I just watched your What is Botland video. This is a really interesting game concept. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited about this. I really want to see what people think. And what I've been working toward for the last 2 months has been this set of goals, which is getting the first Botland vertical complete with a deathmatch. So if you want, Pudding, you can already sign up for an account. It costs 50 loyalty points today. And if you just came into the channel, then you probably don't have a whole lot. 21. Oh, you've actually been here for a decent amount of time. But anyway, yeah, the game is playable. I'm sorry if I forgot. There are a lot of people in chat sometimes, and I try to remember people, but it's hard sometimes. So you can already play right now. I can connect, and then I can see, oh, actually people are playing. That's pretty good. Am I playing? No, those are not my bots. So I will deploy one of these bots. What team am I on? I'm on there. Yeah, so deploy. So there we go. Wait. Yeah. There's my bot. Look at it go. Moving around. It favors moving to the left, so it will eventually get over there. In fact, I believe. Yeah, there we go. All right, so it's marching over there. Come on. You can do it. Yeah. Oh, missiles are way weaker than lasers are. Do I have regen? Am I healing life? Oh, I have life leech. Oh. So that's how I'm healing. Steals 9% of all damage dealt as life for your bot. So I'm slowly going back up to full. Okay, I got killed. Now it's 13 to 13. Yeah, pretty cool. Alright, so everywhere validate inventory was imported, I need to change this. And I think it was only in 2 spots. Yeah, inventory test is one of them. But then here as well on the server. And that's it. So yeah, let's change this then. So this is now going to be import star as inventory util. I'm going to need to change the name of that. So now validate inventory. Yeah, this needs to change. Okay, I think I'm done. Oh, except for this one. So there were what, 3 instances? 1, 2, 3. No, I just screwed up. No, whatever. It's fixed now. So then this extra function is what I'm going to need. Add item to inventory. This is something that the server needs to pass in with a bound item template depot. So not too bad. I should just be able to say this, the cost of item and then a function for validating this thing. And instead of calling this validate inventory, this is now the add item to inventory. And yeah, it'll know how to pass in the inventory, the item ID, and the quantity. So let's try this out. It's going to be add item to inventory function. and we say new inventory is add item. We have the serialized inventory, we have the item ID, and we have the quantity. We don't have the quantity, do we? I guess it's 1. All right, well, let's say quantity then. And I'll say, instead of cost of item, we'll just say total cost here. So quantity is going to be 1 const total cost equals cost of item times quantity. We should say quantity equals 1, search for the 1, change it with quantity, and then pass in the function that we have there. So then we're calling this function, we have item ID, quantity. Do we need anything else in here? There's inventory item quantity. Yeah, and the template depot is bound already. I think that's that. Yeah, I think that's that. Let's try it out. And it's almost lunchtime and I'm starving. Oh, that didn't work. Could not find module inventory util.validate. I knew I made a mistake. It's here. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. All right, well that should fix it. So let's try buying an item. If we create a super token for a user, oh, we can't do that. We need to create a regular token. In fact, a super token is not allowed for this API, so we can't buy. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. So this is for Atom. Now when I say, so Atom, when I say get user of Atom, I have 500 botcoin, which you can see here. So I have 500. The cost I hard coded to 100. So let's try this out. I made this a get API, didn't I? I don't know what the verb should be for this. Get, post, put, patch, delete, copy, head options, link, lock. Maybe it's a put. Let's look at the old notes, or if anyone knows what the basic REST conventions are for this, let me know. Use put to update multiple fields. Use patch when you're going to modify just part of an object. Use post when you're going to create an entirely new object. Use get when there are no side effects. So get is definitely the wrong one. I just don't know what the right one is. Well, since get is wrong, I'd say it's probably post. I'll just post to it. All right, let's change this then. So item post there. So let's do this. Create token. We'll duplicate this. Drag this up to here. We'll call this buy item for user. So the way this works is items slash user ID slash buy. And it's a post, and it takes in a BL token of a value that I'd pasted over here. Copy that, paste that over here, and the body is going to be nothing. So save that, and now restart the server, and we'll try accessing this. This is it. Internal error, Bay ID is not defined. Well, that is a minor error. Wait, what? Set Bob Bay database wrapper 363. No, I have Bay ID written in here somewhere. How did that happen? Buy item. Oh, I just never deleted this stuff. Okay, so could not buy item based on who knows what. This probably shouldn't happen. And then there's some stuff to do after that. I'm just going to delete all this. Got an error in buy item for user. Is it just called buy item? It is. All right. Well, oh yeah, we need to update the new inventory. That's true. DB resp updated botbay. We don't need that. So at this point, I guess I can just say logger.info successfully updated. All right, let's try it out. So part of what I'm going to do here is if I do select star from users. So take a look. Well, maybe you can't see this. No, you can. So it says 1:4. That means that I have 4 of whatever item ID 1 is, which happens to be lasers, but that's not important. So if I do buy an item, did that just break again? Finished with buy item undefined. Oh, I just didn't get a return value. But now, so I bought 1 laser. Let's see if it updated the inventory correctly. Yeah, there it is, 1:5. That did work. And it should have subtracted 100 Botcoin, which that worked too. Whew. That was pretty good. So now the only part to fix is over here. We just said finished with buy item, which is not really helpful. What we need to do is send a response back with the updated inventory. So let's go fetch the inventory the same way that we do. Why do I do this? I do something stupid here, don't I? When you create a bot bay, oh, then I get the bay and then I return it. Okay, this isn't that bad. So I changed this to I got the response. I don't care about the response because this is like, was it successful or not? And then I say return this dot database wrapper dot get inventory for user ID. And then here, serialized inventory, send that across. Rest dot send 200. It's actually not 200. It's 201, I believe. $201 is created. Yeah. And then we send inventory, serialize inventory. Dot catch error, logger dot error, error in buy item for user, error 500 error dot message. All right. Finally. Actually, this next shouldn't even happen, but whatever. There's no middleware after this. All right. Does this work? The only way to know is to restart this. So I'm going to try buying another 5 of those items. Only 4 of them should actually work. So I hit send, and I actually got a response. Here's my inventory. And we can see it says 1:6. Now it's 1:7. Now it's 1:8. Now it's 1:9. And now it should fail. Not enough Botcoin, 0. Got an error, not enough Botcoin, 0. Yeah, looks good. So buying items. It kind of works. I need to clean up the code. Yeah, so clean up code, fix to do items, rename validate inventory to reflect what it's doing now. And yeah, that's it. Then just kind of go through, fix things up, comment stuff. So that would be buying items. Then we'd have selling items. So this is here. This goes here. Okay, cool. Hey, Spurtman. Well, I think that's it for now. I am getting way too hungry to focus. So I am going to get going to lunch. Now, I believe there are a lot of people on the lunch list. Frankie and Gramanja. So let's form up this thing. Move from lunch BRB. Frankie and Gramanja. BRB lunch 45M. All right, that is that. So pretty good morning so far. Hoping to have a good afternoon too. When I come back, I'll be back for about 3 hours. I do plan on leaving on time today, so I probably won't be streaming until 5 p.m. So there we have it. Thank you all for watching, and I'll be back after lunch. All right, I'm back. Oh, no one's playing. All right, well, fine. I'll deploy my bot. It has been announced. All right, so cleaning up the code. Fix to-do items. Can do. You can also comment on this stuff too. Purchases an item for a user. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. So make sure that the item they want is a valid one. So this is to check to make sure the item template depot actually has it, and maybe whether or not it's purchasable. It's actually a good question of whether I should. I think I just assume all items are purchasable for right now. So if the item template depot has it, then it's fine. So let's do this. Const item template equals this dot item template depot dot get item. Yeah, I always forget what this is called. What is this stuff? HTML. This is a coverage report. I shouldn't be searching the coverage folder. Targ. Edit project. Also, what are the viewers at? 18. That's like a very, very low number for the stream. All right, so exclude patterns. We're also going to exclude the coverage folder. So now when we search for depot, wait, I'm still getting coverage stuff in here. Oh, because the file was already open. Yeah. So item template depot. Here it is. So get item template. We get it by ID. And let me do this, yeah. So here we go. And the ID is the item ID. So if not util.exists item template, then rest.send 400 error item ID does not correspond to a valid item. Return. There. So that's the first thing. Figure out the cost based on the rarity. I actually don't need to do that. Cost of item is just item template dot. Oh wait, it's not part of the item template, is it? By cost? It actually is part of that. If not util.exists cost of item rest.send 400 error cost of item not set. All right, there. So now, if we were to try this out, I restart the server, I go over to here, I say that I want to buy item 15, which doesn't exist. And I hit send. It says item ID does not correspond to a valid item. So perfect. So the to-do items I believe are fixed. Rename validate inventory to reflect what it's doing now. That is, this is more of an inventory util. So let's get rename it. Where's rename? Oh, get rename, there it is. We'll call this inventory util.js. Now, anywhere that we have validate inventory, import.star, we need to change that too. Yep, so this part, that's good. And now this needs to be changed too. Actually, this entire file needs to be changed. Inventory test. Put stars inventory util from inventory util. Good. Now validate inventory. Is done. And then I need to write tests for this stuff too. Write tests for inventory util. All right. So there's that. Then comment everything. So yeah, I'll just go through my normal commit at this point. Adds an item to the inventory. Modify. Wait, what? Why is this even necessary? All this, yeah, this is probably a stupid function. I guess because it takes in a serialized inventory. Yeah, so fine. Adds an item to an inventory. This is not a very complex function, but the important, it exists mostly because the arguments given to it are such that the database layer can make use of this nicely. Yeah, I think that's the best way of saying this. So this is the item template depot, just like everything else. Serialized thing, a number, and then the quantity. And we probably should ensure that the quantity is high enough and everything, but that's something a different layer can do. So yeah, I think this is fine. So there's that. What's up next? Database wrapper by item. Purchases some number of items for a player. This handles checking / removing bot coin and then adding the items to the inventory. This is a number, a number, a number, a number, and then a function. See inventory util dot add item to inventory. Uh-oh. This file shouldn't exist anymore. What's going on? Why does this exist? I guess get renamed just doesn't delete it. The Mad Henry says, do you use VI keys? No, I don't. Yeah, see inventory util that add item to inventory. And then this returns a promise. Alright, so the only thing that I need to fix up here is this, and perhaps this should return something? Wait, if I have the new inventory here, I could just return that. I don't need to fetch it again. Yeah, that's a much better way of doing things here. Even Vim users don't use those keys often. Hey Cipro. Cipro, you said I should play music during probably my lunch break. I don't want to for a couple reasons. One is mostly, and the most important one is legality. I don't usually have a license to stream music. And two is that people don't typically watch during my lunch stream anyway, and they probably wouldn't know that I'm back unless I said something, and they'd mute me if I had music playing. Pudding says, does that keyboard that you use really help with typing? It's supposed to help with hand and wrist strain mostly, and I didn't have that to begin with. The only reason I'm using this keyboard is because the other one that I have is mechanical with blue switches, and they're very clacky, which I like, and I was happy with that keyboard, but I did not think you guys would be happy with it because it's very noisy. So does it help? I don't know. I like it. I like, one of the other things that's actually nice about it that I use a lot but never on stream are the volume keys. So there's volume up, volume down, and mute. My other keyboard, I had to set up a custom hotkey that was like Control Alt Numpad Plus or something, and then have a program running that would listen to the hotkey. And so it's slightly nicer in that regard, but that's not a very uncommon thing on keyboards. So database wrapper can just return in by item. So by item here. We don't need to do any of this. We can just delete actually all of that. The nice thing about by item is that, wait a second, that's true of the other one too. What's going on here? There's validate inventory. Oh no, that's a bot bay config though. But we have the new hardware config. We just don't have all of the info. Yeah. Yeah, so then I was right about this. The nice thing about buy item is that it will modify the serialized inventory directly, so we don't need to hit the database again to fetch it, since it provides that to us. Now this is kind of a weird, this is why tabbing of this stuff can be kind of annoying sometimes. I think that's a little bit better. Yeah. So user ID, item ID, quantity, and cost. Is the cost needed? Yeah, because I need to know how many Botcoin to remove. Okay, that looks good. Yep, cool. Okay, server.js. We now have a route, and we have extract user ID from token. This is something, there are some routes where you don't have to pass in a user ID. You don't have to explicitly pass in a user ID. For example, buying an item. For routes like this, a normal token is passed in, and the token itself contains a user ID indicating which user should be, which user is relevant for the route. This middleware simply pulls the user ID out of the token payload. And stores it using setBLinfo. And I want to write a note that I wrote up here. Note, by doing this, you don't really need to authorize users, because for them to have passed a valid token means that it was signed correctly, meaning the user ID was specified from the server originally, or that they stole another user's tokens via means that they could have used to steal the username / password anyway. Oh, that makes sense later. Yeah, the rest of this is fine. And then I can delete this comment here. So by verifying their token, we'll know it was signed to the correct secret. So So verify token middleware is essentially a way of saying, I know you are who you say you are, or that you stole information from another user, which you'd have nothing is secure from a human standpoint. You can always take secrets from a human. But as far as this is concerned, we know that this token came from the person it said it came from, because it's been signed by us. So requires super token. So verify token middleware is not, yeah, okay. This is not doing any authorization. Yeah, that's important. Although it's important to note that that's it. Let's just leave it like that. Okay. So then the rest of this stuff is fixing parse int, and then, yeah. Oh, and then validate inventory. This is not version because it shouldn't exist. Delete. All right, good. So users can now buy. There is now a REST API to purchase an item. You can only purchase one at a time, but it does properly take Botcoin from your account and add the item into your inventory. To accommodate the above, I have changed validate inventory.js into inventory-util.js, and then fixed how parse int was not called with an explicit radix. All right, good. So this, why is this file still open? Why do I keep doing that? All right, let's test that out really quickly because I might have screwed something up. So if I do this, I hit send, it's going to say I don't have enough Botcoin. Oh, no, it's not. I got to say 1 here. Not enough Botcoin, 0. So if I tried buying it for user 2, it should say that I'm not authorized to do that. Not enough Botcoin, 0. Oh, I'm not buying for user 2. I'm trying to buy. Okay, never mind. All right, let's do create token for Atom2, send. So now I'd be trying to buy it for user 2. So buy item for user. We pass this in. And now user 2 just got one more item 2, which is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And now this should no longer have the Botcoin to do so. Great. Everything works. Looking good. Moving on. We have, this part's done. REST API for selling an item. This is almost all of what we just did, but ever so slightly different. Let's check your inventory. If you have the item, delete it from the inventory and give Botcoin. Where do we begin? I think we go to inventory util. And we make a remove item from inventory. Remove item from inventory takes an item template depot, a serialized inventory, the item ID and the quantity. Perfect. We take this thing just like, let's just copy this whole function. Why beat around the bush? We want this code. Let's just steal it. Ha ha ha. So we have the inventory. We get an item template. We don't need to do this. We can do if not inventory. Oh, first we probably should check and see if the inventory deserialized correctly. That's not even something I did here. Validate inventory doesn't do that. Okay, another thing to write a test for is if you pass in an invalidly serialized inventory into validate inventory. So I should be doing this everywhere. If not util.exists inventory, then we say logger.error could not deserialize the inventory. Serialize inventory, return null. And then we copy paste this into all of the functions. So here is one place, and then here's the other place. That's it. So great. At this point, we know for sure we have an inventory object and we have a has item here. So we can do if not inventory dot has item ID quantity, then logger dot error inventory did not contain item. Let's change these to this way. Item ID equals item ID, quantity equals quantity. Turn null. So at this point, we know that it has the item. We know that it contains the item. Hey, Duck of Doom. It says, "Sweet Jesus, you type fast." Well, thank you. So we know that you have the item, so we can just remove it. And inventory.js has the remove item here with ID and quantity. So we can really just copy paste this down here. And instead of has, we say remove. And we could verify that this works. Const ret val equal, or like success fully removed equals that. If not, I don't even think this could fail though. That's the thing. If you have an item in your inventory, that means that you've got the item and that the quantity is enough. So then remove item should not be able to fail. Checks quantity. Wait a second. Has item quantity equals 0. Quantity is greater than equal quantity. I guess you could pass in a negative quantity to has item. So then this should screw up. Yeah. Let's do that. But then the rest of this will work, necessarily. Item get quantity less than 0. Yeah. So has item just needs to have this one little line of code in here. Try to, well, we don't need to do that there. We could do that. It doesn't really matter. Quantity is less than 0. Has item can only be called with non-negative quantities. Dreamer. Alright, successfully removed. So we don't need to check that because it's no longer possible for anything to go wrong there. So once we remove the item, at that point we can just do inventory.serialize. Good, 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 good. Let's comment this function. Removes an item from an inventory. As with add item to inventory, the biggest reason this function exists is to make for a simple invocation from the database layer. This is an item template depot. This is a string, a number, and a string. Although it's only potentially going to be returned there. And same thing up here. This is, I never even specified what this returns. So I guess I fixed it. All right, now I have this API, and it should be bulletproof. Let's just take a look. We deserialize the inventory. If that didn't work, we bail. If it doesn't have the item, we bail. So if it has the item, then we just remove it, and then we return the serialized new inventory. Seems good. So next up is the database and the REST server layers of these things. So let's go into the database wrapper. And we will go to, I think it's, buy item and sell item. So sell item works pretty similarly to buy item. So we change sells some number of items for a player. This handles checking and removing, this handles checking / removing the item from the inventory and then adding bot coin to the player. Now this is, how does this work? User ID, item ID, quantity, total cost. It's not cost if you're selling. I guess it's like total sell amount. And then add item to inventory function. We're going to change this to remove item from inventory function. And then add item changes to this. There we go. Hey, folk. Oh yeah, so the UI part that I specified there should already, oh, you just connected from another device, closing this session. Whew, that scared me. All right, let me show you. So this is the UI. It looks terrible, but it's functional. So if I, let's say, take lasers off of my research bay and hit update, we see lasers go from 4997 to 5000. If I were to then add missiles too, we'll see that drop to 4998. So yeah, cool, that works. Then I join the game and I can actually make use of these bays just like before. Well, the game's about to end and nobody's online anyway, but yeah, there's the bay that I configured. Hey, Nate the Great. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you say anything in chat before, but you've been here for like 10 hours. Oh, which brings me to another thing that I would like to have info on. I wonder if PhantomBot keeps track of how many things each person said. I doubt it. Well, let's take a look. We have auto ban phrases, bank heist, blacklist, bool, command count. What is command count? How do I? It's nothing. Lurker level too high. Yeah, Void Dreamer, I agree. It would be nice to have an alert there or something. PhantomBot counter, is this it? No, this has nothing either. Why are there just empty tables here? Events followed, greeting group, group points, groups init, kills, last seen, modules, notice penalty, phrases, points, quotes. Huh. PhantomBot string, also an empty table. Right, these aren't all empty tables. Yeah, no, they're not. Spooky coder. Value visited. Oh, good. What a waste of database space. They store the value visited for each person and not just like a 1 or a 0. And yeah, last seen is terrible. You know what, in fact, let's go take a look at how bad this thing is. Find stir snip last seen star.js. Where is this coming from? Last seen command. What is this trying to do? Last target. If args.length is greater than or equal to 1, What? Does stupid, just stupid. Does this even work? Let's go back. There's the last seen database, right? Yeah, here. Does this have data in it? Whoops, I need to open it correctly. It has values in it for 10,000 people, so presumably, yeah, presumably this should work. So I just need to figure out what this should say and then make it say that. But thankfully, we have Phantom Bots GitHub. We can just see. It takes a couple of weeks for Bot to find out about it. Yeah, let's go find out. Last seen. This should show up as a file, yep, here. And I bet they've changed the code. Let's take a look. Diff with clipboard. They have. Oh, look at that. Look at that. There. All right, so now let's try it out. Last seen orange ray. No data. What a terrible thing. What about me? Does it have data for me? No data. Okay, what is this pulling it from? What about Spooky Coder? Oh, so orange just doesn't have any. And what, I don't have anything either? Adam13531. No, I have data. Does it have to be lowercase? Oh, it has to be exactly however it's written in the database. Ooh, that's stupid. So then Orange Ray's name does not show up as a capital O, I'm assuming? Where is it? Yeah, it's all lowercase. So that's how this had to work this entire time. Who had any idea? I did not know that. All right, well then let's fix this. Sender equals sender.to lowercase. So now it should work. That didn't work. Oh wait, oh, it's last seen for arg0. Oh, arg0 needs to be to lowercase. There, that should work. Yeah, now, okay, wow. Wow. Talking about stupid. Also, what does that even mean? I was last seen 3 days ago? Where am I now? Wait, 2016. Yeah, how did this thing screw up? It's, okay, so I'm not going crazy here. Look at this. Oh, I can't show you on this screen apparently unless maybe I click this. Yeah, now it shows up here. January 18th today. That thing thinks... this probably just never gets updated. That's probably it. Sort by value. I don't know. Maybe it's in a different time zone. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. Adam's been missing for 3 days. How does it know? There's going to be a search party sent out for me. Hey, Purple Flurple. Things just got weird. Alright, well, let's just code. Maybe I'll appear twice on the stream. You never know. Alright, so sell some number of items for a player. This handles checking and removing the item from the inventory and then adding Botcoin to the player. So good. This should be changed to this. And we're good. So now this is going to be called sell item. What's on the agenda for today? Today is inventory stuff. So check it out. Toon says that color thing was awesome. Oh good, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, that color thing is the follower reward. When people follow, you can change the color of my lights. So, Purple Flurple. There's now an inventory UI that shows what inventory you have. So when I want to go configure another bot, let's say I make a bay with Melee 3 in it. So I have 4994. When I hit commit, it goes down to 4991. So it's actually taking items from your inventory. The part about it taking items was already the case, but you had no way of seeing it. So now you have a way of seeing it. This should be like the test if you're human. If you show up in Adam's last scene. Take that, Turing. Wait, what? Cipros is correct? Yeah, then there's no logic in this place. Stop sucking. What if that was a command I just didn't know about? Actually, there is one command I made for Phantom Bot. It's a trigger phrase. And it's a phrase that I would have expected to have happened by now. I made it 2 weeks ago, and just no one happens to have said the phrase. And you won't find it. There's no way you'll come up with it right now. It would have to happen in like that situation. It's like if I were... Never mind. That was zany analogy alert, but I've aborted that analogy, so we're not gonna talk about it. Yeah, it might only log when users connect. Wait, what? How did you know that butcher? Wait, No. This Void Dreamer is a wizard somehow. How did you find that? How did you find that? When did you see that? You ruined my... Aww. I feel so... I don't know, like I've just been played. Seriously, I want to know how you figured that out. Well, it's like I performed a magic trick and everyone knew what the magic trick was, and when it fooled, audiences before that or something. Didn't you show the code? I probably did, but why are people reading the code? Maybe. Oh, Void Dreamer revealed the secret to me. Oh my god. That's pretty great, Void Dreamer. All right, I'm giving you points for that. That was good show. A good show. Wow, I thought no one would actually have seen that. Yeah, actually there was no code to read, by the way, so Void Dreamer is just tricky. Very funny, though. Yeah, I wanted to know too, folk, but now I'm not sharing it. Void Dreamer gets to choose whether he wants to take it to the grave or not. Well, anyway, that's the only phrase, and now I'm going to have to come up with more things. Come up with other phrases. Oh, man. Risa, what happened is I was hyping up how, oh yeah, Phantom Bot has a phrase that just no one's ever said and no one will ever figure it out. And then Void Dreamer immediately said it, and I had no idea how he knew. And then he told me how he knew, and now I'm not going to share that with anybody. Was it in the VRB screen? No. So goofy. Alright, I got to get back to work on this. So get the user, and then... get their bot coin. I actually need to get that later. I need to get their old inventory. Oh man. Alright, new inventory. So this is remove function. Inventory item ID quantity. Inventory item ID quantity, yeah, good. Well, anyway, Void Dreamer, no one has ever said, hey, Void Dreamer, because everyone's always doing the whole whatever, this thing, which I had never really seen until I started streaming. The little wavy guy. So, new inventory. We check to make sure that that exists. This actually could happen because we don't do any verification here. Could not sell item. Okay. And then if we did sell their item, Then we subtract their bot coin. No, we add to their bot coin so that this can't fail. We just say increment. And total cost is not total cost, total sell amount. No, I'm not saying you guys should start typing that. I was just saying that everyone, instead of saying hey Void Dreamer, anyone who would say hi to Void Dreamer just like tags him and then says like a little hi symbol. So there was no way to trigger the secret phrase before this because no one ever, well, there was a way to trigger it. No one ever says it normally. Void Dreamer knew this whole time. Was just holding on that information. Hey, Better Master. That was it. There was only one secret phrase. You guys don't need to try triggering another one, but it was still funny. All right. New inventory. This can't happen. This doesn't even need to be checked. And then yield update inventory. So this should be done first. Yeah, new inventory. And then botcoin, DB user, botcoin, increment. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do that at all. Yeah, because we don't need to do it for the other one either. This is just an unused variable. Right? Oh, no, it's not an unused variable when you're buying. And that's it. Cool. So we just changed this to sell item. So that's done. He isn't disclosing it to you, everyone. Can you paste your whisper conversation? I want to see it. Oh man, this is exactly how I feel at the end of magic shows. I will tell you that. I'm like, where did that card come from? Was the coin in his ear the whole time? Was there a rabbit? We go to server.js and we set up a route for selling an item. All right, thank you, everyone. Oh, certain things just make me laugh. I'm gonna have to record this tonight. Put in fun memories. Void Dreamer guessing the secret phrase. Alright, everyone, I have deemed that your whisper conversation is not private enough, so I'm just gonna paste it in here. Reveal to me. Oh boy. Hope at least one other person is laughing at the coincidence here, or I just seem like a crazy person otherwise. So in server.js, we had buy item. Now we're going to make sell item. Let's go edit reverser so that we have yes, sell, whoops, sell, buy. All right, cool. So now we can change this to sell item for user. Yeah, the rest of this is all fine. Whoops. Everyone says, I refuse to moderate any longer until the secret is disclosed. And then 2 people immediately stepped up to moderate. There's a big responsibility of moderating in this chat, guys. A lot of hooligans. A lot of tomfoolery going on in chat. Get the user ID, get the item ID. If it's not a number, say that. If it doesn't correspond to a valid item, say that. There should be middleware for that eventually. Make middleware for extracting items, extracting / validating. All right. So then cost of item. This is going to be sell amount of item. Let's just say sell amount. Okay, good. Quantity. So total sell amount is the sell amount times the quantity. So now we say sell item. What does this take in? It takes in a user item quantity amount, user item quantity amount, and then the remove item from inventory dot bind this. Yep, good. All right, cool. So good, 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 and then this just needs to change to sell item for user. Cool. Somehow I lost the bottom of this function. Probably all of this stuff. Yeah, that's probably how I lost it. How many followers does Notch have? 3.3 million. Wow. Wow, indeed. It's Wouters. Walters. Oh man, chat is just going nuts today. This is great. All right, run the server. Now we got to make a sell item. So let's duplicate this. I think posting to sell item. No, does that make sense? Should you call delete on sell item? Should you post to it? Let's go look at the old HTTP response codes. Success. Created, accepted. I think it should be okay. I don't think it makes sense that it was created. Yeah, I think it's a 200. And I don't know if posting to it makes sense, but it's probably just not worth thinking about any further. So let's go make this. So buy item for user copy, we change into sell item for user. We change this to sell, and we hit send. I'll save and then send. All right, so we're selling one item here. So we have 8 left. Sell another one. We have 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Now it's gone from the inventory entirely. Now when I hit send again, it says could not sell item. Okay, cool. And then in my wallet, I should have like 800 or 900 Bitcoin. Oh, I have 225. Yeah, so that's 9 times 25, because I thought the sell price was 100, but it's not. I don't remember what the sell price is, or I don't know how it's computed. It must just be buy price divided by 4. Where is, what am I doing? Item data JSON. Yeah. Rarity. Okay, so then item template has a buy cost, rarity times 100, and then server. I thought I hard coded buy cost it. No, I got rid of that. All right, good. That exchanger. Hey, Got. I can only say the Got part of your name, so that's why you were Got from now on. Oh, whoa. Apparently, it just searches to see if Hey Dreamer is Hey Void Dreamer is anywhere in the message. No, these are substrings apparently. Everyone said it as part of a message and it responded. All right. Yeah, so I think this is working. Cool. Let's try selling an item that doesn't exist. Send. Item ID does not correspond to a valid item. Okay. I think those are all the test cases, really. I mean, how else can you test this thing? You're given user ID you can't fake. Item ID, you either specify a valid one or an invalid one. We tried both of those. Quantity is always set to 1. Total sell amount is figured out by the code. And the remove thing is figured out too, yeah. So it's basically just try to sell items you have, try to sell items you don't have. So now let's try buying item 1 again. Buy 1, 2, not enough bot coin, 25. So now let's sell them again. 1, 2, could not sell item. Now we have 75 bot coin and we can't buy any more items. So that's that. Everyone, if Void Dreamer won't share, I can't share that. Haven't you ever been told you need to keep a secret? Void Dreamer didn't explicitly say that to me, but he meant it. I could tell by the font that he used. Alright, so this is done. Now I just gotta clean up the code and comment this. Yeah, it looks good. Also looks good. The only thing that doesn't look good is sell item for user needs some comments. Sells an item for user. Yeah, that's it. Just want to make sure I had the comment the same way I had it up there too. Yeah, so the rest of this stuff is fine, and we're almost done checking out the code. Yeah, this is something small I think is probably worth putting here. Add a test for has item with a negative quantity. And then, yeah, okay, cool. There is now a REST API for selling an item. To accommodate the edge cases for the above, I change has items so that you can only specify non-negative quantities. That way, we're guaranteed to be able to call remove item with no errors if has item returns true, which is what I would expect. Okay. All right. So make middleware for extracting and validating items. This is going to be used by a total of 2 APIs, both in here. Whoops. Put this back over here, close those, close that. So I have verify token middleware. Let's go. Where's the middleware for this? Here it is. So I'll put a bookmark here, and then let's also go take a look at buy item. Buy item and sell item both have this preamble at the top of verifying that the item ID is valid. And then if it is valid, we probably just want to go get the item template from it. An item template happens to have an ID. Perhaps I should have put functions in here. Well, anyway, it's this stuff. Let's go make this. Extract item template middleware rec res next. Huh, I did not copy that correctly. Buy item. Good. Good. This dot set bl info rec item template item template. Next. I think that's it. Yeah, it's a synchronous API, which is nice. So now I can do this right before buying and selling items. So extract ID from token, same thing here. I want to do this. So that's for buying an item and then for selling an item. And now in the buy item function, I can just say this. Const item template equals this.get bl info rec item template. And item ID equals item template dot ID. So now we don't need any of this code. Yeah. I can do the same thing in sell item. Is the item template used any longer? Yeah, for the buy cost. All right, so sell item. So that'll be the same thing here. And then likewise, item templates used for the sell amount. And the item ID is definitely used. I yeah, I think this is the best way of doing things. Okay, so that's that. Let's test it out. Let's do this for user. Let's just give myself some Botcoin. I want to go on a spending spree. Update users set Botcoin equals 9,000. No, not 9,000. 900, where ID equals 1. All right, so now if I were to do get user, I have 900 Botcoin. And now let's buy an item. Buy one item, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all of those worked. Now I try to buy another one, and it says not enough Botcoin, 0. So let's sell all 9 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now it says cannot sell item. Good. So I tried buying item 15. Does not correspond to a valid item. Try buying or selling. That was buying. Okay, great. All of it works. God says, I enjoy watching the stream. Shame I'm in Australia and miss most of the stream. Well, there always are the VODs, which I try to keep up to date on YouTube. So if you ever go to bot.land, if I'm not online, the VODs automatically upload to YouTube, or to Twitch. And they're there for either like 7 days or 7 streams. I don't know what. But anyway, they're there for about a week. And then I try to upload them all to YouTube as well. So if you click YouTube and then you go to the playlist Twitch Development VODs, which is going to appear in a different spot for you, then you should see almost all of the VODs. We're up to day 70. What is day? Day 71? Yeah, so I'm a little bit behind on this. And actually some of this is just because I haven't made them public yet. Because I have day 67, 8, 9. Yeah, I have all of those. I just need to make those public. So I'll write that down for tonight. Make VODs public. It's not fun watching streams without the ability to poke a streamer. Yeah, I agree. I definitely think watching live is the best way to watch. If you want, there's an extension for Chrome. I don't remember what it's called, so I gotta go find it. No, more tools, extensions. Yeah, here. Called Rechat. Rechat for Twitch. View in store. So I can link this into chat right now. Rechat lets you. What just happened? Okay, I don't know. Anyway, search Rechat in the Chrome store. The way that it works is when you're watching a VOD, you'll be able to see chat at the same time that it showed up when it was live. Obviously, you can't interact with chat. It doesn't put you in the channel, because otherwise it'd be confusing to see chat show up from both the current time and the past. But it's pretty nice. Interesting. So these functions got neater, but I'm about to make this take. All right. So anyway, this will take more lines of commenting at the very least. Pulls an item template out. Pulls an item template into the request based on the item ID specified in the params. Yeah. It's not the no time travel that I'm getting at. Like, obviously that's not possible. I'm saying, like, you're not. So sometimes you go watch a stream and you're placed into a group chat. I don't know if it's a group chat or a channel chat or something. Anyway, it's weird, and it's not the chat for whatever you're currently watching. I don't know when that happens. But sometimes when I'm watching Hearthstone, I'm in multiple chat channels. I've never figured out why I'd want that exactly. But yeah, you can't chat at all when you're in that. Extracted the item verification logic into middleware. GMT plus 10. Woo. How do you do that function comment? It is called doc blocker, where doc blocker is spelled like this. And the way that it works is you have a function, foo ABC, and you just type /** enter. And it determines, hey, that's a function, I recognize that. So then you can type a description up here and then just tab to the different fields, type what they are, the first thing, tab again, say this is a string, the second thing, tab, and then you're done. if you end up using this, there are a couple of quirks that I'd want to tell you about. I describe these on the blog a little bit. One is that, let's say you have a really long line, lorem ipsum. Let's say you have a really long line and you format it. So I press Alt Q for that. Okay, great. Now you go down to here and you have another really long line that you want. Oops. Okay, and you're like, oh, I'm going to format this too. That's great, but if you have a space right here and you format it, oh, they might have fixed this bug. Huh. I think they did fix this. Hello world. No, that just doesn't work with the /** comments. Anyway, frequently I'll type a list of things like this. I'll say 1, hello, 2, world. And then I format the comment and it crams it all into one line. So the way you fix that is by making a comment line with no space here. And now when I format this, it's not on one line anymore. And so if this did extend off the end of this thing, it'll just fix this one. So that's nice. I've spoken for too long on that already. To make the API routes neater. Omitting E is so hip. People should do that more often. There are 4 E's in your message. 4. That is not hip. I write more tests. So another thing to write a test for is if you pass an invalidly serialized inventory into validate inventory. Let's go into test main and fix this stuff up. Inventory test. So I tried passing in all of this stuff. I also need to pass in, I mean, we don't know where this is going to fail exactly, but that's what code coverage is for. If I make an invalidly serialized inventory, valid inventory. God, I can't type inventory. Emerald HD. Alright, so we got to write some new tests. Add a test for has item with a negative quantity. Has item -1, has item with negative quantity. Yeah, so that shouldn't work. And let's make it item ID 1 so that it, yeah, there we go. So there are those 2 test cases. Now I also need test cases for the other parts of inventory util. So there's add item to inventory. So that needs to be done here, and then there is what, remove item. Yeah. Now what are the test cases for this? I think it's really just test coverage. So let's go into test gulp file and comment the Istanbul stuff out, or in, or whatever direction I want this to be in. And then 65. God says, how's it feel being the current #1 game dev stream? I like it. I mean, I like having viewers. I like having people to talk to while I'm coding. But yeah, earlier I think there were like 1,500 people in the Robot Loves Kitty channel, and other people had like in the 60s and 70s. When you try to do it with people, it becomes popal. Yeah. All right, so I got to test these things. I really just want to get code coverage. So let's run the tests and figure out what happens. Run. I suppose now's a good time to run a giveaway. Okay, let's take a look at code coverage now. So we go into test, coverage, lcov report, and index.html. Here's the code coverage data. I want this all to be in one browser window. So items, we have inventory util is hardly being covered. I'm not even testing these functions. They're showing up in bright red. But validate inventory is going pretty well. These things are, I don't think they can really even be hit So I just put them in there just in case. But we need to test these. And this succeeded. So I'm happy about that. Sarcasm Dota says sold out. What's sold out? What's the list of commands? The list of commands are there. Rigged giveaway. The giveaway is for light control, which I believe, yeah, everyone is currently making use of the light control. So you can see, and there's one other light right here. So now I gotta position myself so that, nope, there. You can see all of the lights. I'm not gonna stay like that. So I gotta write tests for these things. Oh man, I keep dragging this. I don't know how that's happening. So add item to inventory. Let's go into inventory test and write all of the tests for that. This is another one of those cases where I think things are just gonna be hard to do. Like I need a bunch of serialized strings. Actually, add item is not too bad. Let's test this out. So should pass add item to inventory basic cases. All right, let's take a look. So here's our function. Let's try passing in an invalid inventory. So inventory util.add item to inventory. Let serialized inventory. I'll just say let result equal null. Nullil. Result equals this. So we're going to pass in an invalid inventory. Invalidly serialized inventory. And then an item ID. Oh, and this .itd. An item ID. So valid item ID 1 and a quantity 1. Great. So that should fail. Assert not util.exist result. Invalidly serialized inventory. vflag r says, hey man, how much longer will you be streaming? A little less than 2 hours. Hey Dibs. Hey Dibs, I added your quote. I don't know how to find it. It might be 20. No, it's not 20. Ah, there it is. You are number 21, Dibs. Oh, and Seymour HD. And Superman said, any race conditions with the inventory code discovered already? With the inventory code, I haven't taken a look yet. I'm going to do all of that in probably a couple of weeks. All right, so that's the first step. Now, what's next? An item template that doesn't exist. So we're gonna pass in an invalid item. So let's pass in like this, I guess. And then we assert that that doesn't exist, and we say invalid item ID. And then after that, that's it. We just make a new item and we have a quantity. I guess quantity can be negative. That's actually not a good thing. Yeah, nothing is preventing us from doing that. Well, I guess we had something for that too. Alright, so if quantity is less than 0, logger.error, quantity must be a non-negative value. Yeah, and let's put this here too. Alright, good. So then we need an invalid quantity. So we take a valid item ID, we put this here, we put this as -1, invalid quantity. Now you really shouldn't be able to even specify 0. It makes no sense. Maybe I just cut that out. Yeah, I think I cut that out. Quantity is less than or equal to 0. It doesn't make sense to add 0 of an item to your inventory. So invalid quantity, this would be negative. And then let's try with an invalid quantity of 0. Oh, and the inventory actually needs to work. Yeah, this stuff all needs to be changed into just a string, which is that you don't have an inventory. What's going on in chat? Okay. Hey, EOJ. So this is invalid quantity 0. Then all we have left is to check to see if the item got added to the inventory. So let's do that. Let's do a base case of this. So there's a blank inventory and we add 5 of valid item ID 1. Now what we do is we say assert, this is really a serialized inventory, assert util.exists valid inventory. Then we deserialize it, inventory equals inventory.deserialize result. And we check to make sure that there are certain things that are true about this inventory. So things like the number of distinct items and the amount of each item. Number of distinct items is 1. And then it should have, let's say, get item valid ID 1 dot get quantity is going to be 5. Num specific item. Let's try that out. Hey again, Walshy. Unhandled stream error. Valid inventory. That is not good. That means that empty quotes can't be deserialized into an inventory. I sure hope that's not the case. Oh, or it's this. No, it can't be that because it was this that got triggered here. Util.exists. Oh man, that's not good. That's definitely not good. It's probably that that's failing. But then it should have printed something out. It doesn't because it turned off the logger. What do we do? Yes, we turn the logger back on. Yeah, this will be the fastest way of checking this. Adam, can you send me a light token, please? A friend of mine wants to see that. Yeah, sure. There you go. All right, so what happened here? Inventory string had multiple item definitions. No, that's not right. It's coming from up here, I think. Could not deserialize the inventory. Quantity was not a number. Did I forget a return null somewhere? No. Inventory does not contain one missile. I think the problem is this. Deserialize. We check to see if it's a string. If not, we return null. Then we split based on this separator. There should be no items in it. It should be totally valid to have just an empty inventory. I guess it's not. Oh god, the purple. What am I going to do here? So we need to go to an inventory function so that we can check to see how deserializing this works. So if I go into main.js and I check my inventory stuff, we put a breakpoint here and then I refresh the page. Connect. That should get hit. Good. And now we do this. Inventory.deserialize quotes this dot item template depot. Inventory is not defined. See, I don't believe this. Because how else is this working? Right? Like, look at that. How is this code working? Oh, because it's based on something like underscore inventory or something like that. Underscore inventory 2, I bet. Dot deserialize, dot default, dot deserialize. Yeah, that's where it is. You need to know how the transpiler works in order to even use this stuff. Get item template doesn't exist. Okay, good. So now we can do this dot item template depot. And it says quantity was not a number, undefined. Yeah, that's unexpected. It's coming from here. Oh, right. I need to do a check for this. Wait, that means that if you... Uh-oh. This means if you were to sell off all your items, you would eventually just never be able to log in anymore. Oh boy. I have screwed up. Yeah, items, serialized items. So then what is this? Serialized inventory is just a string. So when you split a string on some character, you end up with an empty string here too. So I guess what I need to check is this. If serialized items dot length equals 0 and, well, let's do it this way then. Const first item equals serialized items 0. Alright, I can type. If first item dot trim dot length equals 0, then we say serialized items equals nothing. We change this to a let. If our serialized inventory was an empty string, we actually could have done this differently. I think this would be slightly faster to do it this way. If our serialized inventory was an empty string, then we won't have any valid items to search through. But the dot split from above would have returned an array with an empty string. So this should fix this. Let's try that out. Just game dev things. Then someone finds out how to use the item. It becomes chaos. Alright, what do we have? Could not deserialize the inventory. Yeah, that's a little hard to believe. Did this worked? Inventory.js. Let me take a look then. Maybe I still screwed up that function. I'm not sure how exactly. Hit connect. I get this. Let's just say serialized inventory. Can I change this? Equals an empty string. Then I go into this function. What happens here? Oh no, it's length equals 1. Whoops, that was a mistake. Yeah. And is dot trim even a function that I have? Dot trim. Yeah, it is. Okay, so then did that finish building? It's about to. There it goes. So I think it'll work this time. We can try it first without me needing to do much. Hit connect. Just rerun the last thing I had in the console there. This. Yeah, that worked. Now items is nothing. So if I say this dot get number of distinct items, it's 0. So the inventory is empty. That means that the test should now pass. I take it back. This shouldn't pass. Could not deserialize the inventory. Invalidly serialized inventory. Alright, let's take a look. Invalidly serialized inventory. Yeah, that makes sense. But then this shouldn't exist as a result. Not util exists inventory. Could not deserialize the inventory. Return null. Should pass. Yeah, and then this checks to make sure that it's null. What? Huh. I'm a little confused here then. It looks like this assert didn't fail. This is probably coming from actual code somewhere. Where, I don't know. Alright, I don't know. Let's just do this. Because I still, unfortunately, have not upgraded Node to the point where I can debug this. So, poor man's debugging. They're all doors. Interesting. So what do we get here? Hello 1, but not hello 2. So this thing failed. Item template depot. We pass in an empty string. So we get the inventory. That should be valid. Then we try getting an item of that. Yeah, and then it should say item template could not be found for ID equals whatever. But it doesn't say that. So then item template depot has the problem. Item templates by ID. This would be undefined. Oh, what's going on here? Item template. Weird. Log getting item template for and then got item template for item ID. I do like debugging. I just can't do it right now. The last time I tried doing this, one of my modules was out of date, so the debugger wasn't telling me what line of code I was on. So I tried updating it, and then about 6 hours later, I was no further than where it started. So getting the item template for this, and this just never returns. How can this even fail? As long as the item template... Oh, this... The classic problem. This thing was null, so I was trying to call a function that doesn't exist. Oh, we got there in the end. It should work now. Let's see. So got an item template for 1. Inventory should pass add item to inventory basic case. So it got to what? Hello 3. And something broke. Item template depot this. Valid item ID 1 0. Invalid quantity 0. Why is this so weird? Alright. So much for it should work now. It's not even... What'd you say, Walshy? Well done, Adam. You love this, pun intended. Oh. This. I always have to remember the context of what people are responding to given the delay. Alright, Hello 5 actually did get hit. So then deserialize result. So assuming that this worked, result item template depot, and then something failed. Oh, there is no such thing as deserialized inventory. All right, well let's get rid of all these console logs. What else do we have left here? I think that's it. So are most of the people in here also devs? I think there's a mix. I actually, one of the... At the risk of starting a crazy straw poll thing, let's do this. Do you know how to code? Rank your coding knowledge on a scale of 0 to 5. 0 equals I know nothing about coding. And you can figure out what 5 means to you. I just want to see what people say. All right, add item to inventory. So then all of that passed, which means our coverage report got updated, And yeah, now we can see that add item to inventory, every single line of code is getting hit in here. But nothing's getting hit in remove item from inventory. But that's fine because we can go code that next. So this should be remove from all right. Also, let me check the straw poll result. Interesting. And how many viewers are there? There are 40 people, of which 17 voted. So yeah, roughly half the people in chat at least have some knowledge of coding. And a decent amount of those people would probably consider themselves coders. You can't be best at coding, so you're never 5. Oh man, yeah. I think for the sake of a poll, you can be a 5. But if you were ever to rank yourself, like absolutely, as far as coding goes, then maybe it could be different. All right. So now remove item from inventory. We've got to test all the same sorts of cases that we had with add item to inventory, which is in invalidly serialized inventory, invalid item ID, invalid quantity, invalid quantity, and then we get to a real test case here. So our real test case for this is going to be just an item that exists in your inventory. So for this, we need to say valid item ID :1, but this implies that our serialization is going to stay that way. Oh, whatever. Let's try it out. And we deserialize it. We check to see that it has 0 items in it. Actually, we could do this. Valid item ID 2:3. So it should have 1 item. The quantity of 1 should not even exist, so that shouldn't be there. And we check for has item valid. This should be false because it does not have item 2. Let's try that out. Uh-oh. Error. What did I screw up here? Let's just go take a look. Test is teal. (94). Whoops. Yeah, there shouldn't have been a colon in there. Can I have a light token for 10 whole points? You can just have a light token. Oops. Ah, darn it. I typed this wrong. That might have worked. Let me know if you didn't get one. Meanwhile, the test, where do we stand with that? The test worked. Let's go take a look at the coverage. Coverage is now completely green. Cool. So we've tested everything in this class except for this, which is not my code, and these 2 things, which I think are impossible. Like, I don't even really know how to test it. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. What else do we have here? Inventory util. Inventory itself, we should be testing all of has item. Yeah, we are. Good. ToString I'm not testing. I still don't care about that. You know, maybe I should just call ToString. Yeah, maybe I should just write test for it, despite that I don't care about testing it. Should be able to call ToString just to shut the code cover. No, this is stupid. I'm not actually going to be testing it, so it'd be a bad idea. All right, well, that's that. I wrote tests. I'm happy with that. Is there anything else I had written here? That's done, that's done, that's done. That's, yeah, so everything's done there. Wrote test for all of inventory util now. And inventory actually got some more code in here. Oh yeah, this found a real bug. Due to the above, I found a bug where an empty string for an inventory would be deserialized with an error. It is now deserialized into an empty inventory. Subtle, everyone, subtle. Oh man. Alright, we can cut that out, and keep this. Oh, except for this line. In fact, let's run this eBusy, darn it. Darn it. Inventory test. Gotta be careful about this. Alright, what else do we have here? Yeah. I think this is good. So, do they all pass? Yeah, 350 exactly. They take 4 seconds to run, testing all sorts of things in the game. And I can also do gulp rest test, and we can figure out if that works. Run test for all of the inventory till now. Yeah, looks good. I'll probably make more secret phrases. I'll probably also get rid of the Hey Void Dreamer phase. Let me go check something really fast. Programs, Phantom Bot. Remove phrase, Hey Void Dreamer. No, I wanted to remove it. No. How does this work? Delete phrase? What's the command? Oh, come on. Add phrase. Phrase handler. Del phrase. Oh, it's del phrase. The phrase trigger was removed. It's here forever. There is no command. People just spam that all the time. Actually, as a result of having that phrase, I bet a lot of people would end up saying hi to Void Dreamer. Okay, so a list of things you can buy and their price, along with how many you have. This could even be just a scrollable table. Show UI for the store you can buy and sell items. Yeah, so here's the question. Buy/sell UI. Is the sell UI just your inventory? So right now, you connect. So I guess I'll save this. All right, so right now you connect. Here is your inventory right here. Should there just be a button over here that says sell for right now? I feel like that's probably the best way to do this. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. The alternative would be that there's a whole other thing of like buy and sell. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Yeah. I think I'm going to just put a sell button next to this. So that'll be the first thing. So put a sell button next to your inventory. Nope. All right, Spirit Man. Yeah, I haven't been seeing you in the streams much lately. Soon you're gonna leave forever. You've only been here for 8 days. Come on, that's only like 200 hours. It's hardly any time. Sell button with a pop-up asking how many to sell. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to make it just a sell button. Eventually it should probably ask you, are you sure you want to do that, or something like that. But it'll just sell one at a time. It just so happens that you have 5,000 of every item right now, but eventually you won't. You'll probably have something more on the order of like 3 to 5. And I know this UI is terrible. But I don't care. That's how things go. So let's take a look at React and Redux. Here we are. Get rid of this thing. Get rid of this. We want to put a sell button in there. Now for a sell button to work means that we need to pipe something into all of this. So let's say sell. Return console.log selling ID plus ID. All right, so there is another column with a button. Oh, which means there needs to be another thing with sell. Now my mouse is going crazy right now. And then the on click for this equals this dot bind, this dot sell dot bind, this row dot ID. So that's it. That should be that. Now we have a console.log handler. Now we just need to transition it into a real handler. Everyone, I know what you're doing, and this is really subtle. So everyone said, I think I just inadvertently hit on a coworker's wife. Now that's a story where I think anyone hearing that would be like, oh, what happened? But here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask that to everyone, and then everyone's going to say, oh, you want to know what happened? Why don't you tell me about how Void Dreamer knew about this special phrase? Oh, he's already telling us. Never mind. He's not a mastermind. I take everything back. All right, so we have a sell button now. Let's see if this works. This should print 2, selling 2, selling 4, then probably just increasing numbers after that, right? That's awkward. All right, let's figure out what size this should be. Maybe 230. Basically just guessing. Can I close any of these things? Do I even need to? Where's Task Manager at? Hey everyone, what's your really great story? There. It's like if someone said knock knock and you don't say who's there. Who's the jerk in that story? Who is? This person doesn't say who's there. Connect. All right, cool. So now this fits. Now it's a little too big. I'm just gonna prune this down to whatever it needs to be. Maybe that much. So that's 200. Oh, I know why that happened. I'm zoomed in. So everything I just took a screenshot of is also zoomed in. So the number of pixels this really needed to be is like 180. All right, well anyway, the sell button works. So let's plumb through the real sell button. So there's update bot bay. We're going to make sell item ID. And here's what we do. We take this, put this over here, item ID. So now this is going to be coming from main main.js. And then we change this stuff around. We say this dot props dot on sell item dot bind. There's no bind. Oh darn it. No. Maybe we do this. This dot, yeah, sell. So then we say this dot props dot on sell item ID. Yeah, that's what we do. Yeah. Much better. So now in client main, we passed that in, just like how we pass in all these other things. On sell item is this dot sell item. Good. Now expect for some of this stuff to break. Inventory.js just got modified. Now that's finally done. So now I modify this. That's going to trigger a build. Then I go into root.js and I just keep doing this stuff. And then Botland app is the last thing, where there is an inventory, and we need to pass it an on-sell item handler. Great. So this will take a very long time for me to finish, so I really should just write the logic in main. I have a great story about a nice guy, a mean guy, and 40 other people. Who's the nice guy in this story? I have a feeling I'm the mean guy. EOJ says, if you aren't concerned with UI for now, make everything text boxes and don't worry about pixels. Yeah, well, okay, so I'm not super concerned, but I think having like all this extra space is such an easy to fix thing where yeah, I might as well just remove that, because that's something I feel like takes about 5 seconds. But as far as positioning this exactly where it needs to be, or I don't know, making these the right colors and everything. So I guess I'm lying when I say I'm not concerned with UI. What I really mean is I'm 90% not concerned with UI. Anyway, these things are all fixed. So then the next thing is on sell item. Where is, oh, it's just called sell item. So we need to send to the server. So we have REST client here. We're going to make a sell item function. So sell item, item ID. We could pass in a quantity as well. No, we can't, because I didn't make the API take that. Hit F12 and adjust the box. Yeah, then I can just figure out the exact size. All right, so sell item is going to do kind of the same stuff this does. Everything kind of follows the same pattern. We go to items slash item ID slash sell. So this is the sell item, sell user. What is this? Player trafficking. Sell item API URL. Good. And then fetch user info changes. All right, so we don't get that. We post to that. We get this stuff. The response that we get is going to be, it's going to have an inventory in it. Except for what? This is not tabbed incorrectly. All right, so that should be that. Does your co-designer come on stream with you? No, he hasn't ever been on stream. So he works full-time at another job, and I stream during the hours of that job. Everyone, I think this whole asking for a friend thing is valid for getting tokens and whatever else. But I am not a puppet. I will not be duped into selling Void Dreamer's secrets. So here in sell item, we need to call into the REST client and then do some stuff. So here's the stuff. So we say this dot rest client dot sell item ID dot then I get a serialized inventory and I update it. Problem in sell item. Yeah, okay, cool. There, that's it. I just saved that and then we're done. Yeah. Unknown VS, yes, it is JavaScript. It's ES6. Hey, Spurman, did they really change the name to ES 2017? Or is that a joke? Also, I don't know if that just built the right thing. Let's find out. Oh, this should update. Oh my God. Update your botcoin too. You can see where the oi sound came from. So if I hit sell, hey, that worked. Oh, amazing. But my inventory didn't print out my botcoin. That part's not amazing. Why did that happen? And why did that happen? Oh, I never put it there to begin with. kidding me? Okay, so there should be a div here that says botcoin, this dot props dot inventory state dot botcoin. Oh, unknown VS, I can give you a short description. And I can also give you a slightly longer description. So don't bother clicking that link. I didn't realize you were on a phone until I pasted that. ES6 gives you a lot of new features. So for example, there's a const keyword, there's a let keyword, which gives you block scoped variables. There are arrow functions. There's default parameters. You can set something equal to something else like this. There's a dot 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 parameter, which lets you get all the rest of the arguments. There are classes. It's really just syntactic sugar for prototypal inheritance. There's there's a whole bunch of other things. So there are a lot of different features. I am using ES6 right now, but because browsers don't support all of these extra features, I need to use Babel.js to transpile it into ES5 code. So I've really struggled with the tooling for that. It's not very fun. Anyway, let's try this out. All right, so let's see. We have botcoin 250. Now when I hit sell, this is not going to get updated, which is kind of a problem. I need a way to be able to fetch how much botcoin I have too. So I guess I write an API for that. It should be simple to do this. It's just going to take some time. So I have get inventory for user. Yeah, I need to say get botcoin for get user botcoin total. How's that sound? So this is going to do this. Select botcoin. I don't know if this is, yeah, let's try that. Then in server.js, I need a route. This is so stupid. All right, good. User ID, inventory. This is going to change to botcoin. Get user botcoin total. So require normal token, extract user ID, verify token middleware. All that stuff sounds good. So then get inventory and get botcoin are going to be pretty much the same. We take all of that, put this back here. So we get their user ID, fetching botcoin total for user ID, get user botcoin total. Then we get the botcoin amount, and we say botcoin there. Cool. Error in get user botcoin total. Nice. So API has been written. Now let's make use of this. So we're going to say duplicate, put this up to here, get botcoin total. This is going to be users/botcoin. Save. Now in order for us to get this, we need to get a regular token. So create token, we get this. And now I don't know how many botcoin I even have. So I don't know what this is supposed to return. Resource not found is definitely not what it was supposed to return. I never restarted the server. I showed that video to my wife of me not learning how to sit down in a chair, and she laughed at it too. No, what happened with my chair is a lot of the chairs that, hang on, let me make sure this is visible on screen. A lot of the chairs that look like this can lean back, but because a lot of people don't like that, there's like a switch on it that'll stop that from happening. Well, I don't like it when it leans back because I always feel like I'm going to just fall out of my chair. So I took duct tape and I taped the switch against the chair. But this thing is really weird because it'd be like trying to tape this microphone into a certain position. It's a movable lever. So the tape fell off and I like went like that in my chair, and that's what the video shows, and it was semi-embarrassing. But also funny. And if there's one thing I can appreciate, it's humor. So get user botcoin total. Now when I call this API, there we go, 325. So the only way to know if this is correct is to check it in the table. Yep, 325. So there we have it. And if we try to get the bot coin for user 2, we shouldn't be allowed to do that. Yeah, not authorized. Great. So now we can call into this API. So let's do this. We have fetch inventory. We're going to change this to fetch, like get bot coin total, get bot coin total. So we go to, this is get bot coin total API URL is users bot coin. So get that, respond with the bot coin. Is that what it gives? Not authorized. What does it give when it works? Bot coin, yeah. So then error in get bot coin total. All right, good. We got it. So then we just need to do this in here. So return this dot rest client dot get bot coin total, and then bot coin total. We say I don't know. There's something set bot coin. All right, let's try that out. Wow, that seems pretty neat. I was just about to ask the foreign arrow operator, what are the applications for ES6? Does it just make JS more OOP-like and better for game development, or are there uses for web development as well? Kind of a loaded question. Feel free to tell me you have better things to do. What I think the applications are, everything that JavaScript applies to. I don't think it changes where JavaScript may be targeted. I think some people are upset at the class keyword since they're not typical classes. They're still just the same JavaScript way of doing things, which, like I said, is prototypal inheritance. What I think it does, it makes so many things a lot easier. How many times have you written a function like this in JavaScript? Maybe you haven't written JavaScript, but if you have written JavaScript, you probably do something like this. You have function, or maybe you say something like person equals function params, and then you say something like this dot name equals params dot name, and you can set it to some default value here. Well, that works really well until you say something like number of cats or 5. Do you know what the problem is here? If you own 0 cats, the result of 0 or 5 is actually 5. So you can't do this. You need to write extra logic just to handle this case that you typically handle. This would be a bug until you'd fixed it. So what you can do, and this doesn't demonstrate it the best, but what you could do here is you could have said something like this, number of cats equals 0. So now there is just a default, and now when you want to, you can just set number of cats. So that's one very basic. I took one feature of ES6 and I just said, here's why that's nice. Does this apply to game developers? Does it apply to someone else? No, not really. Anyone who's writing JavaScript would probably want to use this anyway. So now it's a nice feature that they have access to it. It just saves some code. It makes things neater. I think it's not one of those things that it's a feature that you'd use but would make your code less maintainable. So I think there are cases of that in ES6. One of them is like object destructuring. I think is still awkward syntax. You could say there could be something that returns, let's say function foo. You have return x5, y6. You can do something like this. You could say x comma y equals foo. Something like that. I don't remember the syntax because I don't use this. But anyway, it like destructures your object into the parameters you specified. We could figure out if this works. Babel.js. Do you have any ideas for UI component packages you might use? No, not yet. I don't. I think there's a var here. Yeah. So if you say var here, you can see what code this turns into. So we said x equals foo.x, y equals foo.y, and so that it doesn't call the function multiple times in case there were side effects. It saves off the return value there too. And hey, noob for lunch. All right. So I think we're good. I think we can try this. This is becoming more and more game-like, and I like working on this level of things. So when I sell any item, I should get 25 bot coin. This 3.set bot coin is not a function. Yeah, I know it's not a function. What I meant to do is this, store.dispatch set bot coin. There. This should have been called somewhere else in here. Yeah, it is. User.botcoin, botcoin total. Okay. Well, we can try that out. This is the handler for when you try to sell an item. This is a number, and it returns. I guess it could return a promise. There's no real reason for it to use the return value. So that works. Let's go refresh the page. Yeah, I think destructuring has uses, and I think even the use that I gave is people will probably end up using it. It just looks awkward to me. All right, so let's see. Sell. Oh, nice. Check it out. Botcoin is actually going up by 25 every time I click sell. And once I've sold off all my items, what happens? Oh, good. Okay. So now if I try using an item, let's say I delete these and I hit update, I have now been given lasers and regen. But if I try putting something like missiles 1 on my machine, it'll say you just don't, you sold that. You got rid of it, moron. And just rips you apart. I mean, this game is brutal. So, yeah. Here's the unfortunate thing. I just sold all my items and deleted all my bot bays. I have no inventory and I have not implemented the buy feature. So if I were to join the game right now, look at this. There's a floating radio button with nothing next to it. So that means the only bot I can deploy is one that moves around. So if I deploy this, for example, oh, I gotta wait 13 seconds. Anyway, if I were to deploy this, it would just move around. That's it. So not an exciting bot. Well done. You increase the number by 25, but you also decrease the amount of items in your inventory by 1. Oh. Think about that. So there's selling an item. Next would be buying an item, but I need to check in what I have so far. The UI is gross. Yeah. Does harvesting increase coins? So I should just do this now. You know what? I'm going to do this now. Enough people have asked about this where I'm just going to make a new thing. Harvesting.mdown. Harvesting. Right now, harvesting is completely pointless. All it does is remove. Yeah, right now harvesting is completely pointless. This page describes how it will be changed. So we can say resources. Resources are dropped whenever a bot is killed. Resources do not change based on what the bot had on it or how long it lived. And then reclaiming. Harvesting will be rethemed as reclaiming. It will likely be non-scalable hardware, and here's where I should link to the BotBays page where I talk about that. So we put this here. What are people talking about? All right, harvesting will be rethemed as reclaiming. It will likely be non-scalable hardware that is locked at level 2. Reclaim will have some. Reclaiming typically works like this. Harvesting a resource grants plus X% something. Oh, you can't do that in Markdown, can you? I'll just say star something. Up until and this stacks up to 5 times and lasts until the bot dies. For example, reclaim damage would give plus 5% damage each time you harvest a resource up to plus 25% damage. Reclaim haste would give plus 2% haste each time you harvest a resource up to plus 10% haste. All right, let's see what that looks like. Harvesting. Right now, harvesting is completely pointless. This page describes how it will be changed. Resources are dropped whenever a bot is killed. Resources do not change based on what the bot had on it. I should say the dying bot had on it or how long it lived. So resources are just resources. No, the keyboard's not mechanical. Hey, World Dominator. Harvesting will be rethemed as reclaiming. It will likely be non-scalable hardware that is locked at level 2. Reclaiming typically works like this. Harvesting a resource grants plus X% something, and this, I should say this something, this something stacks up to 5 times, and the effect lasts until the bot dies. So let's see what that looks like. For example, reclaim damage would give plus 5% damage each time you harvest a resource up to plus 25% damage. Reclaim haste would give plus 2% haste each time you harvest a resource up to plus 10% haste. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. That's how you know he's a master hacker. All right, there's actually something else I'm gonna do. I'm gonna finally do this. Let's put this here too. Hacker. Watch this quick tutorial. So we're gonna put this here too as hacking or hack. There. And yeah, I type very loudly, I know that. Gotta work on that finger strength. Blam, blam, blam. Yeah, so I have a mechanical keyboard, I just don't use it. And I don't know if I've actually connected it to my computer while I was on stream, but I did just type with it as though it was connected, and you guys said it was very loud. So we're gonna upload this page. And then I'll make a harvesting thing. So docs, pre-beta, harvesting. Yeah, this goes here and then here and then here. So I will upload this. Yeah, I can do the top 10 command. I'm just gonna take care of all this stuff. Getting lots of things done. All right. Syntax highlighting none, a day, unlisted. There we go. So what I just pasted in is the top 50 time and points for everyone in the channel, although I'm number 1 and 2 with my bot. Now the harvesting thing I've uploaded. So if instead of going to the BotBase page, we went to the harvesting page, we would have this. Good. And then we can go to bot.land instead of botland.net. Shave a few characters off the URL there. And then I just make a command for it. So we reopen this and I put harvesting here. Harvesting or command dot equals ignore case reclaiming. Harvesting is currently pointless. Read more about how it will change here. There we go. Probably put HTTP before that. All right, cool. Yeah. I bought a G710 just to see what the whole mechanical keyboard hype was about. The hype is real. Hate all membranes now. Despite liking a mechanical keyboard, I've never felt like all other keyboards are inferior. I guess maybe I don't understand the hype. I used it for about 2 or 3 years and then stopped for the sake of the stream. Well, actually, yeah, I just stopped for the sake of the stream. There was a time when I was Skyping more frequently than usual with a friend who'd moved away, and he was really bothered by the sound of the keyboard on Skype because the distance from the webcam to my keyboard is like that much. I mean, that's pretty standard. All right, so that stuff's done. Now I can go check this in. Get user Botcoin total. Get user Botcoin total. Returns how many Botcoins a user. Wait, when you is Bitcoin is never pluralized, right? Like they don't ever say Bitcoins, do they? It's like the word sheep. You say Bitcoins? I want to follow the same thing for Botcoin. No, they just say Bitcoin. So returns how many Botcoin a user has. All right, so this is a number and this is a promise. That looks good. Yeah, I don't know how expensive this keyboard was when I got it. I probably like $60 or $70. So I guess that's not cheap. I did have a $5 keyboard, like the cheapest pile of garbage keyboard you could get, and it served its purpose. It was okay. Can't tell if Walshy's messing with me. Bitcoins are awesome. Yes, they do. Bitcoins is a thing. It is? No, you guys are messing with me, right? I searched it and Bitcoin came up. Let's search this for Bitcoins. Oh, it is a thing. All right. I mean, you'd say coins. That doesn't necessarily mean you'd say Bitcoins. But I guess I am going to say this. How many Bitcoins a user has? How come I don't get a point? You said Bitcoins are awesome, and all right, let's do this. This is probably gonna screw everything up. Well, I tried. Control low. Bitcoin total. Botcoin. Why I just searched Bitcoin? What game are we making? Bitland. Get user Botcoin total. It's the number of Botcoins a user has. I'm gonna write this down on the list of things to do to talk about whether we should Botcoins or Botcoin. Also capitalization. Yeah, there we go. I feel abused. Too bad. Alright, that part is good. What next? Main.js. We already commented. We don't have any console.log. Oh, yep, we do. We do have a console.log in there. Whoops. Okay. There's that. That's fine. This was just normal plumbing stuff. Excuse me. Sell item in the REST client. So sell item sells an item that you have. So that part is done, and then get Botcoin total. Fine. Gets your Botcoin total. Yeah, that's good. And that, whoops. I mean, open that up again. All right, so you can now sell items from the inventory UI. There is still no way to buy items yet. And then we make one more check-in for made a page to clarify how harvesting works currently and how it will change. All right, and I am going to push this code. It's been about 4 hours since I pushed. And that's at the point where that's enough code where losing it would be really bad. Losing an hour of work, it's pretty annoying, not the end of the world. Losing 4 hours, I'd get frustrated. Poor moderator, I feel abused. Adam laughs and says, too bad. That's how the world works, Walshy. These fat cat CEOs sitting in their fancy computer chairs, making $0 an hour. A list of things you can buy and their prices. So this is the next UI. I don't even know why this is written here. So show item name, buy price, sell price, currently owned quantity. Oh yeah, knowing the sell price is pretty important. Oops. I forgot to put that in. Whoops. Fine. Show sell price on the sell button. How much would you spend a day on working? You mean hours wise? How much time do I spend working? And I don't know why working is in quotes. I don't know if you feel like I'm not doing a real job here. Hey Adam, how much code do you write? Anyway, I spend about 32 hours a week streaming. The amount of work I do every day is definitely more than that. So for example, yesterday I recorded a recap video. I had a bunch of notes to move around for the game. I mean, that might sound stupid, but I want our game design doc to be up to date. Then we had a meeting for like an hour and a half. So it was probably, I don't know, 3.5 or 4 hours when all was said and done. And that's on a Sunday. Then after work gets done, anything that's accumulated on this list, I try to handle. And so sometimes this is just administrative stuff, like removing someone from a list or, sending an email to someone. Then there's business stuff. So it's January. I've had to file taxes and need to contact the accountant, make sure everything's being done. And then there's also just sometimes I do some research into the code that isn't on stream. I try not to do that too often because I think people want to watch that. So I don't know, every week it's more like, I'd say it's probably somewhere between 40 and 50 hours, but the time that I spend streaming is usually very productive time, and it's also very exhausting time. Wait, oh no, Gramanja's just saying, he's typing quote wrong. Gramanja, you were typing quout. And then you blamed it on my bot. Alright, so a list of things you can buy in there, prices, along with how many you currently have. So what would this look like? Name, lasers, buy price, 100. You'd eventually want to know what this thing does. Maybe sell price. I don't know if this really needs to be listed there. Sell price 25. Currently owned 4. Oh, and then buy. Button. Is that okay? Could I do something like this? I mean, eventually, yeah, you'd want to know a description and everything else. I'm not going to do that right now. Yeah, I think this is the minimum you need for UI to be functional that lets you buy something. So all of this is easy, and the buy button is easy. The currently owned amount, you need to dip into your inventory for that, and then this needs to get modified. So make sure currently owned on the buy table gets updated when you buy something. Queuto. Just put it in the same inventory if you don't have it, quantity is 0, quick and dirty. Yeah, I do think it becomes a little bit clumsy to try to find items when that happens. So I do want to leave these as 2 separate things for right now, because I think they'll eventually be 2 separate things. I don't think it's going to take too long. My goal, and I don't think this is totally possible, my goal is to get this done in 40 minutes. I don't think that's going to work. Oh, unknown. All right, I'll be right back. All right, you ready for some speed coding? Because I'm not. We're going to do regular coding right now. What did I miss in chat? Miguel says, hey, what's up? How's your game doing so far? Things have been going well. I think the game's actually going pretty well too. I'm finally getting to the point where more of the interface is coming together. More of what I mean by that is really just the interface into the game. I do not mean the way things look, but hang on. Let me fix this. Drop database botland ELC run DB. I'll show you in a second. All right, yeah, so this should work. So yeah, you can see my inventory here, which apparently has a horizontal scroll. We'll just add 10 pixels to the inventory. That's definitely gonna work. Anyway, there we go. So you can now use items. So if I put something like teleport on my bot, see how I only have one teleport? When I hit update, now I have no teleport because I just took it from my bot. And it's always level 2. There's a special reason for why that's the case. I can tell you why, but it's not super important. When I take it off the machine, I have teleport back in my inventory. If I were to sell something, I am given some bot coin for it. And I get the quantity lowered in my inventory. Excuse me. So what I'm going to work on now is buying things. We're going to just throw a table over here and see how that works. So the first thing is getting a Redux store up and running. Redux store for this. It could go in the inventory store. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea. Let me think about this. I just want this setup. I can just put it in the inventory for now. I think that's fine. So we have rows of the inventory, then we have things like buy rows, buyable items. Hey, Cynical Director, how's it going? Anyone a fan of Lisp in here? I think Lisp is interesting. I don't know if I'm a fan of it. I think Monadic Bind is a fan of it. Yeah, that scroll bar at the bottom. I think I just fixed that. EOJ is going to point out every little thing about the UI. Be like, hey, you missed 3 pixels. I got it though. See? It's gone. Look at that. Yeah. Now we just got to never add in anything whose name is longer than however many pixels landmines is. The final UI hopefully won't have those problems. Did someone say Lisp? So buyable items, we're going to say that this is rows of the buy screen. Keys are item template IDs, and value is an object with, and it's got to have at least these things: buy price, sell price, name, currently owned. So ID, name, buy cost, sell amount, currently owned. So all of those things. So now we have this set inventory rows. We say set buyable items. We actually probably do want to just modify one item at a time sometimes. So maybe I just say set buyable item, a single one. I don't know. Now let's just say items. I don't care. Buyable items. Okay, good. And then set inventory rows, we have set buyable items, action temp, set buyable items. Wait, no, set inventory rows is changed to that. And then we make a new action. So set buyable items. Buyable items. Is that what I named it in here too? It better be. Yeah, it is. All right, so we go into client main. We have an update inventory in Redux. Anytime the inventory gets updated, I need to update all the buyable items to update their quantities. And I don't know how best to do this. Every item's buyable right now, so I guess I should go with that. How to do overflow X hidden on that. It'll make it where it has no scroll no matter how long the text is. Yeah, I'll probably when I'm finished with this, I'll probably eventually do that, but I'm not going to do that now. I think Cynical Director says, "What program is this?" and did not stutter like I just did. This is Sublime Text 2. It's just a text editor. So you see that there is syntax highlighting. So certain words are in green, certain ones are in blue or pink, but it doesn't really understand what the code is. It just knows what each word represents. But this is not an IDE, so I can't say, hey, go find me the get item definition. It doesn't know how to do that. It's actually Sublime Text 2, Walshy. Let me take your half point away for that. There you go. Soon we'll get down into the quarter points. So here's what I'll do here. We need to go through everything in the item template depot. Item template depot. We have templates by ID. We have item templates by hardware constant. I guess I'll get that. Yeah, fine. So this equals this dot item template depot. And we say for let item hardware constant in item templates by hardware constant. Item template equals item templates hardware constant. So all of these are buyable. Now we say Redux item equals, so we want an ID, item template.id. We want a name, item template.name. There is, what else do we need? Buy price, sell price. Yeah, so those things are easy. Buy cost, is that what I called it? Cost. Buy cost and sell amount. Yeah. Why did I not go with buy price and sell price? That sounds like a much better decision. Baby Superman says, what are you working on? So game-wise, I'm working on what was just linked in that. There's a YouTube video there. And then code-wise, what I'm working on right now is the ability to buy items in the game. What else did I miss here? Do you actually use Haskell, or do you just get on once in a while, write some factorial functions to get your fixed? Oh, monadic bind, if you didn't just see what was in chat, look at what unknown has. And then Miguel says, what do you use to run your game or code? I am using Node to run a lot of it, Node.js. In fact, I'm using Node to run pretty much all of it. And then that Node is running on a virtual machine in Azure. So here's a Redux item. Do we have all the things we need? We need quantity owned. Did I call it quantity owned? I don't think I did. But I don't even know where to find this anymore. Currently owned. That's what I called it. Currently owned. We're just going to set this to 5, 6, 7. Why was 5 afraid of 6? Because 6, 7, 8. I was trying to tell a non-joke, but then I forgot what the real joke was. Viable items equals this. And then we say viable items, item template dot, whoops, nope, item template dot ID equals Redux item. And then finally we do store.dispatch set viable items of viable items, which we can't do this until we have this function, which we will get from here. Great. Now we just wait for that to finish. Adam is a caveman. Sometimes. So when I call update inventory, what this is going to do, I should have every item in the buyable items with a made up currently owned amount. Let's try it out. So I hit connect, no errors, that's good. Debug main.debug store.getState.inventory reducer. And we should have buyable items, there it is. Good, and we have 13 objects, perfect. Buy cost, currently owned, ID, name, sell amount. Yep, all of that looks good except for the currently owned. So there are two different ways I could go about doing this now. I could either fix this or I could make the UI and then fix this. So which do I want to tackle first? I think the UI first. Because, yeah, let's just work on the UI first. So we have inventory.js. We're going to save this as buyable items. Is that, no, store.js? No, that's overloaded. Item store.js? Item store. Yeah, item store sounds good. So we call this item, that was probably a mistake. Item store. Take that. And then we need to set this up here. It might not fit on the screen. I'm okay with that. Its left should be, I guess, about 600. Width, height, it's not really width, height. That's how I'd rather do this. Position, absolute, overflow, auto. Yeah, sure, looks good. All right, so then buyable items. Buyable items. Now we change this to store. Bitcoin we can show on the top there too. This is going to look like this. Name, buy price, sell price, currently owned. So name, buy price, sell price, currently owned. I'll just say number owned. And then buy. So now we just need to populate this data. We say buy cost, sell amount, number owned, and a buy button, which does not say sell, it says buy. And then we change this console.log, console.log, buying item, buying item, ID. Oh, this will not trigger a rebuild. Oh no. Oh goodness. So I've got to go into here and get this to trigger a rebuild by making this item store, whatever nonsense I called this. And then just put this here. So So there we have it. And eventually on by item. Yeah, so that should get passed in through everywhere, but it won't be functional yet. So then there are two things to do. This is not going to run any tasks. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, two things to do after this. Redux store. So fix currently owned, make by functional. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, let's try it out. So we should see a UI appear here. Oh, no we don't. I broke something. Perfect. It's the perfect plan. Just break everything. Jokinal says, loving your font size. Hard to find programming streams with a nice font size. Yeah, I mentioned this on stream before that at my last job, there were two things I did the day that I started. So it was my first time using a Mac for a job. I'd used a Mac before, but it was my first time using a Mac for a job. So I enlarged the mouse cursor to the largest it would go, which is really frustrating on a Mac, by the way, because you don't click at the edge of the outline. You click at the edge of the white part of the mouse cursor. Anyway, I made it as big as I could just because I thought it was funny, and I just left it that way the entire time I was at the job, and people thought I was blind. But the font sizes I also increased then too, but that wasn't because I thought it was funny, it's because I think it's easier to read. Wait, then you emailed me a code snippet once, and I was like, wow, this is a quarter of my screen, and this is twice his. Oh, I see. Yeah. Took me a little while. All right, buyable items. Does this exist? It does, but nothing's in it. Okay. Well, anyway, oh, I'm doing rows, aren't I? Oh, great. Okay, well, I know what the problem is. We changed this to buyable items.map. And like I said, that doesn't trigger a rebuild, so I got to go modify some other file just randomly here. Yeah, the other thing I like, since I have this ruler set to 80 and I try to abide by it as much as possible, I can get away with having the font relatively zoomed in. So I can only show what, like 30 lines of code on the screen at a time? All right. Connect. Oh, here it goes. Is this gonna work? Actually, this should work. And then it gets re-rendered. Oh, it gets re-rendered 13 times? What just happened? Oh, look at this. It worked. Buying item 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nice. Nice. Now we just need to work on the number owned. All right, client main. So in order to figure out how many you currently own, we need to look at your own inventory. Now, I don't think we have this here. I guess we can just make use of this. Yeah, so let's do that. Currently owned equals 0. We say if inventory dot, no, let's just say const existing item equals inventory dot get item. And how does get item work? Oh, it's not that inventory, guys. We have to go to this one and then say get item. And that's an ID, so that's easy. We pass in item template.id. We should really say const item ID was item template.id here. And then use this in the 3 spots we use this below. If util.exists existing item, then currently owned equals existing item dot get quantity. Then we just put that here. I really might as well just do it this way. Whoops, did that happen? No, no. I don't know how that pasted twice, and I'm going to pay for it with my time. And by extension, your time. By the way, people haven't been changing my lights. Anyone who just recently followed, if you got a whisper from BotLad, click it and mess around with it. It's fun. And if you didn't get a whisper from BotLad, then that's a bug, and you should tell me about it. Shortcut key maniac, jeez. Yeah, I'm a big fan of hotkeys. If I were Canadian, my favorite sport would be hockey. I want to say this thing's finished building and then run this. Yep. Oh, looks like it broke something. Man, no, wait, no, this is JavaScript breakpoint. Yeah, okay, so we connect. Check it out. This is actually correct. Num owns 65220 zapper. So if I hit, oh, buy doesn't do anything. Man, I didn't teach a college class. Also, I don't suggest sharing where you learned that. But I was a supplemental instructor. So it's like students who were in this computer science class, if they felt like they needed more help, they could come to my class, sort of, which was like I gave a little intro about, oh, here's what you learned in class. It was about for loops. Well, here's where you might use them. Here's some more examples. And people were encouraged to just kind of discuss it with me. Then I gave them like a homework assignment and then helped them work through it. Yeah, and as far as doing a ternary for this, yeah, that would be totally reasonable here, I think. I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to structure this. I think this code's going to end up changing too. So now the only thing left to do is make the buy button functional. I think that's doable in 20 minutes. I think. I gotta clean this up first. Alright. So this is updating the... Yeah, we can make this a completely different function. Update buyable items. All we need to do is take an inventory here. Update buyable items, inventory. Cool. When do I finish today? In 23 minutes. Well, I'll see. You're not getting it. But I will run a giveaway, and if you win that way, nope, noob for lunch one. Too bad. Too bad. Updates all buyable items in the item store. The most important thing to be updated is the quantity of items that you currently own. Yeah. So then inventory is an actual inventory. It doesn't return anything. We go through all the buyable items, blah, blah, blah. I will probably... You know I never win. I know you never win. Yeah, 3D printing is something I've never gotten to play around with, and I think it'd be really cool. Yeah, I think all this is done. So I'm happy with this code. Yep, that looks good. So now what do we have here? Very simple function, looks fine. The reducer should be incredibly simple. That is very simple, except for that it's not plumbed through the code base yet. It's going to need to be changed at some point. This is fine, this is fine. And finally we have this. It looks good. I should put comments here. This lets you buy items. Yeah, that's dead simple. This shows items that you currently own and lets you sell them. Cool. Let's check that in. So now, there is now an item store that shows in the UI when you connect. there are buy buttons in this UI, but they are not functional yet. Adam secretly removed you from any giveaways. If you weren't streaming, would you still talk to yourself while coding to help yourself from messing up? Oh man, so Kilroy, I used to only talk to myself when I'm coding, like rarely, I think. I don't know, maybe slightly less rare than rarely, but it wasn't all the time. Now I find that even when I'm driving, because for 8 hours a day I'm talking to myself, now even when I'm driving I'm like, oh, there's someone to the right of me. Although actually technically I'm filming that too because I have a dash cam. So I always think, well, maybe if I ever got into a car accident and then they needed evidence of what happened, they'd have a play-by-play on my dash cam recording. But yeah, I think it's probably becoming a problem now. I joke that if I ever worked at another job and I wasn't streaming, what would it feel like? And my own voice would be just running in my head the whole time or what? Okay, let's see if we can get the functionality part of this finished. So Botland app passes in an on-buy item here. So in root.js, we need to have the same thing. On-sell item needs to also have on-buy item. And then itemstore.js should call into this just like how inventory.js in the Redux thing does as well. So line 16 we're going to copy over to item store and put this here. And now sell changes to buy. Good. Client main, we have sell item already. We just need a buy item. And that takes in an item ID. We change this to sell or to buy. Update inventory in Redux. Get botcoin total. Store to dispatch. Yeah, that all looks good. So then buy item needs to be passed into here. We change it to on. He narrates his life 24/7. Can only imagine if I started doing that in my sleep. I am now dreaming about a kangaroo eating cotton candy. The kangaroo is choking. Get botcoin total. So REST client needs to be updated. Let's put this over to here. You should allow random people to control the lights in your car too. High beams turn on, blind a pedestrian. They walk into a manhole. What a wonderful idea. Headlights. Why stop there? Why not just, how about they can control the gas pedal and the brake pedal, the radio? It turns out all that's fine with me, but then they control the cup holder and it just drops my drinks and I'm like, that's it, I've had it. 4 murders was fine, but this is crossing the line. Fix currently owned. Oh, that's already done. Make buy functional. So then this is the part, sell item needs to change into buy item and there needs to, oh, I already have an API for that. Oh, what a wonderful life. All right, just change all these things to Alt R. They're done. I don't even care. So buy item URL, request it, get the inventory that's returned. Yeah, this is done. Well, 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 code. Looks like I've bested you in 15 minutes sooner than I expected. Ha ha ha. Now we just wait for this thing to finish. Twitch plays real life. Put Taylor Swift on 24/7. No, I don't know if you've ever been in a stream where the viewers can control the music, but Forzen's stream has something like 20,000 viewers on a bad day, and they're allowed to control the music, and it is the worst collection of things I've ever heard in my life. I really like Forzen's chat, and sometimes the music is funny, but other times it's Pirates of the Caribbean where every sound is replaced with the word meow, and it's just some guy singing into the microphone. And this is what he has to put up with. He's also making like tons of money every year. So I guess it's for a good reason, but it's very tough. What language am I coding? It's JavaScript. So let's hit buy. Number owned should go up to 7, and my bot coin should go down to 425. It worked. It worked right off the bat. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. It's a masterpiece. So if I put harvesting 1 on a bot, commit, doesn't work. Great. Now I buy the item and I hit commit, and it does work. This is amazing. Everything is working. Nothing better than the pleb list, Adam. Hey, ESC. The pleb list is not the... No, I think there are some songs that are funny. And every once in a while, like a polka track will play. And that's also pretty funny, but it's just normal music. Because it's not cancerous like the rest of everything. Oh, Monadic Bind. I saw Donkey's newest video today. It was perfect. I think he released it a couple days ago. Oh man, it was the best of 2015. And it had me laughing. It was very good. What is ES6? ES6 is the next standard of JavaScript. So we're currently on ES5 in browsers right now. So main.js. Whoops, what am I doing? Where's buy item? Oh, I'm in the wrong main.js. Ha, 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 ha. Buy item. Buys an item, number, promise, get rid of that stuff. I should probably say that too. This is the handler for when you try to buy an item. Done. And then we go into the rest of the code. Only 3 more files left to check. Buy looks good. Root.js looks good. This was just wonderful. Look at that. Look at how everything worked. Users are now able to buy items. This will correctly subtract. Oh wait, you know what I didn't check? What happens if you buy until you can't buy anymore? So when I press the button now, an error should pop up. Problem in buy item. Not enough bot coin, 25. Okay, yeah, that's true because you only have 25. Why does it say dollars though? When did I put that in there? What? When did I do that? I don't remember that. Apparently, oh, wow, that's coincidental. So the way that ECMAScript 6 works is you can say something like this: var stir equals, and let's say you had a name up here, name equals Adam. You could say something like, hi, my name is name. So there's string interpolation, which, why did this not get highlighted the right way? Okay, well, the highlighting I don't know about, but whatever. I just, out of muscle memory, typed that same thing here, even though this is Redux, or the JSX. So I didn't need the $, and I just happen to be typing it in a currency. I actually don't want the $sign there. There. Make Adam change. Oh, alright, see you unknown. Hope you come back sometime. Item store is still not ever coded to change here. Let me just modify this in here. So what did I just even fix? Yeah, this will correctly subtract bot coin from the user's account and add the item to their inventory. Yeah, awesome. So we can check this in. Wait, there's a new file here. Must be this? Yeah. Must be. Okay, check it in. I'm going to deploy this code. And then, you know what I should do? I should probably give everyone a ton of bot coin. You're going to make the game 3D? No, I won't be making the game 3D. Okay, where's the migration thing? I'm going to start people with a ton of bot coin. Let's give them 5,000. Yeah, that's good. Now I'm going to run a deploy. So let's do gulp pre-deploy here. Meanwhile, over here, we can just do a regular deploy. So there's that stuff. Now, that's going to take some time. I'll try to just Redux store, that's done. Currently owned, yeah. Make sell price on this. That really should be shown there. It's just not yet. But whatever, we'll fix that later. I don't really care about that right now. Well, today went really well. The UI, the inventory UI got done. The buying and selling UI is pretty much done. I'm going to move this back to here. But yeah, that was that. So tomorrow, I'm still going to deploy today and then spend at least a couple minutes, hopefully. But tomorrow, I can start to work on salvage packs and then the pseudo money system. And I'm going to have to describe what this is. I guess first, do a write-up of what this is so that people know what I'm working on. And also figure out if this should be based on how many points a user has in chat or something. I don't know how I want to do this. IR, learn to type. So Gulp pre-deploy should have finished. Yeah, it did. Now we do Gulp deploy rest. How'd you make that to-do list, Got asks? That is plain tasks in Sublime. Oh, actually, I think I have this. No. I apparently never made anything for that. Anyway, it's called plain tasks in Sublime. I hope the UI isn't done. No, the UI is definitely not done. That isn't a command. Yeah, I know. All right, let's check this in too. So commit this. Buying and selling items is now allowed. Also, increased the starting bot coin from 500 to 5,000 so that new users could test out buying/selling. I will never take a half point away from myself in my grave. All right, this is still working. So now what I can do is SSH butler into my REST server, which I can't show on stream. Okay, but now I can. Screen-RD, this is probably gonna screw everything up. Yeah, of course. Goodness. So I do a git pull, and then go over to the server, close out of this, and just rerun it. And that's that. So now we can close this thing entirely. And next I SSH butler my way into the game server. All right, so here's the game server. And I gotta wait for this thing to finish building. Is anyone actually playing Botland right now? So right now, see how I have this inventory in the store right there? If I connect to the main server, that does not have the store. It just has the inventory. But if I hit join game, is anybody online? No, just me. Okay, so I don't need to warn anybody. So let's go check this in. Commit. Buying/selling is now allowed. Hooray. Where can we play Botland? If you spend, it costs 50 points, but when you have that type /wbotland bot game to play. All right, done processing, done processing. Oh, seriously? This is gonna take this long? Oh, that actually went a lot faster for the other files. When it's free, Adam, everyone was on. Yeah, and I'll probably do that again at some point, make it free. And at some point I'm going to have to do that so that I get much more testing than I'm getting now. But for right now, I wanted it to be kind of exclusive for people who have been supporting me in the channel to be able to play whenever they want. And thank you guys for the follows today. I think, geez, there were a lot of people that followed, right? Follows, 1403. Well, I need to check to see how many there were at the beginning of today. But here we go. That is now done. So I'm going to push. Oh, noob for lunch, it's gift, not points give. All right, there. So now I can connect over here, git pull. And as a follower reward, you'll get a link from BotLad to control my lights. So see how my room is like dark red right now? It looks like I'm in a submarine. Oh, not anymore. All right, well anyway, that's my followers doing that. So I get to restart this now, and then we should be good. Let's try it out. So I refresh the page. This is on the main server that everyone can get access to. I hit connect, and yeah, there. Now we can buy and sell, although my Botcoin is apparently not registering. That's not good. What happened here? Yeah, what happened here indeed? Debug main dot, what contains my user? REST client? REST client dot user dot Botcoin. Botcoin isn't even showing. Oh, I know what happened. I gotta drop the whole database. Oh, darn it. All right, let's fix this. Darn it, this isn't good. I could just modify the database. Select Botcoin from users. Yeah, there is no Botcoin column. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? Because I don't want... Okay, how about this? Don't sign up for accounts right now. Does it get annoying when Wall Street makes it pink? No, not really. Yeah, Yaki, it's... So I could make migration scripts so that in production this won't be annoying, but for right now I'm not doing that. So here's what I'm going to do. I've got to go into... I got to take care of this before other people sign up. Uh, 189. Okay, there. So now no one can buy it. I'm gonna refund the people who bought it today. But I don't know who those people are actually. Oh wait, I remember who won the giveaway, so it's all of these people. So select name from users. Yeah, so these people, I'm going to allow them to have accounts still. Everyone else I'm going to wipe out. And I'm going to do that now. Drop database botland. Now I got to recreate it, and I got to do this quickly. How do I do this? Hang on. I'm sorry, I got to do this off screen because of how many passwords are showing. Node require init database. Switch to the database folder. Do I have a database folder? I don't even have a database folder. What's going on? Oh, there it is. Sorry, this is going to take a sec. Okay. I think it's going to work. So let me try this. I'm going to make this cost significantly less, but still way too much. So we're going to make it cost 5,000 points. And now I'm going to try getting the game. And now I got a password. Let's try logging in, and I should have Botcoin and everything should be working now. Yeah, there we go. And there's Botcoin, and yeah, everything's fine. So now I'm going to make the game the normal amount of points. Okay, Miguel, you should try buying it now. Try buying it now. All right, then we got to give these people accounts again because they should have them. The problem is if they're on Twitch, they're going to get spammed right now. So I want to do this in a way that doesn't spam them. How do I do that? Oh, I just turn advertise off. Where's that eval? 0. I can't turn advertise off. Well, we could figure out what the bot is doing. Darn it, I didn't want to spend a lot of time on this. Let's see. Add pre-beta emit username points required. I'll just give these people an account later, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, alright, I'll just give these people an account later. Alright, well that's that. So now played.bot.land, we've got this stuff set up here. So if you were a new player, like I am, I just made a new account right now, I can go configure a bot. I can say I want missiles 3, cloaking 3, regen 1. And I hit update. Could not set new hardware based on the... Oh, I don't have cloaking 3. Okay, let me buy cloaking. There. Okay, now I can set this. There we go. So now I have 3 fewer missiles, I have 3 extra lasers, I have no cloaking in my inventory any longer, and now when I join the game, I can put down my bots that I like. Load. Deploy, deploy, deploy. So there they are. There are my cloaked bots. They'll shoot missiles. And yeah. So today was super productive, and I'm glad it, yeah, I couldn't be happier with today, I think. It went very well. This stuff's already live now too, so people can start to use it, play it. I'm going to fix those accounts hopefully tonight. I am going to get going. I'll be online tomorrow. And Miguel, I'm sorry you just bought the game and now there's going to be no one to play against. But it's the way the cookie crumbles. So you'll have your account for the rest of this week. And anyone whose account that was shown here, you'll get another account today for free. Or maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'll fix it. So yeah, cool. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you tomorrow in about 16 hours. And I'll be streaming for 8 hours tomorrow too. So see you later.